When dungeons appeared, hunters became way too common. With artificial awakening, anyone with enough money could become one, so academies started popping up everywhere. Most of them are insanely expensive, completely unreachable for people like Kim Seojin. He works as a monster hauler, carrying dead corpses for a living. He does this job for 9 years straight, saving every bit of money he can, just for one chance to enter a hunter academy. That dream ends in a single moment. A hauling chain snaps, and a massive monster corpse crashes down on him. He wakes up in a hospital with a shattered leg, a huge medical bill, and his entire savings gone. Then his phone suddenly lights up, and a notification appears from an academy he has never heard of before, the Transcendent Academy. The price matches the exact amount of money he has left. With nothing else to lose, Seojin signs up. The Transcendent Academy is nothing like a normal hunter academy. It doesn't teach dungeon tactics or ranking theory. It trains people to go beyond human limits no hunter can achieve. There are no classrooms. Everything runs through his phone, and every lesson adapts to his current state. His mentor assigns daily training that can't be skipped. The academy doesn't care if he's injured, tired, or broke. If he can move, he trains. First comes mental training, meditation that forces his mind and body to stay calm. His body starts recovering faster than it should, which shocks his doctor. In just a few days, he's already healed and can go home and move on to physical training. Basic exercises at first: push-ups, squats, running. He has to repeat all of that every day. The academy only counts perfect movements. Sloppy reps don't exist here. But he can't just train. With no money to live on, Seojin has to return to his old work. Monster corpses become part of his workouts. He uses them to finish his training faster. Day by day, he becomes stronger. Seojin doesn't notice it at first, but he's already stepping out of the human range. And it comes in handy when one day a monster corpse turns out to be alive. It roars and stands up. The gray-haired fella tells his friend to run away and save himself. Our guy realizes that his friend is gonna die for sure as his heartbeat gets faster. A normal person could never defeat a monster, and even an awakened without magic wouldn't stand a chance. And a manticore is a 4-star threat. Even a pro hunter would struggle. Our awakened desperately thinks of any hunters around, and Seoyun comes to his mind as she was here just a second ago. However, Kim has no time. His friend is going to die before that. Hence, he decides to save him as he believes it's now or never. Our guy grabs a metal rod and leaps towards the manticore full strength. He tries to attack it, but it dodges the attack, and Seojin sees this as an opportunity to get Manchiol out of there. The gray-haired fella insists on helping, but our man informs him that that's going to get both of them killed as he tells him to run. Our awakened knows that he has to do this alone, and decides to buy time until the pro hunters come. Amidst his fear, when he desperately thinks what to do, the course recalls in the back of his mind, reminding him that he's the universe watching a world, wondering where it comes from and what it is. It's Siddhartha's words, which suddenly let Sojun's fearful, trembling mind go still. Then Chiron's words come across his mind, telling him to let his senses be the judge, and he successfully dodges the manticore's attack. Our fella lets his senses take over, and when he sees an opening for the attack, he wonders if he should attack, and if yes, then how. Shang is the next to guide him as he recalls his words about how to pluck a mountain is not simply about strength but rather about force of spirit. Kim Seojin believes he can do it, or he has to do it, and smashes the rod with full resilience and complete trust that it's gonna work. That's what it takes to move mountains, the strength to pluck a mountain technique. At that moment, Seoyun rushes to the scene, wondering what's this noise. Our dude is staggered as he realizes that it worked, and he just defeated a manticore. Meanwhile, the progress of Chiron's, Siddhartha's, and Xiang's courses increases by 10, 2.6, and 13%. Seoyun arrives at the scene, only to witness the sight where our guy, not even a hunter, and that with a steel bar, kills the monster. Seojin, on the other hand, rushes past her towards Manchiol, concerned if he's alright, while the gray-haired dude is blown away as to how his friend managed to do that. Our guy admits that he was worried and suggests he go to the hospital as he might be hurt. The supervisor tries to cover up the situation in front of the Sword Star's granddaughter and believes there was a little mistake. And all the workers are busy cheering our fella up for his accomplishment. That's when Seoyun realizes that she has finally found the right student. After the work, they all leave for their home, including Seojin, who reminds his friend to get checked out. Our dude glimpses at his course's progress. That went way up, way more than through the lessons, and admits that experience really is the best teacher. The problem is, he needs to be enrolled in a hunter academy to get the temporary license for dungeon raids, and the Transcendent Academy doesn't count. Thus he wonders if he should just save money and go to a real academy. As he's busy thinking about it, Seoyun calls him out, asking him if she could have a moment. Our dude suspiciously looks at her and recognizes her to be the hunter from earlier, wondering what she wants from him. Seoyun decides to be straightforward and asks him if he will meet her grandfather. To her surprise, Seojin almost immediately refuses, not interested. Utterly astonished, she tries to stop him while he just wants to get home and do his lessons. Seoyun Park has spent 31 years on this earth, and in those 31 years, no one has ever spoken to her like this. Our Awakened, after listening to her, asks her if what she means is that she wants him to join her Hunter Academy that exists only in name and has no students. This makes her ponder who the hell this guy is, who does weird exercises, and even though that manticore was in a weakened state, close to a 2-star threat, that doesn't change the fact that he still split it in half. That definitely seems like he's interested in being a hunter. Seoyun claims that they have everything, including great faculties and whatnot, but is cut off when Seojin informs her that he doesn't need a Hunter Academy. Desperation grows in the B-rank hunter, who offers her grandfather, the Sword Star, teaching him. However, our dude passes this offer as well when even the pro hunters would kill for this chance. The desperate hunter is determined that she can't let it end like this and proposes the written test, to which Kim states that he can do that on his own. She then offers him raids, believing that he will be missing out if he isn't registered. But our dude lets out that temporary certifications can only be issued by government-approved hunter academies, while she reveals that she is government-approved and claims that she will set it up so that he can raid as soon as he joins. This finally seems to work, as Seojin stops, and when she sees this, she declares to leave him alone if he doesn't need instructions. And the biggest clickbait, she claims to never ask him for any money at all. Our Awakened believes if she rubs his back, he rubs hers, and asks her what she wants in return. Seoyun proposes that until the Pro Hunter exam, he participates in all activities under her academy's name, and everywhere he goes, he tells people he's her student. Seojin finds the offer pretty good. It solves all his problems at once, and the benefits outweigh the costs. But he wonders why she's so interested in him. Park Seoyun admits that she sees potential in him, and for the first time, he smiles, thinking that they can use each other and benefit. They both shake hands and have a feeling they can help each other out. The next day, Manchul calls our dude, asking him if he said something to someone about the supervisor, since they have a new supervisor now. Kim, on the other hand, recalls yesterday's conversation with Seoyun when he asked her for a favor to tell their company that she doesn't like their supervisor and not trust him with monsters or something. He didn't think they would fire him like that, but lies to his friend that he didn't do anything and suggests that he probably resigned in shame after that incident. Manchul doesn't seem to believe that, but sees everybody happier. He asks him if he's on his way to the Hunter Academy, while he has just reached there. Our dude finds Seoyun already waiting for him with his temporary license, which she hands him. He was starting to worry, but seeing how she really did it, he's assured. He may not be a pro hunter yet, but this feels like the first real step. With that, he asks Park to tell him how to do the dungeon raid, while she decides to show him instead of telling him and asks him to pick his weapon first. Turns out, she already took the liberty of reserving a dungeon in advance. They arrive at the dungeon and enter it when our Awakened asks her why she's following him, as he thought she said she will leave him alone. Seoyun confesses that he's her only student. She can't leave him unattended on his first dungeon raid. She tells him to consider it as one-on-one tutoring for elite students. Since it's his first raid, she believes it's just a precaution. Generally, this dungeon only has kobolds, but she suggests not to let his guard down. Kobolds are a 2-star threat. This is the perfect place for a novice to mess around and get some hands-on experience. And thankfully, like the Manticore, Seojin believes it's easy to pierce their shield magic. Normally, non-magical attacks are blocked by these translucent shields, but oddly enough, our dude's non-magic attacks are working. As he slashes the kobolds with his spear and sees his course's progress going up, it makes him feel delighted. Even though it's not as high as the Manticore, it's pretty damn good for just 2 kobolds. And best of all, he can make money doing dungeon raids. Meanwhile, Seoyun looks at him, astonished, when he suggests that they speed it up. Kim Seojin feels this is just like grinding experience in a game. Seoyun was aware that our Awakened was kinda weird from the start, but ever since they got back from the dungeon raid, he's just been staring at a blank screen. In her POV, the screen is blank as she wonders how many hours he has been staring at that thing. And that's not the worst of it. Without proper training and on his first raid, our fella is killing kobolds like a 10-year-old veteran. He's hauling them himself to save on fees and doing those weird exercises again. She realizes that it won't be long until her grandfather notices she has a new student, and when he sees this, she doesn't know what will happen. It's past midnight when Seojin starts throwing tantrums that he hasn't even done one lesson. This makes Seoyun reconsider her life choices, as she wonders if she made the right choice. Meanwhile, our dude is on cloud 9 after seeing his bank balance. That is 9,510,000 won, all in one day. Hauling and processing by himself actually paid off, as he finds it all worth it. However, it did take him a lot of time, and he couldn't even finish the lesson yesterday. Our dude decides to ask Manchul if he's interested in doing the work since he's trustworthy, and he feels it would be nice to stay in touch. He believes his friend could even set up his own hauling company one day. Deciding to give him a call when he gets the chance, Seojin wonders what he should do now that he finally has some cash. Crossing the zebra crossing, he contemplates if he should save it or put it to better use. Even though raiding and making money is all great, our guy is disappointed that the course progress rate isn't what he hoped. He supposes that there's gotta be a faster way to get stronger, as strong as the Monkey King. Suddenly, realization hits him that he only got a glimpse of that course since he didn't have money before. and now that he has it, he decides to purchase it without a second thought. Clicking on the purchase, the fees of the course are revealed to be 27 billion won. This causes our poor fella to have a mental breakdown in the middle of the road while the people passing by give him weird looks. After his sulking session, he decides to worry about that course later and decides to look for gear. Muttering to himself, he believes he might as well be equipped right if courses are a no-go. Upon finding and opening the Transcendent Marketplace, it's revealed that training gear here is sold and made by successful graduates. Our pal is traumatized when he realizes that all they have is elixirs, the Shield of Aegis, and the Spear of Longinus, which are all mythical items. Even if they are replicas, they're all mythical items, and that too for training. Seojin isn't an expert, but even he can tell these items aren't run-of-the-mill. He figures that if they are graduates, that means they're transcendents. Thus, if they're casually selling transcendent crafted items from myth, he decides to just grab what he needs. Choosing the Spear of Longinus, he clicks on the purchase while the karma is calculated for the appropriate price. Later, Seojin is found doing push-ups aggressively as Seoyun asks him if something happened. Our fella continues to count as he concedes the fact that the price would be high. Even if it's a replica, it would be invaluable. He knew it would be expensive, but to be 100 million won, he's well aware that he can never have that much money. Our awakened sulks after realizing that it's always about money in the end. He can't even do 100 million for the spear. He wonders how he will ever get 27 billion for the Monkey King's course, and sighs, slumping. Seoyun calls him out, asking him if he's okay, and tells him about the academy tournament. Seojin seems to have heard of them, but he doesn't know the details. It is revealed that it's a tournament of hunter academies, where countless hunter academies compete to see where they stand. The B-rank hunter hands him some papers and states that he can think of it as a way to rank the academies. She reveals that there are lots of competitions like this, and the academy tournaments generally fall into Division 4. If Seojin does well in the tourney, he gets a chance to advance to higher divisions, and it raises the academy's profile and official recognition. The academies spare no expense to put forth their best prospects. Our dude contemplates if she's saying all this because she wants him to represent Dream Academy. She agrees while he computes that if he takes part in the academy tournament, his course progress might skyrocket. He sees this as another way to grind out experience. Hence, Seojin agrees, and as he sees Seoyun looking surprised, he reminds her that was their deal anyway. He asks her what tournaments are like, and she reveals that the exact details aren't released ahead of time, but the scoring is a combination of dungeon raids and single combat among competitors. And now that our fella thinks of it, he realizes that he's only battled with a manticore and some kobolds. He's never faced another student, but if he's going to compete, he wants to do it right, and ponders where he can find a sparring partner. Just then, he looks behind and finds Park Seoyun, asking her if she can spar with him. At last, she finally agrees to spar with him, while our fella sees this as a good opportunity since Seoyun is a B-class hunter. And furthermore, B-class trained under the famous Sword Star. Our dude has no idea where he stands, but he's actually been dying to know how strong she really is. Seoyun asks him if he's sure, reminding him that she's a B-class hunter. Seojin tells her to go easy on him, and she decides to hold back. Our guy rushes towards her, and as the B-class hunter thought, his moves are too obvious. He's fast, but his footwork is clumsy, and he telegraphs every attack with his eyes. What Seoyun saw in the kobold dungeon was impressive for sure, but she believes a student is a student. She doesn't know what he's trying to do with these attacks, but she decides to end this. She counterattacks, but to her surprise, our awakened manages to block a magical strike, even though his weapon should have flown out of his hands. Her sword should be at his neck, and this should be over. Our guy breathes heavily and declares that it's time to not hold back. Seoyun is confused about what's happening as she feels Seojin's attacks are faster and sharper. He's like a completely different fighter. Meanwhile, the course is recalled in our awakened's head, guiding him to make his attacks obvious while mixing it up with some fake-outs. It expresses that the point of making it obvious isn't to lose, but to make his opponent lose by using his half a brain against them. Our fella goes for an obvious attack to get an obvious defense, and then uses the recoil to string the next attack. And that catches Seoyun off guard, which allows him to pounce and deliver the final blow. The B-rank hunter is in shock to witness that, as she unconsciously goes full force to defend herself. She wonders what the hell that was and panics after seeing our guy smashed against a wall, spewing blood. Seojin assures that he's okay and laughs as he realizes that he's lost. Seoyun wonders if he actually thought he was going to win in a fight between a B-class pro and a mere student. Meanwhile, our dude acknowledges the fact that pros are pros for a reason. For him, it definitely wasn't like fighting monsters, as he feels that he has a long way to go. Just then, he's notified about the course progress being increased, just as he had hoped. This makes him understand that it really is about gaining experience. He wonders if they're free until the tournament and asks Seoyun if they can keep sparring in between dungeon raids. Our dude believes sparring with her was really helpful for him, while she ponders that she almost hurt him, yet he still wants more. He may be weird, but she now knows that he's eager to learn, so it's fine by her. And on top of that, she promised to do all she could. Thus, Seo-yun agrees and announces that the prize money is all his too if he wins. Seo-jun is flabbergasted to find out about the prize money, and when she mentions the prize money to be exactly 100 million won or so, our chap jolts up. Suddenly, a fierce spirit takes over him as he acts all hyped up and asks her if they have weights, or if he should just tear this concrete out. Seo-yun is traumatized to see her academy being destroyed while our dude starts working out with a piece of damn concrete in his hands. The B-rank hunter wonders what he's up to, and he assures her that it's fine while thanking her. 2 weeks later, it's the tournament day. A huge crowd is gathered as a boy makes it to the arena, finding the crowd bigger than he expected. He mutters to himself about the awakened being pretty normal, but still finds it rare to see hunters battle each other. He bets there are scouts here from guilds, mercenaries, and government agencies, while the people judge him, finding his character to be that of a classic exposition, as they wonder if he's just going to stand there monologuing. The boy makes it to the contestant room after asking for directions and feels intimidated by seeing so many people, wondering if he has to walk through them. He glimpses at the weapons of other contestants being all fancy and their bodies, huge and confident. He's busy noticing everyone, realizing that they're the best of each academy, when his eyes spot Kim Seo-jun, who has a dinky weapon using a jacket for a strap and is busy watching his phone. The boy hears other contestants gossiping about our fella, wondering who that scrap is and from what academy. They believe he must be questioning all the life decisions that got him here, while our awakened judges that they could at least try to whisper, and nonetheless decides to focus on his lessons. The contestants make fun of him for watching a blank screen as they belittle him. However, the boy finds our dude to be just like him. The thing that when you're new in school and pretend to look at your phone so you have something to do. The boy has gone through that pain and assumes that Seo-jun is all alone like him. The kindred soul of the boy reaches out to our guy and introduces himself as Mingi Lee. Mingi Lee is a 19-year-old awakened. Seo-jun also introduces himself and believes that Mingi must be a high schooler since he looks young. Mingi sits beside our guy and points out Deokshil Jang, a rising star from Quail Academy, who's a typical power class, uses an axe as his main, and is busy arguing with Cheolman. The hyper-focused Mingi moves on to Cheolman Lee, from Mint Academy, who has a unique twin-dagger fighting style. While Seo-jun squints his eyes as he didn't ask for the information, and realizes that he must be an exposition character. Our guy admits that he sure knows a lot about these people, and Lee reveals that he does do a fair amount of research. As Deokyeol and Cheolman are busy arguing, Junhwan Lee, from Revenant Academy, shuts them up, stating that their yapping is annoying. Everyone just goes quiet, and it is revealed that Junhwan is the #1 of his academy and of this tournament as well. Turns out he's the winner, and even though he wasn't going to compete because it was beneath him, Mingi guessed something must have happened. With that, he asks Seo-jun if he's heard of Swordstar, and reveals that there's a rumor that his granddaughter tried to recruit him. Our dude is blown away to hear that, while Mingi continues that Junhwan turned her down, the Swordstar's granddaughter, and our guy can very well imagine that. Meanwhile, Junhwan gets frustrated that he's stuck with these lowlives and kicks the trash bin out of anger. If only it weren't for his uncle's request to be moved up, he wouldn't be here. He wonders what's the point of being at the top of this trash heap, knowing no one will care if he wins. If he knew it would turn out like this, he would have just accepted Seo-yun's offer. A worthless academy, but at least she was the Swordstar's granddaughter. He believes that he could have got something out of it and left when she became useless. Suddenly, he sees Kim Seo-jun piercing his eyes at him as he ponders what that scrub is looking at. Mingi informs our guy that Junhwan is looking in their way, while he's busy thinking that if that guy is good enough for Seo-yun to recruit, he wonders how much course progress he would make fighting him. It is announced that the first round is going to start shortly, and all the contestants are requested to get ready. Seo-jun has spent the last 2 weeks trying to hit 30% on Chiron's and Xiang's courses. It's not that it makes him instantly stronger, but he can feel the difference with every step. The others might be more experienced than him, but he's been closing the gap. He's confident he can take any monster and any opponent. The first round is revealed to be a dungeon maze, which blows all our dudes' enthusiasm away. Round 1 of the tournament begins with the crowd all hyped up about it. A guy bumps into Seo-yun, who has disguised herself with a cap, yet the guy still finds her familiar. It is revealed that the first round is a dungeon maze, where attacking other players is forbidden, and the only goal is to escape. It's basically a test to see how they find their way around, and the audience believes that it's not that simple even out of official league competition. Defeating monsters probably drops hints or items to help escape, hence it's a classic test of dungeon raiding skills. They find everyone looking pretty high level out there, but seeing Junhwan, they're mind blown. One guy remarks that he's not a student but on a whole other level, while the other doesn't know who that guy is. They are certain that Junhwan is going to win the whole thing. Seo-yun is busy wondering why he's here when the guy turns around, and she quickly turns her head in the other direction while blocking her face with her hands. She's aware that if she gets recognized, she won't be able to observe quietly. She hopes Seo-jun is okay, while he's busy jabbing the wall with his spear, only to realize that he can't go through the walls. Our fella guesses that there's nothing to do but just solve the maze and slides his arm on the wall as he walks forth. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have looked for a Theseus lesson, as he bets there must have been some maze-solving tips. Theseus, mythological hero who killed the Minotaur and escaped from the labyrinth. He's walking when he meets a fork in the road and recalls everyone saying that he will eventually find an exit if he keeps one hand on a maze wall. Seojin decides to go left when he senses a strange feeling that tells him to go the other way. Our awakened contemplates if this is the sixth sense Chiron mentioned, instinct. He nervously steps in that direction, hoping that the instinct knows what it's doing. He finds it weird but is distracted when an announcement is made about Seokmin Cho from Scar Academy being eliminated. Our fella wonders why he hasn't fought any monsters when, according to the announcements, everyone's battling monsters. Suddenly realization hits him, as he mulls if instinct is protecting him from monsters too. He wonders if he gets 100% progress in metamorphosis, will he be able to predict the future or see the enemy approaching before they move? Seojin feels thrilled just even thinking about it when Mingi Lee calls him out, warning him to be more careful since the monsters could be anywhere. All the excitement in our guy is gone after he sees Mingi, wondering where he'd come from. Mingi mentions him moving with so much certainty, anxious if he knows something he doesn't. Our awakened reveals that he's just going with instinct, and this leaves the mediocre hunter astonished to find him wandering without a plan. Knowing that it's dangerous, he declares that he has a good method, and demonstrates that if our guy keeps one hand on a wall and follows it all the way, he can get out of any maze. Seo-jun, already aware of that, argues that it's going to take too long as he proclaims to keep doing his own thing. Mingi tries to look out for him by telling him that he's going to get lost, and Kim implies that there's no need for him to follow him, and that makes him question why he is even following him in the first place. The Norm Hunter reveals that it's because he thinks they're the same, as he's on his own, and saw him on his own too. Realization hits Seojin as he now gets the reason why he came up to him earlier. Meanwhile, Mingi believes it would be smarter for the weak to stick together. Our dude is in disbelief to hear himself being called weak, and guesses that he doesn't look like much. Lee decides to show him something that keeps him motivated in hard times, and it turns out to be a picture of his cute sister. Our awakened agrees with him and tries to leave, but the clingy dude grabs his feet and suggests that they go together. Even after refusing, Kim finds him to be so persistent, and guesses that it's scary at his age, even as an awakened. Mingi warns him that it's dangerous while our dude is in a war within himself, contemplating whether he should take him or not. Seojin asks him why he's here alone when he has a sister and a family, and Lee lets him know that his family died, and now it's just him and his sister. This reminds our lad of his younger self as he goes silent, while the mediocre hunter regrets sharing that, as he assumes that he made him uncomfortable. He tries to assure Kim that they're fine, and it was a long time ago. When Seojin admits that he's right, they're the same. He declares that they can stick together for now, but the prize money is his. Therefore, after this round, they will go their own ways. Mingi keeps asking him questions, being doubtful, while our guy reminds him that his job is to keep up. At last, they reach what seems like a dead end as the mediocre hunter finally catches up. Seojin slides his hand across the wall and pushes it, only to be welcomed by cheers. It's announced that the first contestant has escaped the maze and a new record has been made. The audience is in disbelief, wondering who the guy is, while Seo-yoon finds that it's none other than Seo-jun, who walks out nonchalantly, not having to deal with a single monster. Mingi has no idea what's going on. He bumped into Seojin, they agreed to work together for a bit, and then the round 1 results were announced. With our awakened being ranked first, Mingi at second, Junhwan at third, and so on. Chaos spreads among the people as they witness the first place completing the maze in 27 minutes. They murmur if that is even possible, wondering what academy the guy is from, etc. What's more surprising is the fact that Junhwan Lee was a shoo-in for first, and to not even come in second is insane. Junhwan approaches Seojin, hovering above him as he just glares at him, while our fella recognizes the red-haired dude, wondering what he wants from him and what's with that look. As Kim is about to say something, Junhwan cuts him off, not knowing what he was thinking, and declares that our guy just got lucky. People laugh and insult Seojin, wishing that they had that kind of luck. Our dude decides to get back to his lessons, ignoring what people say about him. Later, it is revealed that Kim is up against the ace giant from Quail Academy, Deokyeol Jang, who is announced to respond with a brick wall in the face of fancy technique. Deokyeol believes that his opponent got lucky and guesses that his luck's run out now that he's up against him. The match begins, and as they're announced to fight, Deokyeol springs towards Seojun as he claims to show him where he can stuff his luck, while Kim smirks at him, ready to fight. Meanwhile, Mingi in the waiting room wonders if his friend will be okay, but seeing his opponent, he guesses he should be concerned about himself. His opponent turns out to be Junhwan, and that fact makes his body tremble. He recalls the words that he hasn't fought yet and he's planning to lose, or forfeit or give it your all. Who knows what could happen? Lee clenches his fists as he realizes that it's not just Junhwan, but even Deokyeol and Cheolmin too, who are all from famous academies. He believes that nobodies like them don't stand a chance, and as he contemplates if it's too late to forfeit, he witnesses the unbelievable. It is announced that they already have a winner of the tournament that just started, and that is Kim Seojin from Dream Academy. In the waiting room, we see Junhwan and Mingi, who shuffles in his seat and snaps up as he proclaims that he's ready, while the red-haired dude grits his teeth out of anger. In a black flash, we see the referee, who comes and announces the details of the second round. It's revealed to be a one-on-one tournament, and since this is a Division 4 competition, no magic weapons are allowed, but magical strength boosts are permitted, while the referees are authorized to stop the fight should any competitor be unable to continue. Seojin calculates that there are going to be 16 matches since 32 people made it past round 1. As he's wondering how the brackets will turn out, a player calls out the referee and claims to forfeit, leaving him stunned. Meanwhile, Seoyun takes a sigh of relief as she almost got noticed when she called our fella out earlier. She was so shocked that she forgot herself because who thought he would come in first? Thus, the B-rank hunter decides to go back when it settles down, when she overhears the conversation at the betting window. They thought 32 people made it to round 2 as they question how they are already at the semi-finals. It is revealed that everyone else forfeited. The bald dude believes it's no use since Junhwan Lee's gonna win, wondering who'd be stupid enough to bet on anyone else. When a guy shows up with a suitcase and declares to bet 1 billion won on Kim Seojin, everyone there is left in utter shock, pondering if this dude is serious. They try to explain to him that our fella got lucky and that he's from some nobody school called Dream Academy. Seoyun sees the guy as she wonders who he is. On the other hand, in the waiting room we see players forfeiting while Mingi whispers that it's actually pretty common in Division 4. Since the students from the big academies always dominate, there are even rumors that Junhwan doesn't hold back, contest or not. Mingi thinks it's just a Division 4 tourney, not worth getting seriously hurt over. With so many strong guys here, he believes they will probably end up as speed bumps for the big academy wins. This forfeiting is a better option. And just like that, only 5 remained, with the first match between Seojun and Daeokyeol, while the second match between Junhwan and Mingi Lee, and Cheolmin advances by default. Kim came in first place in round 1, therefore he wonders if he wins one more match, is it going to lock up the whole tourney? Just then, he sees Mingi trembling in fear, and when he asks him the reason, he questions our awakened, how come he's not nervous when the matches are starting soon. While Junhwan is his opponent, Seojin lets out that he hasn't even fought him, and yet he's already planning to lose. Mingi mentions that it's almost certain that he's gonna lose, while our dude tells him to just forfeit. The mediocre hunter lets him know he can't do that as well, and the referee shows up, calling out Seojin and Daeokyeol in the stadium for the first match. Our fella stands up while he advises Mingi to forfeit or give it his all, and who knows what will happen. Lee grabs him, asking him if he's not worried, and Kim reveals that he's just wondering how many experience points he will get out of this. The host announces the second round of the 63rd Academy Tournament and introduces the contenders. The new Dungeon Maze record holder and the mysterious newcomer, Kim Seojin. Our dude feels that they're really hyping this up. Daeokyeol aggressively leaps towards Seojin, landing a powerful attack, but they're easily dodged by our guy. The host declares that it looks like it wasn't just luck that got him here. Daeokyeol is baffled as to what's with this guy, when he's killing himself here trying to land an attack and nothing is working. The furious guy pulls out his magic-infused axe and challenges him to see if he can dodge that. To his surprise, our awakened makes his axe go flying away by using his spear. Daeokyeol trembles and flops on the ground. The host believes that the unbelievable has happened, as they already have a winner of the match. The bulky fella is in disbelief that he was overpowered by Seojun and lost. While the winner is announced to be Kim Seojin of the Dream Academy, our dude is disappointed after seeing the course's progress, wondering if that's all he gets. The whole point of this for him was to make rapid course progress, and with all the forfeits, he only gets 2 matches. While the remaining days for the free pass of the courses keep ticking down, our guy realizes that he won't have enough money to buy weapons and recharge his pass, and now the only choice he has is to win the prize money. Mingi's voice breaks his trance, who's all excited about him being that strong and all. Seojin informs him that he never said he was weak to begin with. And that's when the referee comes in and asks the contestants, Junhwan and Mingi Lee, to move forward for match 2. The arrogant dude bumps into the mediocre fella as he walks out, while he calls out Kim and reminds him of how he said they were the same. He reveals that he felt that there was something about him right away, like a kinship or something. And seeing him beat Daeokyeol, Mingi confesses that it made him happy as if he had won too. He admits that things never really go his way, and he's not as skilled or as strong as Seojin, but he wants to be someone his little sister can look up to. The referee calls him out as Kim wishes him good luck and declares to see him in the final. In the stadium, Mingi tries to assure himself that he can do this, taking deep breaths when Junhwan tells him to shut up already. He finds everything about this guy pathetic, and even more that he's part of this joke tournament. The referee declares to go over the rules again before the match starts, while Junhwan glares at the mediocre hunter, who trembles with fear. The red-haired can tell just by even looking at him that he's nothing but a prey waiting to be devoured. And for an apex predator like him, it's overkill. He believes that Mingi doesn't know how lucky he is to even be facing him, and infers that he should have been declared the winner already, instead of lowering himself to face this contemptible garbage. The arrogant brat witnesses Mingi positioning his sword, and is left shocked to see him even trying. He wonders if he thinks he stands a chance against him and asks the referee about the holdup. The ref lets him know that they will make an announcement soon, when the host asks the contestant if they're ready. The match begins with Junhwan relentlessly leaping onto Mingi like a wild predator while he tries to keep up with his attacks. Junhwan intensely hits the mediocre fellow with the back of his sword as he spats that insects like him should know their place. Mingi falls to his knees as he coughs out blood and wonders if it's over. Realization hits him that he's no match for him at all, let alone thinking about winning or losing. He wanted to become someone his sister can be proud of, but he isn't good enough. Nonetheless, Mingi gets back on his feet and is determined to land one hit at least, in order to prove to himself that he can. In the end, Junhwan Lee from the Revenant Academy is the winner, which is no surprise at all. People mutter about him while he's standing there blank-faced, with a cut on his cheek. The red-haired dude is in disbelief that a loser managed to hit him, while he hears people saying that it should have been easier against a loser like that, as they guess that Lee isn't such a big deal after all. Junhwan is infuriated to be looked down upon as he declares to forfeit. That being said, he hits Mingi and lets out that it's an insult to be here. At this tournament of gutter trash and in this division of goddamn failures, the referee tries to stop him and warns him that the match is over. Hence, if he doesn't stop, he will be disqualified. Junhwan reminds him that he's forfeited already, and wonders if he's the only one disgusted by these cockroaches cosplaying as hunters. He steps on Mingi's head and crushes it with his leg when Seojin appears in front of him, trying to hit him with his spear. Our dude was gonna hold off till the final, but he guessed it can't wait because Junhwan needs to learn his lesson. Seojin tells Junhwan to get his foot off Mingi's head, but he crushes it even more and asks what if he doesn't want to. Our Awakened flings his spear, making him move back instantly while he checks up on Mingi. Lee makes fun of them by calling them two peas in a pod and acts emotional. Kim lets out that something must have really gone wrong in his life that he thinks it's okay to just step on people. Junhwan realizes that he doesn't get it, and clarifies that he doesn't belong here, either of them, finding it insulting. Our fella states that they have as much right to be here as him, but the arrogant brat finds it nonsense that they're all equal, and that life is fair, etc. He questions him if he thinks trying his best is enough, sarcastically asking him if he wants a medal for that. The audience is baffled as to what's going on and why the refs or anyone aren't putting a stop to this. Meanwhile, one of the refs argues that they have to stop them, when the other one breaks it to him that the higher-ups have ordered them to hold back. Seoyun seems to be concerned for Seojin while Junhwan laughs as he asks him if he really doesn't know how the world works. He states that if he's walking and Kim gets in his way, he gets crushed, and that's the natural order. He believes that's what happens to insects. And this leaves our Awakened shook, as he used to think the same thing. 9 long years preparing to be a pro hunter. Just hitting wall after wall. No money. Nothing. No matter how hard Seojin tried. His best efforts barely kept his head above water. He got nowhere. To him, nothing's more pathetic than clinging to impossible dreams. Countless times he told himself to give up while he still could, wondering whether he would ever make it. He was delusional, because it's terrifying to face reality, and yet he was told this. Seojin doesn't give a damn where Junhwan thinks his place is and pounces towards him. The ref tries to butt in, but it's too late, while the red-haired dude sighs as he assumes that he's really lost it. An intense fight takes place between them, and Kim realizes that he's strong and now understands why they were talking him up. He never once doubted he was going to beat Daeokyeol, but now he's in doubt. Our Awakened shrugs the negative thoughts off, knowing he can't think like that and waste time worrying. Thus, he decides to go with the flow and follow instinct. As a result, Seojin manages to hit Junhwan with his spear while the ref tries to stop them. The arrogant bastard knows he's the predator. They reign supreme over any prey, but seeing Seojin's eyes piercing through him, he scoffs. He wonders how this weakling can have the eyes of a predator, but then guesses that anyone can mimic a look. Our fella manages to block Junhwan's attack, and it seems that he's getting better the more they fight. The red-haired dude wonders if he's imagining it, or if he's really getting better, like wrestling a cub as it turns into a lion. The last straw for Lee is the fact that Seojin fended him off, hence he furiously pulls out the Aura Sword. Seeing the Aura Sword, our guy is aware that he won't be able to stop this. Not without magic. The refs strictly warn Junhwan to stop as people rush towards them, while Seojin knows that he has to dodge this with all he's got. Even though his brain is telling him to dodge, he doesn't want to. Like dodging this would throw away everything he's worked for. At that moment, our Awakened hears Xiang Yu's words in the back of his mind. Xing said that one of his students asked him why he entered the enemy camp alone if the fight was already lost. That was right. It was over, and there was no way out. That was the first time Yu felt real fear, knowing that he would be defeated. And yet he fought on just because he had to. He advised his students to attack with everything they have even if all is lost. He believed that they could have the strength to move mountains, but without this, they would lose. At last he declared a delusional fighting spirit is what it takes, the strength to pluck a mountain. Seojin realizes that Xiang fought and lost and fought again, and that's why he became the conqueror. Lee and Kim pounce at each other with full strength, and the impact makes the stadium go blinded by the dust. Everyone is left shook, wondering what just happened. When the dust is gone, an exhausted Seojin is revealed along with an unconscious Junhwan, who plops to the ground. The stadium is filled with claps and cheers from the audience, who chant Seojin's name. Seoyin can't seem to believe what she's witnessing. As she remembers 2 weeks ago, our dude could barely handle the magic sword attack, and now he can withstand an aura sword. She's baffled as to how he got this strong when she spots the guy from the betting window who bet on Seojin. The guy trembles with utter shock as he can't believe his eyes. Seoyin wonders what's with him and admits that she herself is surprised, but he's completely shaken. Like some fundamental belief has been shattered. Suddenly, she remembers that he bet on our guy to win, and when she looks back again, the guy is nowhere to be found. Later, we see Kim trudging exhaustingly across the pavement. As he sighs, remembering that he was disqualified, the manager told him that Junhwan Lee's behavior was also out of line, but he had forfeited. While our dude interfered in the match, ignoring multiple warnings from the referee and was in complete violation of the rules. Seojin admits that he's not wrong, and it's fine with him, but he's curious about what will happen to Junhwan. The manager reveals that he's definitely disqualified too, since the use of an aura sword can only mean he had deadly intent. It's possible that he may avoid prosecution, but he will be banned from the Pro Hunter examination for 5 years. In the end, Cheolmin Lee became the winner by default. Mingi came in second, and Deo Kaol ended up third. Our dude notes that at least his course progress went up, especially from fighting Junhwan. He finds it a huge gain, and now he's finally over 50% in Xiang's course. Now that Seojin thinks about it, he believes that the surge in strength when he was fighting might have been from breaking the halfway point. He's busy contemplating whether he can start a new course when a tap on his shoulder distracts him. Turns out it's Seoyun, who's worried if he's alright or hurt. Our fella carelessly stretches as he informs her that he's pretty tough, and the B-rank hunter is relieved to know that. Seojin apologizes to her that he couldn't win because he intervened, but she assures him that it's fine and there's no need for him to apologize. In fact, she asks him if he's okay since he was really looking forward to that prize money. At that moment, realization hits our guy as he throws a tantrum about it. He's having an emotional breakdown thinking about Longinus's spear and how he still has to renew the courses. Seoyun is curious about what he planned on doing with the money, and Kim lets her know that there was a weapon he had his eye on. Our awakened pulls himself together, thinking it's fine because even though he's disappointed, he would have regretted it more if he hadn't intervened. He believes the money will work out itself. Suddenly, Mingi shows up, calling Seojin out as he tries to reach him and asks him if he's leaving. The B-rank hunter ducks her hat, trying to hide her identity, while Mingi gathers the courage and declares that he hopes he can be like our dude someday. Kim is left speechless for a moment, but then lets out that it could be tough, leaving both of them surprised. Seojin is aware that Mingi just doesn't have what it takes to be a pro hunter in this day and age. He does believe nothing is impossible if we try hard enough, but reality tends to get in the way of dreams. Our guy mentions that there's plenty of other things he could get good at as he's still young and encourages him not to get discouraged. The mediocre fella guesses he's right and clarifies that he didn't mean to kill the mood and just wanted to say bye after sensing the air tense. Mingi thanks Seojin for everything, and as he turns around to leave, our guy instructs him not to listen to anyone's advice about what he can or can't do, including his own. He tells him that he lacks skill and that's a fact, and people will tell him he can't do it. It won't happen, but Kim reminds him that it's his life to live, not someone else's, and if he wants to do it, he should do it, and that's it. Mingi turns around, a crying mess as he sobs. Seoyun, after he leaves, confesses that our guy is full of surprises and thinks that he's made a new fan. However, our awakened reminds her that what they need are more students, not fans, as he regrets not telling Mingi about Dream Academy. Seoyun, on the other hand, gleams as she realizes that he said we, and offers to buy Seojin a weapon for his troubles, leaving him in disbelief. She tells him to think of it as a scholarship, and reveals that she knows a good place through her grandfather. Our fella agrees and warns her that he has expensive taste. Meanwhile, a guy stomps inside, asking if the master is inside. It is told to him that he's not to be interrupted during meditation, but the guy reveals it's urgent, and steps inside regardless of everyone trying to stop him. Manchiol, the Sword Star's aide, enters inside and makes his presence known to his master, who reminds him that he made it clear he wasn't to be interrupted, asking him if he dares to disobey him. The master's aura is so incredible that Manchiol can't even move, as he informs him that it's about Seoyun. He reveals that she took part in the academy tournament, and they're still finding details about it. However, it's clear that she's got a new student, and Manchiol assures he can deal with it. But the master refuses and declares to see for himself who this student is. The master turns out to be the Sword Star, Minchil Park. We see Seojun, who's almost done with his daily assignment, when Seoyun walks in on him. She glares at him while his back faces her, and as our guy turns around, he sees her and lets out that it kind of feels like she's burning a hole in the back of his head. Seoyun wonders what gave him that idea and mentions how he was so excited about getting a new weapon and so picky at the workshop and decided to get nothing in the end. Our fella claims that he didn't want to put her out, but that's kinda hard for the B-rank hunter to digest because that surely doesn't sound like him. Seojin realizes that she knows him too well, while the reason why he didn't pick any weapon is just that he can't get those transcendent weapons out of his head. He curses the karma calculation when he remembers that he decided to ask Seoyun for cash instead and save up for Longinus's spear, but the price went up again. It looks like the karma calculation changes every time he tries to use a shortcut. Meanwhile, Seoyun apologizes that she tried to do something for him and declares never to make that mistake again. Seeing him sulking, she asks him what form of magic he is using. Our Awakened seems to be clueless about it when she tells him that to use magic, he has to learn magic forms. Seeing him do dungeon raids, it's clear to her that he knows how, and the tournament wasn't novice stuff either, but she states that he's never used it in front of her. Seojin realizes that he still hasn't learned any magic. Magic forms are the collected techniques of how to use magic. Everyone has their own methods, ranging from rudimentary to advanced. Every Hunter Academy teaches their own patented magic forms. Our dude remembers that one of the reasons why he was saving up to go to a famous academy was this. He asks Seoyun if she teaches Sword Star magic here, but she refuses almost immediately, declaring that it's expressly forbidden. Seojin guesses if that were the case, there'd be a line out the door here. Nonetheless, the B-rank hunter offers to teach him the magic forms she's created. Our fella is shocked to find that out, while Seoyun mentions that she's always been interested in teaching methods, wondering why he sounds so surprised. Kim stutters as he confesses that's cool, but deep down he knows it's probably not at the Sword Star's level. Even so, he's mindful that magic forms are essential for hunters, and fighting Junhwan made it clear to him how big a disadvantage not knowing magic is. Our dude contemplates if he should sign up for a magic course now as he makes calculations if he can handle the load. Seoyun has a furrowed expression on her face, while she wonders if it's that surprising she'd have her own methods. In the end, she gets an idea that he is not interested and decides to leave him alone to train. Seojin asks her where she's going, and she lets him know that she's got a lot to do, but our fella knows her well enough to know she's not busy, as he makes fun of her. The B-rank hunter gets pissed off and instructs him to just lock up after she's not around. Our Awakened assures her not to worry, and gets back to thinking what course he should take after she leaves. Meanwhile, Seoyun stomps out of the academy, embarrassed, as she really has nothing to do. Seojin ends up choosing Instructor Merlin's course about magic, where he reveals that there are strict rules of cause and effect that control the world, and yet, there exist methods to flip and twist those rules, and that is magic. Our fella nods as he tries to understand what Merlin is saying, but he's so lost, finding it almost as bad as Siddhartha's course. When Merlin stops explaining and encourages students to try it themselves, suddenly, a notification of a daily assignment pops up as Seojin decides to give it a try. He feels like it should be doable because of Chiron's lessons. Our guy senses the magic but is clueless as to how he should shape it, wondering if he's approaching this wrong. He recalls Merlin's words about magic being about connecting the real world to the one in his imagination. The instructor tells him what he sees in his mind's eye. He has to pull it out into the world and impose his will onto reality itself. It is the awesome power of something that comes from nothing, the manifestation of magic itself, the aura. Seojin sees a magic sphere appearing as he realizes this is it. Even though the size of it is so tiny, he wonders if that counts, but Merlin refuses. Our dude is sure he will get better at it when he hears someone calling him out. Turns out it's the Sword Star, who at first is not familiar to Kim, but then he realizes who it is. The Sword Star came to see this so-called student of Seoyun, and finds him casually standing there with what is clearly a magic sphere. He thinks he may look foolish, but a normal student could never do something so remarkable. And from his experience, someone like our guy would only come to the Dream Academy for one reason, and that is to take advantage of his granddaughter. Minchul questions Seojin what he's doing here, while he snaps and lets out that it's a pleasure to meet him as he introduces himself. Our Awakened never thought that the Sword Star would suddenly show up and finds it an honor to meet him as he bows out of respect. He asks Minchul if he's here to see Seoyun and breaks it to him that he's missed her. The old man is in disbelief to see the young man in front of him calling his teacher by her name. He wonders how he is resisting the force he's exuding, as no one but an S-class hunter could withstand it. Our fella can't feel any force, making him ponder if the unwavering mind training is working. Minchul warns him to tell the truth about why he's here, because with the skill he has, he can go anywhere, so why come to his granddaughter? The old man stomps towards him, demanding truth, while Seojin tries to justify himself, blurting out that he seems to have a wrong idea about this. But Park is not ready to listen to anything as he claims to squeeze the truth out of him and slashes his sword with tremendous strength. Seojin tumbles away to save his life, shocked and confused. Meanwhile, Seoyun gets to know her grandfather has stepped out as she came to meet him. She questions when he will be back, but it seems no one knows except Mr. Seo as he didn't mention. The B-rank hunter was going to tell her grandfather about Seojin. wondering where he went. On the other hand, Minchul approaches Seojun, asking him the reason why he's here. Seoyun had hoped to keep her new student a secret, but after the tournament, there was no way the word wouldn't get out. She wanted to get ahead of any issues, but she didn't know what to do. Just then, Seo appears as he calls Seoyun out. It's such a rare treat for him to see her here while she was just about to ask for him. The B-class hunter mentions that he came here to meet grandfather, and this makes Seo flinch. He reveals that the master went to visit her academy, and as she hears that, she rushes to leave. The worker there is curious about where she's off to in such a hurry. Meanwhile, Seoyun realizes that she miscalculated. She knew he would come, but wasn't expecting him to be here this soon. She sprints towards her academy, knowing the situation is bad, and how it's going to be a disaster without her there to stop Minchul. On the other hand, Seojun wonders what is going on as he sees a sheath in the Sword Star's hand. He realizes that the attack was just a sheath and guesses that he's not trying to kill him. The old man addresses our fella as a scoundrel, asking him what game he is playing. Kim tries to explain that he's got the wrong idea, but Minchul asks him if he takes him for a fool. Witnessing Seojun, a simple student, manifesting magic and casually dodging his attacks. The Sword Star attacks yet again, and our boy dodges again. He tries to make him listen, but it seems he doesn't want to listen to anything as he calls him a miscreant. Our dude feels jabbed as he hears that and can't really figure out what he did wrong. Mincheol declares that he's forcing him to squeeze the truth out of him. And this leaves Kim in disbelief because he's not even listening to a word he says. Our awakened gulps and forgets that the Sword Star is going to listen to anything. He sees this as an opportunity, knowing that the old man is not going for the kill, because if that were the case, he would already be dead. Sky beyond the sky, no matter how high you go, someone is always higher, and that's the Sword Star. He's the closest thing to the ideal hunter, and now is the chance for Seojun to see how he measures up. Our guy feels thrilled as he clenches his spear while Minchul glares at him, noticing that something's changed. Decades of hunters have crossed the Sword Star's path, and none of them could ever look him in the eye until now. He finds Kim intimidating and wonders what he wants from Seoyun. The conflict continues as Seojun struggles to hold off Mincheol's attacks. He can't even sense his attacks, let alone see them. Our dude freezes up as he realizes every single attack is beyond his ability to comprehend. He doesn't know how long he can hold out and crashes into the wall back as he attacks. The old man tells him to just answer his question and it will be over, but Seojun refuses to give up. He can't let it end like this. He is convinced he can do more, but his tricks don't work on the Sword Star as he's pushed back. Kim believes he might have a chance when he's going easy on him and snaps up, only to see Minchul already at his face. Our awakened desperately wishes for one chance to finish it and wonders how. He dodges the old man's attack when Merlin's words are recalled to his mind. With all he's got, he swings his spear with immense power, but the Sword Star manages to dodge it. Seojun flops to the ground when the old man rebukes him that he showed his true colors. Our dude is utterly offended because all he's doing is defending himself. It hurts to even talk as he wonders where the hell Seoyun is. Hearing her name again, Minchul's rational thoughts are snipped off as he guesses that Kim has a death wish. The crazy old man approaches him as he decides to fulfill his death wish, and as he's about to land an attack, Seoyun shows up, questioning her grandfather what the hell he is doing. Seoyun enters at the perfect timing, saving Seojun's ass from getting beaten up. Our guy whines that it hurts while the grandfather taunts him that a real man wouldn't make a fuss over a few scratches. Pissed, Seojun mocks the old man in return, saying that a real man would be more reasonable to deal with, and he's met more reasonable attack dogs. Grandfather approaches to beat his ass up again, but our guy hides behind Seoyun and, squirming, he goes on to rant about how the old man attacked him for no reason just because he's the Sword Star. Feeling remorse, Seoyun stops her grandfather and apologizes to Kim for putting him through this. But our boy tells her to overlook it since it's just a few bruises. Poor Seoyun bows to him, feeling embarrassed. The atmosphere gets a bit awkward, and Seojun decides to leave them both to it. The teacher even asks our boy to send any hospital bills to her. After he leaves, Seoyun furiously glares at her grandfather and states that they need to talk. Now that they're standing face to face, words fail to come out of Seoyun's mouth. Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted by her grandfather who warns her to stay away from this boy Seojun, claiming that he's suspicious. This takes her by surprise, and yet again she struggles to make her grandfather understand. Her memories unfold before her eyes as she recalls how her grandfather has never listened to her, not even once. Seoyun barely managed to open her hunter academy before he ruined it too. While it may seem that he's too overprotective, her grandpa came and bullied every student that came, hence they all left. She gets why her grandpa acted like this, because those students might have had some ulterior motives, and for that reason, she never tried to stop her students. But this once, she decides to stand up for herself, just as the grandfather commands Seoyun to get rid of Seojun this instant. However, she lashes out and immediately refuses because deep down, she's certain that Seojun is different, and she refuses to let him go. Seoyun fights with her grandpa and makes it clear that it's her academy so she won't be listening to him. Plus, she presumes that it's only been a month since she met Seojun, barely enough time to be meaningful. and yet there's something about it. She couldn't help but admit that whenever she looks at Kim, she feels different, and gets a feeling that she wants to keep doing this, together. Meanwhile, the grandfather calls Seo-jun a bastard, and makes Seo-yun understand that she doesn't know anything, but she adamantly declares that she wants to find out herself, clarifying that she can't live under her grandpa's shadow forever. The silence takes over the room and Seo-yun is hit by a realization that she said too much. She apologizes to her grandpa for shouting at him, and leaves after stating that she won't be listening to him this time. Eyes widened, the grandfather is rendered speechless since Seo-yun had never raised her voice at him, nor stood her ground like this. The scene takes us to a flashback, where in a city a dungeon breach occurs and mayhem breaks out. In the midst, the grandfather learns about his son losing his life. That day, Seo-yun, his granddaughter, lost both her parents and looked at him with innocent eyes, lost and alone. That's the day the grandpa promised himself that he would make her strong enough to stand on her own. He gave her the toughest love of all, adamant that she would learn the sword no matter what. He tried to make Seo-yun a hunter who would follow in his footsteps, but somehow his dream became too self-centered, and he never really cared about what Seo-yun wanted to do. Shortly, Seo-yun expressed her desire to be a teacher, and the grandfather lashed out at her since all that training went down in vain. He imposed his decision on Seo-yun and dragged her along for 30 years, even when he knew that it was driving her away from him. Coming to the present scene, the grandfather, left alone in the room, sighs deeply and realizes that it's the result of his own decisions. After that, the scene flips to Kim Seo-jun, and as he's strolling towards the academy, our boy gets reminded of Seo-yun's evil grandfather since he almost got beaten up yesterday. Just as he's thinking about it, the thought crosses his mind that Seo-yun manifested that it's going to happen. That's when we get to know that, last night, he got a call from her, and she explained to Kim all about her situation and her relationship with her grandfather, and what happened to her old students. Our guy got the sense of what she'd been through and why the Sword Star had acted like that. But still, Kim is mad at the fact that the Sword Star beat the crap out of him like that, believing that the old man owes him an apology. Seo-jun makes up his mind that this won't happen again and checks his course progress after beating the Sword Star just a little bit. Our guy is happy with his progress, and just as he enters the room, he's greeted by the Sword Star who awaits him, ready to beat his ass again. Kim freezes in his movements, totally taken aback. Our guy then reveals everything to the old man about the agreement, but the Sword Star still glares at him suspiciously, asking Kim if he's not hiding anything. The old man can't bring himself to believe that Seo-yun isn't lying, but his latent power and strength make no sense to him for a mere student. Suspicions aside, the old man is bothered by his presence in an unexplainable way. Nonetheless, our guy asks for his leave if they're done and lets out that he needs to start his training for the day. At that moment, the Sword Star ponders that he'll be able to see what Kim is hiding if he sees him training. Time passes, and the Sword Star awkwardly finds himself staring at Seo-jun, who's totally lost in his phone, especially since the screen is blank. He's convinced that something's not right with our boy. The old man finally snaps and questions Kim if he's meditating. Our guy responds that he's kind of meditating, and the Sword Star begins nagging him, stating that it's all a discipline of the mind. But our guy miserably ignores the old man, making him question his existence. To grab Seo-jun's attention, the Sword Star offers to teach him some moves directly, and it's not a surprise that this does the trick. Just as the Sword Star gets his hopes up high to teach him something, our fella straight refuses, crushing the old man's pride. Seo-jun bluntly tells the old man that he can't concentrate on his training when shortly Seo-yun barges into the room. She freaks out after seeing her grandfather, who impatiently whispers to her that something is off about the boy Seo-jun, and even said that he's interested in training with the Sword Star. The old man rambles on about how he keeps staring at his phone like a maniac in the name of training. Well, Seo-yun doesn't seem surprised and softly confesses that Kim is always like that. The Sword Star is left stunned after knowing that Kim's anomaly is actually normal. After that, Seo-yun greets her student and they both start talking. The old man gives Kim a death stare since he speaks nonsense, yet his granddaughter takes everything he says with a smile. He couldn't help but notice that Seo-yun has never been so happy, wondering if Kim amuses her so. The old man recalls how somber Seo-yun has been all her life, and now he couldn't stand Kim being all mushy with his precious granddaughter. Just as he's about to explode, the Sword Star's man frantically barges into the room to report an urgent matter. The associate informs the old man that the Order of Truth have asked for him. Scoffing, the Sword Star arrogantly lets out that if it's something so important they can come to him. But the associate reveals that Dame Kalia herself requested it, making the old man gasp in disbelief. The associate nervously opens up that Dame Kalia has requested Seo-jun's presence, which leaves everyone by surprise. The old man suspects Seo-jun and thinks that he was with the Order of Truth this whole time because there's no way someone like Dame Kalia knows him. Our guy is mad at the personal attack and responds that he doesn't know either. In the meantime, Seo-yun recalls seeing a suspicious hooded man at the tournament and speculates that he might be involved in this. Even so, the old man doesn't get why Dame herself got involved, and Seo Yun corroborates with Mr. Seo if there was anything about a member of the order at the tournament. In the corner, Seo Jun scratches his head in bafflement and asks if it's important to go since it's a hassle. But Seo Yun frantically yells at him and reveals that the Order of Truth, especially the 7 Apostles, are held in the highest esteem by the nation. Dame Kalia is expected to be the next apostle of purity. To be called by someone of her position is unthinkable. But Kim's dumbass hesitates, since he doesn't want to meet a foreigner he's never heard of and instead use that time for training. That's when Mr. Seo murmurs about Dame Kalia being truly amazing. The Sword Star wonders how, and the associate unfolds that she predicted that Seojin would decline the invitation, hence she prepared an offer in that case. The luring offer is that Dame decides to give Kim Seojin 100 million won just for showing up. Low-key, our guy feels like he's hit the jackpot since it was exactly the amount he was looking for. It is then revealed to us that the Order of Truth is a religious group that literally worships the truth. It is led by a man shrouded in mystery known as the Exalted Voice. It consists of 7 apostles: humility, kindness, mercy, temperance, diligence, purity, and patience. Their word is the truth, and thus the word of God. 100 years ago, the order was nothing more than a cult. That age was known as the Great Cataclysm, when countless heroes joined forces with them. Their influence grew as they brought peace to humanity, especially with their crowning achievement, that was defeating Berserk the Terrible. Berserk was a monster that appeared in the final days of the Great Cataclysm. It was eventually defeated by the Exalted Voice and the 7 Apostles, the key figures that finally ended the Great Cataclysm. The scene then flips to the present day, in a hotel on the outskirts of Seoul. Our guy feels like the place is kinda underwhelming for mysterious cult figures. Nonetheless, the Sword Star states his motive for coming here, and the hooded man immediately recognizes that it's Seo Jun. Our guy wonders if Seo Yun's hooded guy from the tournament is involved. They must be offering him prize money or picking a big number to tempt him, but it still doesn't explain what he's called for. The speculations rise as Kim reckons that they know something about him, or Transcendent Academy for that matter, restless to see Dame Kalia to see what this is all about. With that, they are escorted into a room and get to know that Dame will arrive shortly. The old man hates waiting as he knew this would happen, while our guy assumed that the Sword Star must be close to Dame. But while it seemed like the old man and Dame had a history, the fact is that he'd never met her before. This leaves Seojin slack-jawed while the Sword Star admits that they've been in touch but never met in person. He reveals that he did meet the Apostle of Purity during the Great Cataclysm, but never the successors. Our guy is shocked to discover that the old man was active during the Great Cataclysm. Kim then expresses his curiosity and asks the Sword Star if he's met the Exalted Voice before. The old man reveals that the only time the Exalted Voice showed his face was during the battle with Berserk. But he never met him, just saw him at a distance. Promptly, they are interrupted as the door opens, and the Sword Star greets the Apostle of Purity, Dame Kalia, who shimmers like no other. The Sword Star expresses how she summoned him here and made him wait. Minchul complains that Kalia summoned him and has him wait, while she believes cleansing the mind and body while awaiting the word of God takes a while, hoping he doesn't mind. This pisses him off as he wonders how she can say that with a straight face. Kalia bows as she introduces herself as a faithful believer in the Order of Truth, and reveals that her duty is to spread the word of God and walk the path of purity. Seojin stands up to introduce himself as well, but is cut off by her, who already knows his name. She thanks him for coming all this way while our fella wonders how she even knows him. Kalia gets the gist that there's some misunderstanding and decides to clear it before they continue. She mentions our dude taking part in the Academy tournament a while back and claims that one of their believers saw him and spoke of him so highly that she thought she might trouble him for a small visit. Our awakened doubts if that's the whole story and feels that it wasn't necessary to call him here for that. The dame conveys that she was about to elaborate and takes a seat before she starts the conversation. It is revealed that they have to investigate one particular dungeon with her, and this makes the short-tempered Minchul question why he would. Kalia lets out that he knows better than her that it's not over, and the Sword Star is confused as to what she means. When she unveils that an anomaly was found in a dungeon in Korea, Minchul finds it ridiculous as he is certain they finished it off. He's cut off when she states that the Order of Truth feels it should be investigated. The Sword Star gives off a furrowed expression as he realizes that's why she came to Korea and wonders if, by chance, this will solidify her position as the successor. Kalia laughs and admits that nothing gets by him while he reminds her that this is no laughing matter. The dame gets to the point and asks him if he will help her, when the old man asks her what's in it for him. She supposes it would be impolite for her to make any offer, considering that the Sword Star wants for nothing, although she mentions that she's heard his granddaughter runs a hunter academy and suggests the Order of Truth could help. However, her words are cut off when Minchul emits intense force on them. Seojin feels his body going numb as he realizes he could kill someone with this force. The Sword Star warns that if her granddaughter is to be involved again, he will not let it be. The dame apologizes for acting rudely as the old man boils in anger and confesses that she doesn't have much else to offer him. Therefore, she decides to settle it this way and offers him any future favor he wants. whatever it is. The old man finds it laughable to trust that she will keep her word when Kalia suggests she can swear by the order of truth itself if he wishes. Minchel lets out that he doubts if it would be enough to secure her as the next apostle, but it doesn't matter to her, because if she's right about the danger, she knows he can't just let it go. At last, he finally agrees to help her if she swears the oath of truth. That being done, Kalia turns towards Seojin as she decides to get to the point. She informs him that the Order of Truth would like to sponsor him, while he reveals that he's already affiliated with an academy. It is told that our guy doesn't need to leave his academy, but he will find there are things his academy can't take care of, and the Order of Truth can. Kim wonders what he has to do in return, but it's notified to him that there are no conditions attached, and they just want to start a relationship with him. Our fella asks her what will happen if he refuses, and the dame believes it can't be helped then. Seojin can't digest the fact that there are no conditions, since there's always a catch. He admits that he's not convinced and declares that if she answers one question truthfully, he will consider it. Upon getting an approval, he asks her if she's heard of Transcendent, but then stops midway. He realizes there's no point in asking like this because he wouldn't be able to tell if she's being honest, but he has to test her somehow. Thus he pulls out his phone and shoves it in front of her face. Our fella questions her about what she sees on the phone screen right now. It seems to be Siddhartha on the screen, but Kalia doesn't understand what he's asking. He repeats his question while she finds it strange. In the end, Seojin lets out that it's fine if she doesn't want to answer, but Kalia speaks up, claiming that it's blank. She declares that the screen is blank and wonders if that answers his question. Our fella agrees, and she asks him if he will consider their sponsorship or not. Kim refuses, as he states that he's not interested. Later, we see Kalia standing alone when Kalkus walks in and reports that they couldn't find the anomaly. She asks him if he's sure of what he saw while he swears on the oath of truth that he's certain. The dame is busy thinking about Seojin. She didn't find anything special about him. Other than that, he's maybe slightly more than a regular student. She was taken aback when he shoved his screen at her, but she doesn't know what is bothering her about it all. Kalkus asks her if he should report this to the other apostles, and she refuses, suggesting that they wait and see as they need to see about the anomaly in the dungeon. She wonders what happened to the other heroes when Kalkus reveals that he's contacted everyone except the Soul Star and the Dark Star, since they're still missing. Meanwhile, Minchel asks Kim the reason why he declined Kalia's offer. Our dude simply says that it bothered him. He doesn't know about the Order of Truth, but it's clear to him that the dame has nothing to do with the Transcendent Academy. He doesn't feel comfortable owing anyone anything, especially when it's not clear what they get out of it. The Sword Star wonders how come his deal with Seo-yun doesn't bother him, and he lets out that no one's as honest as her. However, Seojin is curious about what a dungeon anomaly is as he asks him. It is revealed that it means the magic field has become distorted. If the waves in a dungeon's magic field become twisted, it changes the dungeon from what it was at first. These distortions have a number of ripple effects and can lead to a spike in the dungeon's threat level, or it can cause a rift, letting everything spill out. Kim didn't even know that could happen, and Minchel lets him know that it's rare these days, but it was common during the Great Cataclysm. This makes our fellow worried as he wonders when Dame Kalia said it was over. However, the Sword Star cuts him off as he tells him not to worry about it. He is convinced she's wrong and the Great Cataclysm is over. Seeing him go the other way, Seojin asks him where he's going as they're almost at the academy, when he's told that it's none of his business. The old man, before leaving, declares that he will be leaving him with Seo-yun for now, and warns him if he tries something funny, he will regret it. Kim wonders if he's growing on him, and it's informed to him that he's being observed. Our dude giggles as he tells the old man that not being honest about his feelings is what keeps him and Seo-yun apart. This pisses Minchel off while Seojin quickly runs away. He declares to get better in case they butt heads again as he enters the academy. Seo-yun, upon seeing him, asks him about the whereabouts of her grandfather, as she thought they were together. Our awakened lets her know that he left, but she's concerned if he had anything to say. He assures her that he said nothing to worry about. However, she isn't satisfied and apologizes as she's aware that her grandfather can be a real pain sometimes, and she should have warned him. Kim makes her realize that he means well, but just doesn't know how to express it, and confesses that they have to help him together, while in the worst case, he will have to take a few more hits for her. This makes Seo-yun blush, and she thanks him, while the situation gets awkward for them. The B-rank hunter asks him if he needs the money, and our dude agrees, wondering how she knows. Now that he thinks about it, money is kind of a problem. He used Kalia's money to pay off the rest of his debts, but his free pass is running out, and he needs weapons and courses. Seo-yun reveals that she did some research while he was gone and informs him about a dungeon clearing contest. Seojin wonders what a dungeon clearing contest is, and it is revealed that it's a contest to clear out dungeons that haven't been raided. And it is to encourage people to raid dungeons that don't have great payouts. This makes sense to our dude because during the Great Cataclysm, many of the Awakened fought out of a sense of duty or belief. But pro hunters are now more motivated by profit. Seoyun notifies him that neglected dungeons tend to be lower level and a hassle to raid. And those neglected dungeons eventually create rifts where the monsters spill out into the world. Even lower level monsters are plenty dangerous to the public. There used to be a civil service corps for these dungeons, but it was a waste of resources to send such high-level pros to deal with the problem. And so, the government came up with the dungeon clearing contest. Seoyun lets Seojin know that many uncleared dungeons can be dealt with at the student level, and there are more than enough students to get the work done, and the element of competition between the academies, and voila. Our dude finds this idea so smart while she asks him what he thinks about it. Recalling the first prize to be 300 million won, and since it involves dungeon raids, Kim realizes that he will be able to level up in his course as well. As it's a win-win situation, he agrees to do it, and Seoyun is happy, knowing he would be interested as she decides to sign him up right away. Our guy acknowledges the fact that she knew exactly what he needed without him even asking, and it's clear she put a lot of thought into finding this. It occurs to him that since it's a competition, anything could happen. Hence, he shouldn't be taking this lightly. As he starts with his courses right away and seeing him, Seoyun realizes that he's already hard at work, doing God knows what. Seojin decides to win for sure this time and wonders what the rules of the contest are. It is unveiled that the contest runs for 1 week. At the start, the government reveals the designated dungeons. Then the participants reserve the dungeons they want to raid through the app. Reserved dungeons must be cleared within 10 hours, and they can only reserve 1 dungeon at a time. Otherwise, they will automatically be cancelled. Seoyun states that it's all about clearing as many dungeons as quickly as he can, and our dude supposes that speed is the key. He finds this a dilemma while the B-rank hunter is curious as to how come. Kim explains that they raid dungeons and haul the corpses away, but speed is their key. When Seoyun cuts him off, reminding him that they don't haul the corpses as she told him that the raids aren't profitable. Suddenly, it hits her as she wonders if he were going to try and make money on the corpses again. Seojin asks her if the rules forbid it while she finds it ridiculous, knowing it's not even worth it. But our awakened believes it all adds up since he can't just leave money on the table. The B-rank hunter implies that he focuses on the prize money, and he does find the prize money important. Hence, he's not going to obsess over the small things unless he has an idea. Our guy goes through what the rules exactly say. A few days later, it's the day of the contest, and Kim's hard work is paying off as his progress has gone up a lot, though not for Kyron and Merlin's courses. The big changes happen every 10% or so, therefore he wonders if he maybe needs a different approach. Seoyun asks him if he's installed the app, and he lets her know that he double-checked everything yesterday. However, she's concerned if he hasn't called someone for help and asks him if he's sure they're not lost. Seojin assures her that the guy he called for help has an amazing sense of direction. He claims that he's the sword star of finding his way around, and he's a lot sweeter than he looks. Just then, Manchul arrives as our dude calls out his name loudly. While he tells him to pipe it down, or the whole neighborhood will hear, Kim was afraid he'd be running late, but he's early, and the bulky man asks him if he thought he would give him a chance to ride him for being late, and wonders what he wants him to do now. A few days ago, our guy called Manchiol and offered to work together. He told him that he wanted him to haul monsters away for this contest while also acting as his driver. Seojin claims to pay him, of course, and lets him know that he will haul the corpses, but he would process them since it's so time-consuming. Manchiol doesn't find it a bad idea, but he's concerned if he will just be in our dude's way. Kim appreciates the thought but assures him that he will be a great help. Processing a monster's corpse profitably requires skill. If he's not involved, Seojin wouldn't have to worry about it. Nonetheless, the dungeon clearing contest begins as they part ways from Seoyun. Our fella asks his friend if he's heard of the contest rules while he ensures him that he remembers everything he explained. In the car, Seojin reveals the key to winning is raiding the most dungeons, and since it all comes down to speed, there are 2 factors to keep in mind. First is how fast he can finish the raid, and second is how fast he can get to dungeons. And since most of the dungeons are only 1-star or 2-star threat, Kim is not worried, even though the layout could vary wildly. Thus, the only thing left is how fast they get to the dungeons. Our guy hands Manchiel his phone and reveals that it's every dungeon in the contest and where they're located. Therefore, he wants him to figure out the fastest route between each one. The bulky dude is left astonished but is told that he's faster and more accurate than any GPS. Thus, he instructs him to buckle up and speed up the truck. Meanwhile, Sujin Go, the supervisor of a dungeon, waits for the contestant Kim Seo-jun from the Dream Academy to clear the dungeon. Assuming that he's a random student from a not-so-famous academy, she believes it will probably take him an hour. Sujin sees the guy who came along with the contestant as she was afraid they were going to try and break rules, but she guesses nothing's wrong with someone waiting outside. The gate opens, and as Go stands up to check if something's wrong, Seojin pops his head out of the gate and informs Manchul that he's ready. Sujin interrupts, reminding him that it's strictly prohibited for someone to assist during a raid. Our guy lets her know that he's done with the raid, and when the supervisor doesn't believe it, she steps inside. only to find that he was telling the truth. Sujin is in utter disbelief since it's only been 10 minutes since he entered the dungeon, and when she sees him carrying a monster's corpse, she asks him what he's doing. Kim assures her not to worry about this and starts with his daily assignment. When he's done, he asks Manchul how long he thinks it will take, and considering the fact that there's not a lot worth salvaging, he estimates it's probably 15 seconds. Our fella tells him to go ahead as he decides to keep hauling the bodies. Sujin stops him as she asks him if he's cutting a monster's corpse, and Seojin wonders if that's a problem. She absolutely finds it a problem, admitting that it's weird. Knowing it's not a real problem, our dude continues hauling the corpses while Manchiol processes them. They both scurry away as soon as they're done, off to their next destination, which is a bit far, but gets them in a better position for the next one. Sujin Go stands there clueless about what's happening while they both drive away, happy that they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. We see another supervisor enjoying sitting out in the sun instead of being stuck in front of a computer all day. He wishes he could just stay like this, wondering when the next contestant will arrive. At that moment, Seojin's and Manchul's truck zooms there and screeches to a halt. They both move quickly while our fella finishes the monsters off in one go. The supervisor witnesses Manchiol cutting up the monster corpses and Kim working out with the corpses. And as soon as they're done, they leave for the next dungeon and speed away in their truck. Meanwhile, the supervisor just sits there, not knowing what's going on. In the dungeon management team, the Department of Public Administration and Safety, the report on today's dungeon clearing contest is finished. One of the members decides to take a look in the report and sees Soyeon Lee, member of the East Academy, who cleared 16 dungeons, and is amazed as he believes that 16 dungeons will put her in the top spot. However, he's left confused when he sees her in second place with 16 dungeons and wonders if someone managed to get 17. Witnessing player Kim Seojin in the first place with 32 dungeons, he's left dumbfounded. He calls out Mr. Kim, the one who wrote the report, and believes there's a mistake in it, showing him the first place with 32 raids. He's certain that's impossible in a day. Kim reveals that he also thought it was suspicious, but he checked with everyone, and it's all above board. The guy is still processing when it is disclosed that they moved between dungeons with amazing precision, and what's more is that the dungeon supervisors reported each raid took only 10 minutes. This leaves him in absolute shambles as he wonders if Kim is even listening to himself. He admits that they may be low-level dungeons, but it would still take any student at least 30 minutes. Thus, he comes to a conclusion and asks his subordinates if they're sure that it's a student, or that they didn't get help. But one of them already looked into it, and there doesn't seem to be any cheating involved. The guy asks the academy from where the student is, and Kim lets him know that it's the Dream Academy, a small hunter academy in Yunpyeong district in Seoul. Just then, Kim realizes that it's an academy run by the Sword Star's granddaughter, and that's how they connect the dots. Wondering if the Sword Star is involved, as Kim decides to look into it. Meanwhile, Soyeon of the East Academy is told that she's not in first place. She apologizes, but Sokmin Lee, former A-class hunter, father of Soyeon and head of the East Academy, doesn't think her apology is enough, because if she does not win first place, it will look very bad for the academy. Lee claims to work harder, but she's asked if she can do 32 dungeons. Sokmin calculates that if she clears each dungeon in under 10 minutes, maybe she can, but even so, with travel time, it would still be impossible. He believes it's possible if someone lends her a hand, and when she tries to say something, he tells her to keep doing what she's doing, and he will take care of the rest. Soyeon sees him looking pleased, and wonders if he was just looking for an excuse to cheat, while he asks her if anything is bothering her, and suggests she not overthink it, because getting ahead is the only thing that matters to him in this world. The only goal for him is to win and get ahead, while the how is unimportant. Sokmin asks his daughter if she's thinking about Jinsu, and even though she refuses, he reminds her that he was a fool, and she isn't. Soyeon leaves after reassuring her father as memories of her conversations with her brother recall in her mind. He used to tell her that in order to be a pro hunter, her heart must be pure and uncompromised, while she used to tell him that no one thinks like that anymore, and people become pro hunters to make money. He claimed to become a pro hunter that really inspires people, and she warned him not to say things like that out loud, or she will die out of embarrassment. Shrugging off those memories, Soyeon reminds herself that he's dead and bitterly tells him to get out of her face. Later, we see Seojin and Manchiol finally done with their task. As our guy compliments his friend that he did great today while the bulky guy asks him if they gotta do this for another week. Kim didn't know he was such a whiner, and he justifies himself by asking him if he knows how hard it is to drive and plan a route at the same time. Seojin admits that's true, but informs him that he might not mind once he hears how much they made. Turns out, subtracting the fees and taxes, they've earned about 7.8 million won. Hence, dividing it 50-50, they both get 3.9 million each. Manchul argues that our dude should make it 70-30 rather than 50-50, with 70% being his, since he's the raiding and hauling. Kim reminds him that he's doing all the processing, plus finding the fastest routes, and asks him if he knows how important that is. The bulky guy suggests that 80-20 would be fine too, but decides to take the 30. and clarifies that he's not coming out tomorrow if that's not the deal. Seojin accepts the deal and informs him that 30% of 78 million won would be 2,340,000 won. And rounding off, he suggests that they make it an easy 2.5 million won. Manchiol interrupts that he can't mess with the deal like that, while our guy forces him to just take it since he wouldn't make any of this without him, and implies that he thinks of it as gas money. Our awakened wonders why he doesn't seem shocked at all about the dungeon raids, while he also doesn't look surprised by how the raids are going. That's when the bulky dude confesses that he saw him fight in the tournament. This confession catches Seojin with utter shock and disbelief, as he asks him why he didn't tell him that he came. However, Manchiol just thinks it would distract him. Kim admires him, knowing he's always been like that. He acts tough, but he's the biggest softy. In the last, our guy was all alone, parents gone, struggling to pay off debt, and Manchiol took care of him, becoming his biggest supporter. Seojin suggests that he should start his own hauling company and declares that he would get all his contracts for sure. The bulky fella asks him with what money he should, and wonders if he's already got that much work. Our boy lets him know that he meant later, not now, while he complains that he got him excited over nothing, and decides to talk about it after he makes it. It's been 2 days since the dungeon clearing contest started, and Seojin is raiding the dungeons and hauling the corpses like a routine, as one of the supervisors calls them the dungeon purgers. Manchiol wonders if it's a bad thing, and the supervisor clarifies that's what people are calling them. They say that they not just raid dungeons, they purge them. The supervisor admits that he didn't believe at first after seeing it in real life. He's mind blown. Nonetheless, he tells them that he didn't mean anything by it, and they should just keep doing their thing. The results show Seojin with 73 dungeons in the first place, as he believes it should be an easy win at this rate. Meanwhile, Manchiol is having a hard time as he supposes the contest would have to be rigged if this isn't enough to win. Kim knew it was a good idea to call him and tries to motivate him that only 5 days are left and they can do this. The bulky fella wonders if he ever takes a damn break, while he swears if they win, they will have a big night out, and it will be his treat. Manchiol agrees and declares that it should be someplace super expensive. Seojin instructs him to bring Suyeon, his daughter, out as well since he hasn't seen her in ages. They both enjoy their victory as our dude has a good feeling about this and is convinced at this rate they can't lose. It's day 3 of the dungeon clearing contest when Manchiol hands Kim the phone to show him that all the dungeons near them are reserved. There's not a single dungeon available nearby, and the nearest one is an hour away. Seojin finds it a pretty wild coincidence that only the dungeons around him just happen to get reserved. Manchiol smells something fishy and feels like someone's got their finger on the scale. Our guy doesn't know for sure, hence he decides to just clear the dungeons they can. But the same thing happened with the next dungeon and the next, and in the end, they were only able to raid 10 more dungeons than the second place contestant. Kim finds the situation weird, and Manchiol thinks it's obvious that this is Soyeon Lee's doing, who is the number 2 contestant. Seoyeon suggests that they see who reserved which dungeons through the app, but that's not enough to prove wrongdoing. Nonetheless, she decides to put in a complaint to the organizers for now. Our dude is still in the lead, but it's only been 3 days, and if it keeps going like this, he supposes he will end up losing. Thus, he apologizes to Manchiol as he guesses that they have to stop their side hustle until they widen the gap, while the bulky fella assures him that winning is more important. However, he lets Kim know no matter how fast he raids, the distances are going to be a problem. Even though he's trying his best, with this interference, it would be a problem. Just then, an idea pops into Seojin's head as he ponders what would happen if they tried it. Later, we see a group of people gathered near a dungeon, and a guy instructs them to reserve every dungeon around Kim Seojin if he reserves one. The people tediously inform him that they're keeping an eye out for that, knowing that they just have to do what they did yesterday. The others gossip about our fella, wondering how he's able to raid dungeons like that, while some don't care as long as they're getting paid. Right at that instant, the guy calls all of them out and announces that Kim has just reserved a dungeon. He reminds everyone to reserve all the dungeons within an hour's drive, just like yesterday, and instructs them to split it up over 10 minutes, since it will look suspicious if they all go at the same time. Everyone gets to work, but it seems that something's wrong as they all start murmuring, not sure if this is a good idea. Turns out Seojin has booked a dungeon right next to Soyeon. They realize if they book all the dungeons in the area, Soyeon won't be able to raid either. Some suggest that they cancel their reservations after Lee finishes her raid, but the rules say that they can't cancel for 10 hours after reserving a dungeon. They have to finish the raid, but they never intended to raid those dungeons in the first place. During this time, Soyeon finishes raiding a dungeon and steps out as she instructs her driver to move on to the next one. The driver is shocked to see that she's done already, since it's only been 15 minutes. Lee wonders why he isn't getting the car moving, and it is revealed to her that all the nearby dungeons are booked, thus he doesn't know where to go. The ranking of Day 4 brings to light that Kim Seojin is ranked first with 98 dungeons, while Soyeon ranked second with 73 dungeons. Realization hits Sokmin that our dude has got them. At first, he wasn't sure if it was a coincidence, but it's clear now that Seojin is reserving dungeons right next to them. Blocking off the dungeons around him is now hurting them too. He grasps that at this rate, Soyeon will never get ahead of him. Lee figured Seojin would notice, but he never thought he would respond like that. Nonetheless, he assures his daughter not to worry as he has other ideas and instructs her to just keep doing what she's doing. It's day 5 of the dungeon clearing contest, and it seems that Seojun eventually runs into Soyeon. The supervisor warns the contestants that they're not allowed to fight because any violation is instant disqualification. Kim assures him that he's not here to fight but to clear a dungeon he reserved over there. Lee realizes who the man is, and he asks her if an honest competition wouldn't be better. Seojin acknowledges the fact that they're competing but thinks it should be with a spirit of goodwill. Soyeon asks him if he's implying she's not honest, and he laughs it off, conveying that she just doesn't need to take it that way. Our guy leaves, while Lee grows bitter as the memory of her brother resurfaces. She strongly believes there's no goodwill, not in this world. In her perspective, humankind is an inherently selfish beast who's always looking for an angle. They act in their benefit and only in their own interest. There's no room for goodwill in that process. With that, she decides to get over with the dungeon, and as she steps outside after clearing it, she's welcomed by the sight of Seojin working out and Manchil cutting up monster corpses. The supervisor watches them in awe as he realizes that the rumors were indeed true. Kim, upon seeing Soyeon, can't help but notice that she cleared the dungeon faster than he expected. He inquires whether she intends to take the corpses, and if not, whether she objects to them doing so. Lee tells our guy to do what he wants, and he thanks her. Seeing him working out with the monster corpses, she asks him why he's doing that, and he contemplates if she's asking about the exercises or the processing. Nonetheless, he reveals that it's obviously for money. Soyeon turns around to leave, feeling that she's wasting her time. She reminds herself that there's no room for goodwill in this world, and that there are no hunters who work out of the goodness of their heart. In this age, she believes anyone and their mother can be a hunter. It's just a job. Meanwhile, the Sword Star, whilst fighting the monster, questions Kalia, who told him it was a 6-star dungeon. He asks her why there is a 10-star monster here, and she informs him that it was measured to be a 6-star dungeon, and supposes this Drake must be here because of the anomaly. Minchul scoffs as he's aware that anomalies don't happen like this, and feels that the Order of Truth is up to something, just like 30 years ago. Kalia admits that she understands how he feels, and swears that the Order of Truth had nothing to do with that. The old man isn't convinced when Jimin Jong, the Demon Star's disciple, advises them to stop fighting. As she's trying to figure out what has happened, the Sword Star shuts her up and wonders why she's even here and where's the Demon Star. Jimin, addressing him as Grandpa, reveals that her master's health isn't great. This offends the Sword Star as he asks her who she's calling a grandpa, being pretty sure they're the same age. The Demon Star's disciple gasps as she muses how dare he, trying to suppress her anger. Nonetheless, she reveals that the magic wavelengths of the Drake are definitely off, but as the Sword Star said, this isn't just some anomaly. Jong asks Minchul if anything seemed off when he fought the monster, but he refuses, finding nothing special other than it being just a typical 10-star monster. She asks him if he's bragging right now while he insists that it's not a simple anomaly. Jimin agrees that this isn't a simple matter since there haven't been monsters like this since the fall of Berserk the Terrible. Kalia asks her about the possibility of this happening in other dungeons, and while Jimin thinks it's low, she can't be certain. She believes this definitely needs more investigation and decides to inform the head of association to go through verified dungeons and recalibrate the lower levels. On the other hand, we see the dungeon supervisors amazed to see all those dungeon gates. The guy states that it's rare, but sometimes they will find 2 dungeons right next to each other. However, he's never witnessed 3 until now. It turns out that the Easy Academy is playing dirty to win the contest. They're making people act like they reserved that dungeon when it's supposed to be the dungeon Seojin raids. The same thing happened 3 times, and this pissed both of our fellas off. They kick up a storm in the academy as Manchiel speculates how it can be the same story each time. He exclaims that the organizers at this point have to be in cahoots, while Seojin comprehends that their opponents have found a new trick since they got around their first scheme. Our guy is still ranked first with 89 dungeons, and it seems that Soyeon is catching up to him with 87 dungeons. Seoyeon gets all fired up upon hearing that and claims she won't let this stand and even name-drops her grandfather if she has to. Thereafter, an announcement is made that if a reserved dungeon is raised by another contestant, the raid count may be transferred at the discretion of the dungeon supervisor. Seeing that it's working, our team feels encouraged, and Kim believes they can recover after yesterday's setback. He's sure no one can stand in their way, that is, until a broken car blocks their path. The owner insists the car has broken down, but when asked to move it, he confesses that his keys are missing. The rankings of Day 4 reveal that Seojin has fallen behind Soyeon, who catches up with him by raiding 111 dungeons. Seoyeon breaks it to Kim and Manchiel that everyone's denied knowing Soyeon Lee. Although the head of the dungeon management team promised to investigate, our duo clearly don't have the luxury of time. Acknowledging their lack of time, the B-rank hunter discloses that Seokmin Lee is the head of Soyeon Lee's academy, who's a retired A-class hunter, one of the few her grandfather actually paid any attention to. Mancheol assumes that he must be something if the Sword Star respects him, while Seoyun clarifies he didn't respect him but just had to keep an eye on him because he was such a smooth talker and so well connected. The bulky fella guesses that he must be able to pull off these schemes, and Seoyun doubts that even if it's investigated, they will turn up anything, and by then it will be way too late. She suggests that they include her grandfather, but Seojun doesn't think involving him is a good idea, and she agrees, although she can't even reach him right now. Mancheol urges that they do something since they can't just let our guy lose. Seoyun apologizes to Seojun, confessing that she just doesn't know how to help him. However, Kim points out that she's been nothing but helpful to him and wonders what she's talking about, because they've only gotten this far because of her. He acknowledges the fact that it would have already been over if it weren't for everything she's done. Mancheol totally agrees with him and lets her know that she's done all she can. The rest is up to them. He meant Seojun to be exact. Knowing that he's got something for them, he tells Kim not to just sit there while Seoyun is all worried, and our guy just smirks in response. Later, we see Seokmin Lee lashing out at his manager, questioning why they're losing again. The manager is intimidated as he informs that Seojun is now waiting till he's right next to a dungeon before reserving. Hence, there's no way for them to know where exactly he's going. Lee desperately instructs him to stop him, get ahead of him, or just do something about it. But it is notified to him that our dude is taking only 5 minutes to reserve and finish a raid. Seokmin urges him to bribe the supervisors, and the manager admits that, while he's unsure if it was the academy's influence, the dungeon management team is currently watching the supervisors. This leaves the head of the East Academy in utter disbelief as he wonders how some random academy got the dungeon management team out to observe. Slamming the table, he demands the name of the academy, and the manager uncovers that there's a rumor that the academy belongs to the Sword Star's granddaughter. This leaves Seokmin shocked while the manager clarifies that they can do nothing under the circumstances. The stubborn A-rank hunter scoffs as he tells him to get over them or do anything. For him, East Academy winning is what matters, as he hollers at him that if they lose, it's on all their heads. The rankings of the contest after that varied from Kim and Soyeon ranking second or first, and on the last day of the contest, both the contestants have the same number of dungeon raids. In the contest organizers' conference room, we see the administrator in shock while Seoyun and the East Academy's manager are busy arguing. She asks how a cheater can be declared the winner, while the opponent retorts, asking how she dares accuse them of cheating. They claim it's not their fault that their contestant ran into unexpected problems. The administrator interrupts their argument and announces that they've decided there will be no tie. And since there's no evidence of cheating, Soyeon will not be disqualified. With that, he declares that they have a suggestion. Afterwards, Yongsuk Shin, the dungeon management team leader, sees contestants Seojun and Soyeon arrive at the location. Yongsuk decides to explain the rules of the tiebreaker to determine the final winner. There are 3 dungeons, and the rules are said to be simple. The contestants have to pick any one of these 3 dungeons, and the person who finishes first gets to clear the third and become the winner. Seojun is curious if it isn't enough to just clear the first dungeon in order to win. Shin lets him know that they tried to see if any of the dungeons were connected, but they couldn't find anything. But they also don't want to leave a dungeon uncleared, and it made sense to them that the winner should clear one more dungeon anyway. He reveals that all the dungeons are 2 stars, so there's no difference in threat level. Thus, they can decide which dungeon to raid first. Kim asks Soyeon if she minds if he picks first, and it's fine by her. Hence, he takes one on the right, while she picks the one on the left, and before entering inside, she informs our dude not to be too disappointed. Seojun contemplates what she means when the administrator counts to 3 and declares the start of the raid. Our fella is confused why she said that, but then decides not to worry about it since he gotta win this. After a while, we find him bewildered about what's going on since he thought it would be a kobold dungeon, but he hasn't seen, let alone heard, a single kobold. Even if it weren't kobolds, he should have seen something by now. It's been more than 5 minutes. Just then, he hears a terrifying sound and realizes that it's not a kobold, but a manticore, who pounces at him out of nowhere. Our awakened is conscious that it's a 4-star monster and is not sure if they measured the dungeon wrong. The monster leaps at him, and he takes it down and scurries towards the exit gate. He took it down fast, but he's worried that he's way behind his normal clearing time. Kim knows if Soyeon got a normal 2-star dungeon, she must have been out already. Popping out of the dungeon, he exclaims that there was a manticore inside. The administrator is confused, wondering what a 4-star monster was doing inside a 2-star dungeon. Seojun tells him to go and take a look himself when Shin asks him if he's trying to say he took down a manticore. Kim reveals that he did and demands a rematch as he finds it unfair. Yongsuk understands his request but finds it unnecessary to change the contest at this point, putting in that contestant Lee hasn't come out yet either. Our dude is surprised to hear that, finding that strange. Meanwhile, Soyeon has stepped inside a long time ago and hasn't encountered anything yet. However, we see a scary monster behind her that she's unaware of. Shin reveals that Soyeon is still inside and questions if our guy is sure he wants a rematch, despite his win. He claims to look into it, and informs Seojun that all he has to do is clear the last dungeon, and he wins. Meanwhile, our guy senses that something's wrong. He thought for sure that Soyeon was responsible for his dungeon level being wrong, but if it wasn't her doing, there's a possibility her dungeon is wrong too. Just then, Mr. Kim panics as he catches the magic waveform reader acting funny. It measures 3 stars and now 4. Shin asks him if he's sure, wondering if it's broken. The conversation Seojun had with the Sword Star about a dungeon anomaly comes back to him, while the dungeon contest administrators are worried because the waveform reader has never been off before, not in the 20 years they've been working. Our guy recalls being told that dungeon anomalies don't happen anymore, though they were frequent during the Great Cataclysm. The supervisors decide to call the pro hunters to investigate, and as they turn around to inform Kim that they're going to have to finish the contest later, he's nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, we see Soyeon thinking back about her brother, the one she thinks was a pushover, soft, and a fool. She recalls placing a band-aid on Jinsu's face as he cried in pain, while she asked him why he keeps defying their father. He told her he can't cheat to win. No matter what he says, he can't do that, and advised her that in order to become a pro hunter, her heart must be pure and uncompromised. Soyeon would get so mad at him and tell him that people call him a pushover and a fool. She used to try to persuade him into cheating like everyone else, and would make an effort to make him realize that it's the age of pro hunters now, and all his previous heroes are old or dead. But he wouldn't budge and would say that they're always around, and if not, he claimed to be one. He knew it was hard for her to believe, but he assured her that someday, she will find them. Someone who isn't looking for an angle. Someone who doesn't need a reason. After that, Soyeon found her very determined brother dead, and her father always believed he was stupid, but he never imagined him to go like that to protect someone he didn't even know. Sokmin advised her daughter not to be this foolish ever, and Soyeon never wanted to be like her brother. She didn't want to make the same mistakes as him. In the present, we see Soyeon in rough shape as she faces a 6-star monster, Malakazra. She wonders if this is the battle of good and evil that Jinsu was always on about. The monster roars, but she finds it laughable, reminding herself that good and evil don't exist in this world. Muttering that at least she won't die a fool like her brother, she embraces her death. Just then, Seojun bursts onto the scene, standing between her and the roaring monster. Soyeon asks him what he's doing while he barely holds against Malakazra, and asks her to move or run if she can while he buys her time. However, she's in utter disbelief, wondering why he's here, just why. Kim can barely get his attacks out and leaps as he calls it out, grabbing its attention. It attacks him while he dodges, knowing that one hit from it, and he's a goner. Our dude senses the pattern of its attack and supposes if he keeps attacking, maybe he can lure it in. But the 6-star monster attacks him, piercing his horns through Seojun's shoulder. Who realizes that the monster is smarter than he thought and doesn't know how much time they've got. Our awakened asks Soyeon if she can move yet, while she can't seem to find the reason why he's doing this. She asks him why he would come here to save her, and what would he get out of it, because this has nothing to do with him. Lee tells him to just raid the last dungeon and be done with it, letting him know that this doesn't make him some sort of big shot, as she reminds him that he's in it for the money too. Seojun agrees with her because he doesn't know about her, but he sure needs money. At that point, Soyeon tells him to just go and win. She knows that he's aware of what she's been doing to win, and asks him if he thinks she's going to be thankful to him all of a sudden. Kim refuses as he confesses that she's a cheater and is sure it's not her first time. He's not forgetting that. However, he infers that doesn't mean she deserves to die. In that moment, Jinsu's words recall in Soyeon's head that someday, someone will be her hero, and Kim turns out to be there to save her because, for him, saving someone is worth more than any prize money. Our guy goes against the 6th-ranked monster with his spear to protect Soyeon Lee. At that moment, the lessons of Chiron cross his mind. The instructor taught him that instinct is within the domain of thought. It inevitably includes judgment. Simply put, it's one perceived process and then judge. Before moving, it's too late. But people take this to mean not to think and judge at all. Hence, it's the former. Our guy remembers that instinct is within the domain of thought. A powerful aura emerges, and Seojun recalls what Mentor Chiron told him, to let his senses be the judge in an instant and unite his thoughts and senses, because it's the true transcendent instinct. With that, power surges through him when the monster vehemently attacks him, and to Kim's surprise, he can see the openings. At that point, he can feel his every muscle moving, a sudden adrenaline rush. Our guy believes that he'll be able to hold off the monster until a pro hunter arrives, but when he glances at Soyeon, he wonders how long she can hold out since her condition is bad. Kim, already on a time crunch, seems to have no choice, and leaps toward the monster with the thought of taking it down this instant. He uses the strength to pluck a mountain technique and the spirit that spans the world technique and charges with his spear. But deep inside, he's certain that he won't be able to win only with these techniques, and so Seojun activates immense magic aura that enfolds his spear. and with a single slash, our guy manages to pierce through the goat monster, annihilating it like a freaking beast. The blood splatters everywhere, and Soyeon is utterly astonished by the sight, finding it impossible. Meanwhile, our hero takes a sigh of relief, and all his core stats go up. After that, Seojin carries Soyeon and thinks how embarrassing it would have been for them to die right now. Poor Soyeon appears lifeless, losing one of her arms, and our guy asks if she's alive as he's kinda worried this all was for nothing. The girl responds that she's alive and Kim is relieved. Moments later, they make it out of the dungeon barely alive. Our guy immediately asks for medical help since Soyeon is in severe condition. While the staff panics to call an ambulance, Soyeon hopes that this rescue doesn't make Seojin think that he's her savior. Upon hearing this, our guy looks done with her as she's still wrong about everything. He concludes that she can think whatever she wants since he expects nothing from her. Nonetheless, the medical staff arrives. As word about the dungeon clearing contest got out, there was mass panic. The news of a Malakazra, a 6-star monster appearing in a 2-rank dungeon monster, knocked everyone breathless. Dungeon level readings had been off before, but never to this catastrophic extent. This incident became the talk of the town and trending on the internet. The public, the association, the government, all became obsessed with the incident. And naturally, this incident pointed everyone's attention toward Kim Seojin, and everyone is fascinated that a student of Dream Academy Hunter had taken down Malakazra. The scene then switches to Dame Kalia, who'd been summoned by the Apostle of Temperance because of the recent anomaly in Korea. On the contrary, as Kim Seojin steals the spotlight on the internet, this news also reaches the Sword Star. The old man's granddaughter excitedly informs him that the student who took care of the monster is the student at Seoyun's academy. But the Sword Star isn't exactly thrilled to hear this and calls Seojin a scumbag. The scene then switches to the hospital, where our guy slams his head on the table, feeling sad about the money he'd lost. Manchul is shocked that Kim is still thinking about the money while our guy freaks out, thinking it's unfair since he won the contest, but it was called a tie and he even had to split the money in half. His friend gives him a reality check and blames Kim for getting involved. Our guy comes up with an idea to do rock, paper, scissors with Soyeon Lee for all the prize money, or they can do the two-handed variation. Well, our guy said it sarcastically because Lee lost one of her arms in the incident. Our greedy-ass fellow weirdly stares at Manchul, who's creeped out to see how his face gets weird when he thinks about money. While Seojun thinks of fair games to settle this, Seoyun barges in and witnesses them both bickering. Manchul exasperatingly wonders why greedy-ass Kim even bothered to save Lee if he were going to be like this. As Kim also regrets this, Seoyun is concerned about him, but Manchul tells her not to worry, as our guy is just obsessing over losing half the prize money. That's when Seoyun reveals that Lee forfeited and even admitted that she cheated not just for this contest, but tons of others as well. Not to mention that Lee even ratted out her father, Sokmin Lee, the head of the East Academy, and the legal proceedings have started. Rendered speechless, our guy recalls what Lee said about him being wrong, wondering what made her change her mind all of a sudden. Seoyeon further passes on the message Soyeon Lee asked her to give to our guy, stating that she still thinks Kim Seojin is wrong, but admits that she's wrong too. In any case, Seoyun doesn't understand what she meant, but she's happy that Kim is now the sole champion. But there's more to it when Seoyun announces that the government is offering Seojin additional benefits because of the incident, including tax exemption and an additional 100 million won. Our guy gushes with happiness, and instructor Seoyun lets out that they're calling it extra prize money, but it's just to discourage a lawsuit. While Kim is over the moon, he also gets to know that Dream Academy has finally been promoted into Division 3. Thanks to Seojin, the Academy has hit the requirements, and most importantly, now they can raid 4-star dungeons. Seojin couldn't be happier as he felt bad for losing the prize money and the chance to get promoted, but it all worked out perfectly. Seoyun thanks Kim for making it possible while Manchul jokes around, saying that he doesn't need to play games anymore. Since so much had happened, Seojin decides to give them a treat while Manchul is surprised to see that the prize money really improved his cheapskate personality. Nonetheless, after all the money problems have been settled, Kim excitedly decides to do some shopping in the Transcendent Marketplace. With nearly $300 million, our guy decides to pick up the Spear of Longinus for $100 million. Kim has no idea how much a new free pass will be, and any money he saves will just raise the cost later. He knows that he'll rot if he leaves it, so he might as well go on a spending spree. With that, he begins the shopping haul and buys Aphrodite's belt and a Gleipnir, a thread used to bind the mighty wolf Fenrir. He believes that the Longinus spear is the best weapon for him. He scrolls to buy more things as the prices are almost too tempting. Seojin recalls the exciting adventures he'd gone through because of stupid karma calculations. In a blink of an eye, the prices of the items go higher, and earlier, he had used Kalia's money to pay off the rest of his debts. What's troubling is that now that Seojin has money, all the item prices are going for a few $100 million, assuming that there's no way they'd let these replicas go for so little. Our guy suspects that it's not just the free pass. They adjust the karma calculation the moment he buys anything, and all the prices change. Still, he decides to be careful. The other problem Kim faces is that the item's effects aren't explained well. He just has to guess based on the mythical background story of each item. He appears baffled because now it'll take him forever to research every item's mythology, especially the lesser-known stuff. That's when Seojin's mind goes toward the user's reviews and the community for Transcendent students. But since our fella didn't make an account, he can't post or reply, only read. Kim curses himself for not making an account when suddenly he stumbles upon a post saying that they'll review 100 Transcendent items and give personal recommendations. The post exactly hits Seojin's pain points about affecting karma calculations. First off, it's the Shield of Aegis with a weird-ass Medusa face design, which totally sucks as it turns one's enemy into stone, so there's no way to control it, which means it can turn the user into stone too. Our guy is totally shocked by this item, imagining that even making eye contact with the Medusa face would turn him into stone. Seojin is enjoying the brutally honest reviews, convinced that the user really knows his stuff. The next item is Kibisis, and the user reveals that he wrote an entire article just to recommend this. Kibisis is basically a magical storage sack that expands without getting heavier, with image memory and time-stopping powers. The user suggests that it's smart to get it early instead of waiting till karma calculations make everything expensive, plus it's very useful and durable since it's made with adamantium. When the user rates it 100 out of 10, it really grasps Seojin's attention, and he immediately recalls that it's Hera's satchel from Greek and Roman mythology. She gave it to hero Perseus so that he could safely keep Medusa's head after cutting it off. Nonetheless, our boy sees the karma calculation and gets to know that he can get Kibisis for 100 million won, which means he can afford it. Our guy bounces off the walls and imagines stuffing all the corpses from dungeon raids in the sack, and if he becomes homeless, he'll be able to carry everything inside. While he thinks it's a shame that Kibisis doesn't completely get rid of the weight, he wonders if he could do squats with this. And that's when he learns that Kibisis is convenient enough to have everything inside a pocket, and he can work out without cumbersome weights. It's like heaven to Seojin's ears, and he's pretty elated to get them. 3 days later, our guy finally gets the items he'd bought. The spear looks better in person, and the Kibisis gives off a unique aura. Although these items obliterated his bank account, and those 400 million are a memory now, sobbing, our boy had only hoped. But the prices of Kibisis skyrocketed from 100 million to 300 million. It appears that karma can't stand him having anything for long, which makes him determined to make more money. In the meantime, Seoyun is surprised to see our guy going to raids already, and our guy clearly states that he needs to make money right away. Baffled, Seoyun lets out that he just got the prize money, 400 million won, and our guy bluntly confesses that it's all gone. Just then, her eyes land on the lustrous spear that looks expensive and assumes that Seojin is eager to try it out. The instructor presumes how our hunter was so wishy-washy when she offered to buy him a weapon. But nonetheless, it's none of her business how he spends his business. The scene then flips to Seojun and Seoyun entering a 4-star dungeon. The eerie silence takes over, and the place is filled with gargoyle statues. And defensively speaking, they're in the top tier of 4-star monsters. Just then, our guy attacks the enemy to test the Spear of Longinus, and plans to begin without any magic aura or techniques. He believes that even with a gargoyle's defenses, the Spear of Longinus should have some impact. Just as the gargoyle frantically screams, Seojin slices that monster in a single swish. Both of them are left speechless as they weren't expecting it would be a piece of cake. As this happens, Seoyun presumes that nothing takes her by surprise now that she's with Seojin, or so she thought. Our guy slices the gargoyles like a maniac, thinking of it like some kind of game. It looks more like a joke than killing monsters. Nonetheless, Kim got himself a nice pile of corpses, and now he stashes them into his Kibisis. Just then, Seoyun's eyes land on his satchel, and wonders how he's going to fit the corpses into that tiny bag. But to her surprise, our guy shoves those big monsters like it's a cinch. Kim finds the magic sack heavier than he thought, even at 70% weight reduction. Meanwhile, Seoyun, looking gobsmacked, questions Kim if he was mistakenly paid in dollars. She wonders how the hell he was able to buy these items and where he bought them. Our guy lies through his teeth and lets her know that he picked them up at a random hunter store. He reveals that it was a little store near his house called the Transcendent Store. She looks at him with sparkly eyes and begs Seojin to take her there because there's no freaking way they sold him the spear for just 400 million. But since he was lying, our boy tells her that the shop's closed and the owner was going on a trip. Seoyun analyzes his adorable face and is convinced that a face like that wouldn't lie. Well, she trusts him while Seojin low-key feels bad for lying to her. Suddenly, the dungeon begins to rumble and the danger creeps in. As Seoyun comes forward to deal with it, our guy takes the lead and asks her to let him try something. Our guy presumes that his Longinus spear was more powerful than he expected, just like how he cut through the gargoyles like they were nothing. He thinks of trying a technique infused with Merlin's magic. Our boy then activates the strength to pluck a mountain technique and accumulates the energy into his spear, manifesting to pierce the monster clean through. The blue aura cloaks the atmosphere, and Seojin uses an aura sword using his weapon. Just like that, an army of gargoyles bursts forth, and Seojin stands in the way with his spear, using total annihilation. Moments later, a deadly energy cascades from the spear and strikes the monsters. That obliterating aura literally leaves the ground dismantled, leaving Seoyun jaw-dropped. It is then revealed to us that the holy spear was said to have been used on Jesus on the cross, the spear of Longinus. Since Seojin bought a replica, he thought it'd have some defects, but to his luck, it was amazing. Some say that a true craftsman doesn't need special tools, but for our guy, he thinks it's bullshit because he's forever team tools. Kim urges to buy more equipment now that he's found trustworthy online reviews, but the problem is the more he buys, the higher the karma price. And the more pressing issue is that the free pass's remaining time is 25 days, and our fella makes a weird facial expression, thinking it's time for some hardcore focus. Just as the fire of determination lights up Seoyun interrupts him and tells him that Jimin wants to meet him. Kim assumes that it's her sister, but the teacher clarifies that Jimin is just someone she knows, adding that he might know her as the Demon Star's disciple. We then get to know that Demon Star selected a disciple in his final years, even acknowledging that her genius surpassed his own. Our guy is amused to know that Jimin is already known as the next generation Demon Star, even more shocked that Seoyun just casually knows her. But more importantly, Seojin gets curious why the Demon Star disciple wants to meet him, and Seoyun opens up that she seems to have questions regarding the recent incident, the dungeon anomaly. The instructor expresses how Jimin wanted to come right away, which scares our guy even more as he imagines Jimin like an obsessed psycho who will ask him to stay away from Seoyun. But the instructor clarifies that it's nothing like that, and as Kim agrees to meet the Demon Star disciple, she immediately sets a date. As soon as Seoyun messages Jimin about our guy agreeing to meet her, in the next moment, she arrives at the academy. Jimin Jong catches a glimpse of Seojin and finally sees the guy Grandpa Swordstar loves so much. After Jimin meets our boy, she's thrown into disbelief as Seojin turns out to be a high school student. She freaks out and bombards him with questions, asking where the hell he got that pocket. She seems to be pointing at Kibisis while our guy is pissed off and suggests a hello would be nice. Jong unwillingly greets him and gets straight to her point. In the meantime, Seoyun rushes to see what the ruckus is about and grabs Jimin, who's going berserk, pleading with her to calm the fuck down. Meanwhile, our guy goes speechless after knowing that this psycho is Jimin, the Demon Star disciple. Seoyun apologizes to Kim as it was jarring and reasons that Jimin is quite persistent, and once she fixates on something, manners go out the window. Nonetheless, Seojin can't wrap his head around the fact that a weirdo like Jong is a disciple. Well, it appears that our guy is confused because he's seen her photos on the internet, and she clearly looks like someone in her 40s at least. That's when Seoyun reveals that Jong changed her physical appearance, but generally she keeps her look from when she was younger. As Kim wonders how that's even possible, Jimin states that only a polymorph can completely change their appearance, but this is an impression her body remembers. She's just bringing it to the surface, and not just anyone can do that. Putting everything aside, Jong asks Seojin where the hell he got that subspace storage vessel. Jimin's twinkling eyes could tell she's obsessed with Kibisis and asks about its different functions. Our guy questions Seoyun if she knew the pocket was special, but she didn't have a clue until he showed her. She wonders if it's that special, and Seojin soullessly answers that it's great but isn't aware of all the details either. Upon hearing this, Jung lashes out and clarifies that this very item is beyond belief, starting her endless blabbing shit about the satchel. I mean, our guy looks done with this psycho. Our guy wonders how Swordstar's blacksmith would react if he saw the spear of Longinus. Going crazy, Jimin begs Seojin to let her buy the Kibisis, but our guy bluntly refuses. But she even agrees to pay 1 billion won just for this item. Seojin is lost for words. His ears rejoice as she mentions money. Our guy tells Jong that she's yelling a lot while Seoyun also appears ruffled. The Demon Star disciple explains that she's not going to buy it with her own money, so she'll have to get some sponsorships together. But she claims with alacrity that she can easily get 100 billion since the satchel is worth more than that. Our guy gives it a thought and recalls that at auctions, even smaller items like Kibisis are sold at 100 billion, and someone like the Demon Star disciple could effortlessly get that kind of money. While Jong looks rest assured, Seojin reckons that 100 billion could solve all his problems at once, and he can even rebuy the Kibisis after that, as well as enroll in all kinds of courses. Kim, giving off a melancholic vibe, confesses that the item's not for sale. Seoyun rhetorically lets out that he was in need of money more than anything. Meanwhile, Jong freaks out, assuming 100 billion should be plenty. Sighing, Kim takes off the Kibisis and hands it to Jong, who's dying to have it. However, the moment Kibisis goes into her hands, it repels by exuding a powerful energy and falls right out of her hands. Poor Jong gets an electric shock while Seojin confesses that this item can only be used by him. It appears that, specially crafted by graduates for student use only, secondary sales are strictly prohibited. Hence no one can touch the item, let alone buy it. Our guy desperately hopes that Jong would give up, but she gets more persistent, amused that this Kibisis even makes magic fields. She gets insanely desperate to buy it from Seojin, yelling that she'll give him $1 billion just to tell her whom he bought it from. Our guy repeats the same thing and states that he bought it from someone near his house, and now that guy is gone. But Jung immediately infers that it's a mendacious story, looking at him with suspicious eyes. Well, our guy ponders that at least she's backed off, unlike a certain somebody, referring to Grandpa Swordstar. After a long debate about this damn kibisis, Jung insists that he let her study the item. She supposes that it's fine as she'll just be running some tests and still agrees to pay. Not $1 billion, though. Seojin wonders if that would be allowed. The item would still belong to him, maybe. It's for sure that anyone trying to use it would get shocked like just now. But still, our guy thinks of letting Jung study since he's getting paid. It sounds like a fair trade, and Jung looks at him with sparkly eyes. After a long thought, our guy allows her to use the item for research, making her spring with joy. Seojin asks Jimin if she wishes to start research right away, but she refuses, reasoning that she doesn't have her research equipment with her. Jung informs him that she'll invite Kim to the lab soon, and remembers that she's in the middle of something right now. Our guy reminds her that she was here to ask about the dungeon anomaly. Later, Seojin narrates the events to Jung, and she infers that the Nerkura was already in the dungeon, but the field reader didn't detect it before suddenly shooting up. She questions him about how he was able to kill the 6th rank monster, and Kim lets out that he got lucky. But Jung doesn't buy this bullshit and clarifies that one cannot get lucky to kill a 6-star monster. Without control over magic aura, one wouldn't even scratch it. Our guy nonchalantly declares that that's where he got lucky. Well, in reality, Seojin knew that his strength to pluck a mountain technique wasn't enough. If it hadn't been for Merlin's magic course, he'd be dead meat. At that moment, a realization hits him, and he asks Jung if she'd like to hear a theory. Our guy conjectures that aura and spells are all derived from magic, so using magic is about imposing one's will onto the world until it twists to fit. This is exactly what a dungeon anomaly is. Hearing this, Jung snaps and asks him to be clear. Our boy determines that since all magic, in essence, is a twisting and distortion of the world, a dungeon anomaly would also be the same thing. Merlin's always talking about how magic is twisting the laws of the world to one's will. Therefore, if they apply that to the current situation, dungeon anomalies are an expression of someone's will. Simply put, instead of anomalies forming naturally by accident, someone is making them on purpose. After this theory, our guy feels awkward since he's been mansplaining to a wizarding genius. The Demon Star disciple gets up in astonishment and asks Seojin if he's a trained scholar of magic, but our fella confesses that he's a pro hunter in training, which shocks Jimin even more, wondering how the hell he knows the difference between spells and aura. Well, to be clear, it was nothing Seojin did. Merlin came up with it. Shortly, Jung, who has lost it, asks Seojin if he made the subspace storage since he's a pro hunter and a magic scholar. An awkward silence falls over the place as they process what nonsense Jung had spouted. Jimin is completely amazed by Seojin's idea, wondering how he could have possibly come up with something like that. Our fella, on the other hand, was just following the natural logic of what Merlin taught him. He didn't realize she would react like this. Kim pleads with her to let him go, but she continues to blabber, already jumping onto the next question. That is about the fundamentals of magic and aura. Knowing that the Transcendent Academy's lectures are for transcendence, Seojin guesses that they transcend normal human thinking and knowledge. He keeps lecturing Jimin about it, even though he knows full well he's just a wannabe pro hunter, who barely knows the difference between magic and aura, while he debates if it's okay to go on like this. Just then, a thought crosses his mind. Maybe he should teach this to others and charge tuition. Kim quickly does the math in his head, remembering he agreed to lend out the kibisis for a fee, and wonders if he could charge for his knowledge too. Unlike the transcendent store items, our guy has gained this knowledge through work. Hence, he believes it shouldn't affect the calculations. He realizes that he would have to really absorb and understand the coursework, not just go through it, since teaching isn't easy. Plus, he doesn't really know who'd want to learn from him, a student. Jimin tells him he clearly doesn't understand much about how magic works, which she finds a bit disappointing. While our dude was already expecting that, since he had barely made it through 17.9% of the course. However, the Demon Star's disciple declares what he said earlier was spot on, and that she would have to take a hard look at it. At the same time, Seoyun enters the room, and seeing Jimin leave already, she lets her know that she got them some snacks. Jimin announces that she's done here and invites them to swing by the lab later, before she leaves. The B-rank hunter sulks, because she bought so much food and all her favorites too. Seojin remarks that the Demon Star's disciple is an odd one, so different from how he thought she would be, and Seoyun admits that she hears that a lot, and even she often forgets she's going to be the next Demon Star. Our dude finds it wild that he's now met the Sword Star Kalia and the Demon Star's disciple, while most people would go their whole lives without meeting them. Seoyun realizes that they would have to finish all this themselves while claiming the pastries as hers. Kim thanks her, wondering as he eats if maybe he will even meet the exalted voice. Later, we find him worried over the fact that he's not making enough progress. His assigned workouts are going faster thanks to the kibesis, but he's not making enough progress. Our guy was hoping to finish at least one course before the free pass ran out, and now he has two choices. Either he makes money to renew the free pass, or gets his progress way up. He goes to Seo-yoon to ask something, only to find her muttering to herself. She's worried that she won't be able to teach new students by herself, hence, she has to find an instructor. She keeps muttering to herself until Seo-jun calls her name loudly, snapping her out of her trance. Feeling flustered, she asks him if he said something, and Kim is curious about what she was so lost in thought about. Seo-yoon informs him that she's trying to get more students, but there's a lot to think about. Our guy agrees and realizes that she's got a lot on her mind too. The B-rank hunter asks him if he needs something, and he tells her that he was wondering if there were any other competitions coming up, like the academy tournament or the dungeon clearing contest within the next 3 weeks or so. Seo-yoon checks it up on her phone but doesn't see any except a mock exam at the hunter's mill next month. Mock examination, a practice version of the hunter examination. The annual pro hunter exam is only held once a year. If they fail, they have to wait another year, so the pressure is enormous. That's why many academies hold practice exams for their students. Among them, the top 3 academies are Hunter Mill, Ale, and Gaeon. The mock exams held by these 3 academies are huge and open to all, and are considered a good indicator of performance in their real hunter exam. Seo-jun gets an idea that students at a higher level than Junhwan Lee will participate, and there will be large scholarships given out. It could be a solution to his financial worries and his progress course. But the problem is it is next month. It will be too late for our dude's free pass period. He guesses that there's nothing he can do, but still decides to think about what else he can come up with. Later, we see our awakened busy listening to Chiron's lesson that claims that the technique is not perfect. It can get twisted and go wrong at any time. Under ever-changing circumstances, Chiron feels that the techniques must also change. And what's needed the most in that moment, according to him, is instinct. He calls instinct a law unto itself. After hearing this, Seo-jun realizes he's never considered it before and can't help but admire the transcendence. Just then, Chiron mentions the mock transcendent exam and advises the students not to dwell too much on the scores, reminding them that it's just a practice exam. Kim didn't know there was a transcendent mock exam too, and at the same time, he gets notified from the academy about the details of the mock exam. He wonders if there's a certificate, and it hits him that it would mean there must be criteria for passing, just like the professional hunter exam, complete with evaluators. Now that he thinks about it, that first ad he saw was for people who had passed exams for level 5 astral projection and level 9 swordmaster. Seo-jun thought it was a joke back then, and now presumes there's no reason for him to take the mock exam right now. He thinks he's too low level, and believes it would be better to focus on making course progress. As he opens the lessons of Xiangyu, he also mentions the mock exam and recommends that he give it a go. Insulting the crap out of Kim, he tells him to go and see for himself what garbage he really is. Our dude knows these lectures are pre-recorded and is confused as to how Chiron and Yu both know he has mock exams coming up. Thus, he decides to check if Siddhartha and Merlin know too, and it turns out they do, as everything right now is about the mock exam. Seo-jun wonders why he's even surprised, since it's the Transcendent Academy after all. He doesn't know if the mock exam is that important and decides to see what the message board says. After reading the messages, our guy finds many people on the same boat as him, and it seems like everyone waits until they reach a certain level. However, Kim comes across a remark that suggests that he takes the mock exam anyway, and even though he might not get a great score as a beginner, his course progress will shoot up. This was enough to convince our dude as he considers giving it a go. It seems that his first attempt to take the mock transcendent exam is free. This confuses him if it would be a waste to use up the free one now, and at last, he decides to just do it. Seo-jun chooses combat as his area to transcend, and as it is being prepared, it is revealed that the first problem will have 15 levels. Level 1 is in the process of being prepared while our guy scans his surroundings. He's confused about how the test is going to go. Knowing that there are 15 levels, he ponders what would be the transcendent level 1. A 5-star, 6-star, or what kind of monster? And if level 1 is a 5-star, he can't imagine what level 15 would be. Nonetheless, he braces himself and witnesses something pop out of his phone, only to realize that it's the first monster. The monster seems to be getting bigger and bigger, and turns out it's a big-ass dragon. Level 1 is notified to be the Dragon of Ruin, Fafnir, that he has to defeat within the allotted time of 30 minutes. Seo-jun thinks it's a joke, and is sure they can't be serious when the monster roars and lets out flames. It seems that Seo-jun has failed level 1 in under less than a minute. Realizing that he's beat down like a dog, he throws tantrums, wondering how the heck he is supposed to beat that. Our guy is still in disbelief that level 1 is a dragon, and not just any dragon, but the Dragon of Ruin, Fafnir. Pondering if level 1 is Fafnir, what will level 15 be? He supposes that it would be a god. Kim wonders if he's going to fight a god and questions if transcendents out there are casually fighting gods. Taking a deep breath, he gets his shit together and is thinking about what now. He thought the building was destroyed, but it turns out it's all in his head. Our fella looks at his phone and it seems that he gets 10 chances, though he's not sure if 10 will be enough. Regardless, he grabs his longinus spear and chooses to see what he's made of. After a while, we see Seojin concede the fact that he can't win. Trying 5 times and failing all of them, he realizes that he's been beat down like a dog again and again and again. Our man rolls on the ground in agony as he gives up, certain that it's impossible. Sitting on a bench, he mutters under his breath, wondering whom he's kidding. Seojin doesn't think he will ever become a pro hunter, let alone a transcendent, and sulks. He wanted to at least make some progress, but he's failing too fast to do anything. Hence, he finds it useless, pondering if he should cancel this and try something else. Just then, our fella is notified about the tutorial course being available. He wonders if they give them hints on how to attack, and going into its details, it's revealed to be another one of Monkey King's courses. Kim definitely feels that there's gotta be something he can learn from these tutorial courses and registers in the course. The Monkey King in the tutorial first makes sure that level 1 is the Dragon of Ruin and admits that it's hard, almost like a weed-out course. But he states that once they get down to it, it's not that bad. The Monkey King is the Buddha of victory. Seojin realizes that it's been a while since he last saw the Monkey King, and remembers how it seemed like a joke at first. Meanwhile, the instructor mentions the first attack pattern, Fafnir's Dragon Breath, and reveals that's all it can do. Hence, he implies that if they can avoid the fiery attack, they're good. With that, he shows them how it's done, continuing to instruct them. He tells them not to bother trying to block the attack, as it's not necessary, and instead, he suggests they just dodge it. It's revealed that Fafnir, after shooting out its breath, can't use the attack temporarily. Thus, at that point, he believes it might as well be any lizard, and then they just have to beat it down. Kim witnesses the Monkey King using the shooting star staff technique, Form 1, shooting star downward flow as the last blow. For him, it was no big deal, and even though he admits it's a weed-out test, it's still just level 1. At last, the Monkey King quotes, "The harder it gets, the simpler the response." Seojin finds the tutorial utterly ridiculous. Tutorials are supposed to teach you something, not make you lose brain cells. He wonders if they've transcended the very concept of usefulness, or if he's simply reached new depths of uselessness. Trying a different course to see if they all are like this, our guy sees another dragon fighting Fafnir. Complaining that he's not a dragon, Kim wonders what the hell this is. He used his one free exam and realizes that he can't quit now. Just then, he comes across a course by Siegfried, the hero from the Northern European legend, the Nibelungenlied, wielder of the legendary sword, Balmung, and the first dragon slayer. Called the Dragon Slayer because he slayed the dragon known as the Dragon of Ruin, Fafnir. Our dude finds the course title appealing at least, and believes if anyone knows about Fafnir, it would be this guy. Thus, he registers into the course and agrees on quitting if this doesn't work. Siegfried mentions the key for defeating Fafnir to be its breath, and the key issue is how to dodge it. Hence, he advises his students to avoid its breath, and that's the entire strategy. However, the Dragon Slayer is aware that his students are here because it's not that easy. That's why he claims to teach them 2 things, taking Fafnir's characteristics into account. First off, he reveals that its breath is summoned along a path, and when he spits it out, the fiery breath will shoot out in that direction. Even though it's a simple trick, it helps to avoid its breath just by knowing it. Siegfried had an idea that some students would struggle with this. Thus, he declares that the second strategy is for them, and that secret is gold. Later, we see Seojin walking out of a gold shop with a bar of gold in his hands. He wonders if this is really going to work and recalls the Demon Slayer's words, who claimed that Fafnir is greedy. Legend has it he was turned into a dragon because of his gold obsession. It doesn't have to be solid gold either, anything that looks close. As he summons his breath, it's to be thrown at him, and then he will hold his breath because he doesn't want to destroy the gold. Siegfried is aware it's an easy trick, but as long as it works, he believes no one cares. Seojin thinks it won't hurt to try and reminds himself that he has to throw it as he summons his breath. Our guy throws the gold when Fafnir summons his breath, and it seems that it's working as the greedy dragon goes behind the gold. However, it doesn't take him long to realize that it's only gold-plated as he roars furiously. Kim is defeated recklessly, barely making a minute before he's defeated, and wonders how he will ever defeat him. Seeing his course progress go up, he speculates if he should make a gold armor. Seojin is barely able to dodge Fafnir's attacks, let alone attack it. Fafnir strides towards him, and when he realizes that he has no time to dodge, he pulls out a gold bar from Kibisis and throws it at it. However, the Dragon of Ruin figures out that it's only gold-plated faster than expected and leaps towards Kim. He digs out numerous gold bars and throws them in the air. Fafnir gets distracted, and in the meantime, Seojin uses the strength to move a mountain technique, the spirit that spans the world, to land a blow on the dragon. When he's sure that he got him, he finds Fafnir looking back at him. Realization hits Seojin like an arrow, and with that, he fails level 1. Our dude flops on the ground as his body aches, while he thought for sure that he had him. He notices that his courses are progressing, especially Shang Yu's course because of the combat. He believes that if this keeps up, he could complete one or even both of the combat courses before the free pass runs out. Seo-jun snaps up and decides to keep this going. Afterwards, we see Seo-yun, who wonders why our man doesn't seem to be doing dungeon raids lately. He lets her know that he didn't have time since he's been focusing on his training more. She is confused, and Kim realizes that from her perspective, he's just on his phone all day. Our Awakened takes a look at his combat ability score, which is 4.2 out of 100. Thus, his first ever mock exam ends in failure. What's worse is that he didn't get through as much course progress as he'd hoped. He realizes that he has to truly understand what he learns before the practice works. Only then does the course progress. Knowing that the transcendent mock exams are held at 3-day intervals, he determines to use the downtime to take as many lectures as he can. 3 days later, we see the mock exam for Subject 2, Physical Strength, start. On Problem 1, Kim is handed a wish-granting dragon jewel, and it seems that he has to keep the dragon jewel away from Gangchori, the Amugi, for the allotted time. It is revealed that the Amugi is immune to all attacks, while the time limit is 1 hour. Seo-jun isn't sure if this is level 1, and seeing the monster roaring wildly in his face, he realizes he's doomed. Hence, he fails level 1 while his course progress goes up. Our boy decides to check out Subject 3, Adaptability. And in level 1 of that, he has to eliminate the Sphinx or survive the allotted time with all 5 senses blocked. Witnessing the Sphinx speaking, he wonders what language that is and guesses the answer to be a human being. After being defeated in that too, Kim moves to Subject 4, Magic Skill, in which he has to control Bulglasaurus's appetite for the allotted time. Seo-jun feeds enough magic to the starving Bulglasaurus, who attempts to eat him when not enough magic is fed. After that, he tries Subject 5, Mental Fortitude, in which he has to listen to the siren's song for 30 minutes. Our fella finds it to be nice actually, and with that, he successfully completes level 1. This makes his hopes high that maybe he will actually make it to level 15 this time. Moving on to level 2, it's revealed that he has to listen to Helheim's Requiem for 30 minutes. Hearing that, our boy's ears bleed as he cries in pain. The results of Seo-jun's mock examination turned out to be pretty awful. He fails in combat ability, physical strength, adaptability, magic skill, mental fortitude, and basically all of them, while the 2 electives are not selected yet. However, the course progress of Chiron, Siddhartha, Xiang Yu, and Merlin seems to have increased a lot. Kim finds completing 2 courses within reach and wonders what those selective courses are. He doesn't remember choosing anything during the initial exam selection. He wonders if he should just wait or if it's offered on certain days, and nonetheless decides to just cross that bridge when the time comes. Later, after 3 days, we find Seo-jun anxiously biting his nails when Seo-yun walks in on him, wondering what's wrong. She's noticed him looking tense these last few days. Our guy realizes that she's here and assures her that he's fine and it's nothing to worry about, laughing it off. However, on the inside, he feels hopeless. It's been 3 days, and he's heard nothing about the electives. Moreover, only 5 days are left on the free pass. Knowing he's so close to completing the courses, Kim wonders if he should just go back to dungeon raids. He thinks it's better than just sitting around and is determined to work super hard. When Mentor pops out from his phone, catching him by utter surprise and disbelief, Mentor asks him how he has been while he still can't believe his eyes. Seo-jun is furious as he asks Mentor what took him so long, while Seo-yun is baffled if he's talking to her and asks him if he said something. Our dude, feeling embarrassed, lets out that it's nothing, and she wonders if she's just imagining things then. Kim tells her that maybe she's tired, trying to laugh it off as he informs her that he's going to step out for a bit. Mentor is being bombarded with questions when he reveals that he thought our guy would be fine without him. However, it seems that there's more to it, because Mentor tells him that he was just going to check his profile and be right back, but it turned out to be so miserable. Seo-jun is confused about what he's talking about, and it seems that he's talking about his level. Silence takes over the place for a moment when Mentor speaks up, saying that he just had nothing he could really do for him. Not at his level. He thought it would be better to just focus on the 2 basic courses he recommended. Realization hits our man, who consoles himself with a quote. Mentor mentions that the first free pass period is so short, and he would have to be at a certain level for any advice to be meaningful. Our guy knows that he's right and can't even be angry and still complains that he could have told him. Mentor apologizes and asks him if he's been working while he's gone. Kim reveals that he's figured out a lot on his own through trial and error. The little assistant decides to check on his progress, and his expression changes from bored to shocked. He's baffled if there's an error, wondering why it is like this, while Seo-jun wonders if something's wrong. Reassuring him that it's no big deal, Mentor seems confused to see it showing 4 courses in progress, and finds the progress rates way off. That's when Seo-jun breaks it to him that he's taking 4 courses. Mentor is busy checking if the karma calculation is broken or something when he realizes what Kim said to him. He finds it all way too shocking and is sure this can't be possible. Calling his level miserable was being charitable, so he can't believe our man made all this progress in 3 months. He understands that they're into courses, but it should take at least 3 or 4 times as long as this. Kim assumes he was just going at a normal pace, and guesses the transcendent mock exam was what really pushed it over the top. Mentor gasps when he hears that. He can't believe Seojin can take the mock exam, but it turns out he actually did. The little assistant believes he doesn't even need him anymore when our boy calls him out, indicating that he has a question about the exam. He asks him how he's supposed to pick elective subjects for the mock exam, and it's revealed that he can just pick whatever he wants. However, seeing the electives being none selected, Mentor realizes that it isn't right because the exam is already in progress. Kim also mentions that he does not have an account ID for the website, wondering why that is so. Mentor finds it impossible, as he assumes that he'd have made one when he signed up. As our dude refuses, saying that he just skipped that part, the little fella supposes he doesn't understand that it's not possible. And when it's shown to him, none of it makes sense to him, as this has never happened before. He believes that he would have to ask the director about this, and declares that he will be away for a bit. And until then, he suggests that Seojin completes his mock exam. Mentor assures him that he will be right back this time, and decides to help him with the electives so that he will be able to select them now. And in an instant, he leaves before declaring that he will be back before the free pass is over. Our awakened is disappointed because he still had more questions and takes a look at his electives. Later, we see Kim's courses progressing well while he has completed the Strength to Pluck a Mountain Technique course. He's now fully certified to use the spear art. Our boy can't process that he finished a course and gives his technique a try, only to realize how effortless the Strength to Pluck a Mountain technique has become. Just then, he's notified if he would like to take the course epilogue. Upon enrolling in it, he's welcomed by Xiang Yu, who never thought the day would come when his students finished the course. He states that now that they've finished, they will feel a bit different from when they started. The strength and technique should flow automatically, revealing that the Strength to Pluck a Mountain technique is just a first step on the path of Transcendent. He notifies that they've only just qualified to take that first step. He hopes it doesn't mean that they will rest on their laurels and calls out a few fools who never learn. Hence, he reminds them that they've graduated from utter trash to recycled trash. Ye believes it's worth celebrating and suggests they go forth and study the way of the spear best suited to them, instructing them to hone it and devote themselves to the true transcendent path. At last, he lets his students know that the path will be rough and they will want to give up and doubt themselves every moment. But he advises them to remember there is no right way to become a transcendent. Like all things in this world, it's never that simple. Hence, he suggests if they think they've chosen the right direction, then move with deliberation. How fast doesn't matter. With that, the course is now completed, and we see Seo-yun, who seems to be waiting for Seo-jun. She informs him that the Hunter Mill is now accepting applications for the mock exam starting today, and confirms if he's going to take part. Our guy is pleased and agrees almost immediately. His transcendent mock exam was as bad as it could be, but it's transcendent after all. He's sure the Hunter mock exam will be a different story. With the fully certified Strength to Pluck a Mountain technique from Xiang and the Spear of Longinus, he wonders what he's capable of. Seoyun registers him and reveals that it will be in 10 days from now when she finds him looking at her face and gets all flustered. Kim wonders how he'd fare sparring against her now, but then drops the idea. He asks her how the student recruitment is going, and she reveals that she's been worried about that. She doesn't know how her grandfather will react if she gets new students. Seojun agrees, knowing any student might get beat up by the Sword Star. Seoyun reveals that she can deal with her grandfather, but doesn't know what type of instructors to hire. Our fella is curious why not just teach them all herself, and she lets him know that she will be teaching, but she can't teach everything, as every student is different and needs a personal approach. The B-rank hunter thinks it would be best to have an instructor for each field, but she can't ask just anybody. And the famous instructors would be expensive. This makes Seojun's ears perk up, as he wonders how much famous instructors make. It is informed to him that a really famous one can make hundreds of millions of one a month, while the top tier make billions. This makes our boy go nuts, and he announces he will do whatever it takes to help. 3 days later, Kim's total mock exam score is 29 points out of 100, while his course progress for Chiron is almost complete. He's finished with Xiang's course. He's so close to finishing Chiron's course and guesses there's still a bit of time left on his free pass. Just then, Mentor pops out of his phone, and this time, Seojun isn't surprised to see him. Our guy reminds him that he said he would be back before the free pass ends, and in that time he reveals that he finished a course, and that's pretty much what happened. Mentor is speechless to hear that from him when he asks him about the thing he was looking into. The little fella announces that they have a big problem now. Mentor informs that he's looked into his info more before going to the director about his ID problems, and as Seojun assumes, it must be something big. The little fella reveals there wasn't anything. It turns out that they have nothing under the name Kim Seojun. This leaves our dude in utter confusion, wondering what he means. Mentor clarifies to him that there's no one registered as Kim at the Transcendent Academy. Our guy contemplates if that means he's not even a member and is distraught, questioning how he was able to take courses. And that's exactly what Mentor is saying. He reveals that the Transcendent Academy is strictly members only. He can't take courses if he's not registered and he doesn't get called into service, but somehow Seojin was able to. Our boy is curious about what the director said and asks him if he mentioned all this to him. However, it seems that the director also doesn't know what happened either. Kim doesn't know who the director of the Transcendent Academy is, but considering everyone else, he assumes he must be nearly godlike. And for someone like that to not know what was happening, it's shocking. Our awakened wonders if it is some kind of bug in the system, and Mentor declares that without somehow alerting the karma calculation system itself, that's impossible. But the karma calculation system can't be altered. It seems that the director did say there were signs of tampering, but who and how is unknown. Seojin asks him about what will happen to him, wondering if he will be expelled. The little fella assures him that he's got the wrong idea. He lets him know that it's their problem, not his. It doesn't have much to do with him. Plus, they would never expel anyone because, as Mentor said in the beginning, once a member, always a member. Our man takes a sigh of relief because he thought not having an account ID was just a simple error, but if it's impossible and someone's been tampering, that means this was all done on purpose, for a reason. He speculates about who might do it and why him. He feels he's a nobody, just our average pro-hunter wannabe trying to get through life. Nonetheless, he confirms with Mentor if he shouldn't be worried about anything, and he tells him to just keep doing what he's doing. But he doesn't think they will be able to fix his account ID problem yet, and apologizes for that. It's fine with Seojin, as it hasn't been a problem so far, and with that, they decide to get back to business. Kim lets Mentor know that his free pass is almost over, and asks for any suggestions about what he should do now. Firstly, the little assistant decides to give him a brief explanation of their curriculum at the Transcendent Academy. It turns out to be divided into 4 categories: introductory, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And Seojin is just about out of their introductory stage. He is curious if one becomes a transcendent after completing the advanced courses. When Mentor refuses and reveals that there's tons more to learn even after the advanced courses, they end it at the advanced level because after that, learning from them is meaningless. Finishing the advanced level means they've reached a point where it's better for them to forge their own path. And it seems that those who transcend say that it's much harder to go from advanced to transcendent than it is to go through the curriculum in the first place. Hence, finishing the advanced curriculum is just the beginning. Mentor thinks it's time for Seojin to move up to beginner level, as he ensures that he's going to keep the spear as his main weapon and advises him to renew it when his free pass runs out. After that, he should look into the individual courses, showing him 2 courses of Instructor Hercules and Zhang Sanfeng, upon completing which, he would become certified Strength of the Gods and Ladder to the Heavens. Mentor suggests that he should register for these 2 courses. Kim, however, wants to know more about magic forms and spear arts. They're more intermediate level courses, and that's why Mentor recommends him to learn those later on. During the beginning stages, it's better to lay down a strong foundation that he can build off of. Seeing him sound so confident, Seojin finds it reassuring. The karma calculated for the course's fees turns out to be 2 million and 25 million for 2 courses respectively. Seojin almost gets a heart attack as he realizes that he needs a lot of money because of all this, and the free pass. Mentor agrees that he will have to really gather karma, and that brings Kim to his other question. He asks him what exactly is karma calculation, and it is revealed that it is a measure of causality, the laws of cause and effect. If the Transcendent Academy is a cause, the students are its effect. It's their code, so to speak. Our guy wonders what the Transcendent Academy gets by this code, and the little fella lets him know that their role is simply to help students become transcendents. Seojin wonders why that is so, and this time, Mentor confesses this is as far as he can go for now. The effect he can render onto him, and the full effect he can explain to him as well. Hence, he tells him to just keep transcending because the more he does, the more things will make sense to him. The little assistant cheerfully claims to support him all the way, and our fella seems to have another question if that's the case. He's curious if there are other students besides him, and Mentor assures him that there are, wondering if he can't tell by the message board. But what he's actually asking is if there are any students in reality, and even though the answer to it is a bit harder to explain, he decides to try. He discloses that of the many realities that encompass the Transcendent Academy, the most students in any given reality is 4. Korea's top hunter academies are Hunter's Mill, Ale, and Gaon. Each academy specializes in different subjects, and people generally say if one wants to learn magic, go to Ale. If one wants to master weaponry, go to Gaon. If one is uncertain, go to Hunter's Mill. As it doesn't specialize in any subject, it doesn't lack in any either. And to slip into the top 3 amongst the fierce competition between Gaon and Ale shows just how respectable Hunter's Mill is. It's the opening day of the prestigious Hunter's Mill Pro Hunter mock examination. Seojin is surprised to see so many people while Seoyun guides him the way since it will get crowded soon, so they decide to move quickly. Our fella finds the atmosphere to be completely different from the tournament. Seoyun hands the slip to the manager, while Kim realizes that the tournament was only Division 4. The size of this mock exam and the money involved are on another level. The scholarship prize for the highest score is 1 billion won, and the cost of a new free pass is 500 million won. Our guy barely managed to scrap together 30 million going dungeon raids. He will take the courses mentor recommended, but his biggest priority is to get a new free pass. And to do that, he has no choice but to nail first place in the mock exam. The manager hands the slip back, allowing them to go in. They hear a commotion, and that's when Seojin realizes that it's way more crowded than the tournament. Seoyeon announces that she will be leaving now and wishes good luck to her student as he thanks her. Kim stops when he sees a fight, and it turns out it's Kang Cheol Kim from Hunter's Mill Academy. The other guy makes a fuss while the manager tries to stop him, and people around recognize that he's Kang Cheol. They're shocked to see him and think it makes sense that they sent him, as Ale sent Do-won Lee and Gaeon sent Dongmin Jin. Seojin comes across Kang Cheol and guesses he must be a big deal at Hunter's Mill. People keep chattering about the top 3 when they hear someone yelling. It turns out to be a guy covered with weapons like swords, spears, arrows, and whatnot. Kim wonders what's up with all those weapons while the guy asks the manager to let him in, shoving his entry form towards him. The manager tells him to wait in line, but he questions why he let Kang Cheol through and not him. Everyone tries to stop him, but at the end, he's dragged by the security while he continues to yell. The same manager guides the way to Seojun, who realizes the staff here is strict. He sees people from all over the country present here. It seems that the mock exam has commenced as the contestants are running laps. A guy named Do-san Park is a student at a Division II Hunter Academy. He believes he's as talented as anyone in the top-tier academies like Hunter's Mill, Ale, and Gaeon. The reason why he's only in a Division II academy is simple. It's money. A year's tuition in the 3 big academies easily passed 100 million won. Hence, he had no choice but to go to a Division II school that would offer him a scholarship. In the East, they say it's better to be the head of a snake than the tail of the dragon. But a dragon's tail can take big swings at big dragons, while snakes just squirm around on the ground with other snakes. Doshan is actually here for the big tail swinging contest, and that's what this mock exam really is. He's here for guys like Seojin, assuming he's a noob. The Hunter's Mill mock exam consists of 5 subjects from the Pro Hunter exams, in addition to the written portion: physical strength, magic skills, combat ability versus monsters, dungeon raids, and combat ability versus people. The first one is physical strength, with the test subject's stamina. The test is to finish a 3-kilometer run in under 5 minutes, and repeat as necessary. Each run under 5 minutes counts as a lap, and you repeat until you can't. The score is based on how many laps they can finish. Park, who's running with our dude, thought he was just a doofus at first, but he's already finished 15 laps, and now they're the only ones left. Doshan pushes himself to run just a little further, as he just needs to beat Kim and get ahead of him, with whom he's in a non-existent competition. He feels this is what it's all about, the satisfaction of fighting for every gasp of air. When his timer beeps, indicating that it's been more than 5 minutes, he stops running. The only thing that matters to him is making it in the big leagues with the dragons, not snakes. He spots Seojin running toward him after finishing another lap and assumes that means he's finished too. Park extends his hand, believing it was a good fight among giants, and that's when our guy zooms right past him. For him, the challenge is a breeze, while Do-seon stands frozen, hand still out like he's waiting for a high five that'll never come. Later, we see all the contestants intimidated by none other than our man, who's lifting weights like it's nothing. The people are in utter disbelief to see him squatting with heavy weights and find it inhumane. Meanwhile, this test is also easier than Kim expected. Even with the daily assignment training, he couldn't imagine he would get this strong. He wonders if this is the result of finishing Xiang Yu's course, as he feels like he can use the strength to pluck a mountain technique without even thinking. Our dude gets all thrilled when he imagines what he would be like after finishing Hercules' course when he's like this from Yu's. That makes him all fired up for the money, while the supervisor suggests he take a break before they move on to the next subject. It seems that mock exams aren't that important for students past a certain level. Kang Cheol Kim, Do-won Lee, and Dongmin Jin. These 3 contestants are taking part in the mock exam as more of a performance, to show off the reputation and status of their respective Hunter academies. The whole exam is a matter of pride between the academies, but it seems that the Order of Truth has made Kang Cheol take part in the exam only so that he can keep an eye on Seojin. The only thing he has to do is to watch and see what he does. The Order of Truth had never asked Kim for anything before. The sponsorship was unconditional, and if he needed anything, they'd help out. Hence, he wonders what this sudden request is and who Kim Seojin is. He'd heard the name briefly, related to the dungeon anomaly a month ago, but when he ran into our dude in the halls, he didn't find him special at all. However, hearing people muttering among themselves, he guesses the scores must be out. And witnessing the scoreboard with Kim Seojin in first with an average score of 100, Minyo Lee in second with an average score of 91, and Kang Cheol in third with 89. He's left staggered to see the 11-point difference and the fact that he's trailing behind in third place. Kangchul wonders who's this Minhyul Lee because anyone skilled enough to knock him back, he would have heard of. He feels infuriated to find himself lagging behind, but he assures himself that there's no need to worry, as there's always a few students who specialize in one subject. He's sure they won't get off so easy on the next one. Yet, in the second subject of combatability versus monsters, the results are pretty much the same, except for Minhyul with 97 points and Kangchul with 94. Witnessing the result, Kim is reminded of the orders given to him by the Order of Truth and wonders if he's just supposed to stand by and do nothing. The third subject is announced to be magic skill. It seems that they will use a shield generator and measure impact forces from attacks. The objective will be to use magic to try and break the shield. Seojin looks concerned because magic is not his strong point. He does have a basic idea thanks to Merlin, but he never figured out how to control it properly and wonders if it will be enough. The next contestant is announced to be Doan Lee from A-Lei Academy, as everyone cheers for her. She uses her magic and her score shoots up to 100. Everyone mutters how she can even change how the magic manifests and claims that they can't really beat A-Lei when it comes to their magic skills. Kim also witnessed her skill, and it seems that he's up next. Standing there, our boy ponders if he should try to do what she did, and guesses that he will give it a go. Knowing that the strength to pluck a mountain technique is now automatic, he feels he can focus more on what Merlin said about drawing magic. Activating his magic, he pounces towards the magic shield and slices it in half, leaving everyone mind-blown and speechless. With that, Seojin's score shoots up to 100, with him in first position. To everyone's surprise, our guy iconically breaks the magic barrier generator into pieces thanks to his magic energy and spear. Even Seojin freezes for a second, trying to process what the hell just happened. After this, the exam was suspended while they searched for another magic barrier generator. Nobody in their right mind thought the machine would get destroyed, so there wasn't a spare. But a few moments later, the test gets continued. In the meantime, the people witnessing the magic skill test begin murmuring about Kim Seun since the big three academies are getting pushed out of rocks because of it. Seo-yun, who also happens to be there, and she manifested that people would be taken by surprise after seeing Seojin. The gossips about our guy initiate, and they recall that it's the same guy who dealt with the dungeon anomaly and took down 6-star Nerkura. They even know Seojin is from the Dream Hunter Academy. Meanwhile, Seo-yun appears tense, and while she convinced herself that our hero could win this, she didn't expect him to take such an overwhelming lead. She's uncertain how all of this will affect the Pro Hunter exam. Even the people started to question why he took the mock exams in the first place if he's going to win every test. One of the spectators of the test infers that the students are at an astounding level. Hence, they should adjust the difficulty of the pro exam this year. The guy decides to arrange a meeting with the president of the association. The people think it would have been better to send Haeon Lee instead of Kim Kangchul, who fell so far behind in the mock exam. They expect that Haeon would do better. They wonder if there's anyone in the Hunter Mill who can compete with Seojin. Seoyun glances at the scores, and the guy concludes that Seojin's scores are really something else entirely. The scene then switches to our guy who's still in shock. Well, he didn't mean to end things this way and peeks at the sparkling Longinus spear. Seojin presumes that this holy spear used to stab Jesus on the cross, and since it passed through generations, it might have special powers. But he's utterly clueless about what those powers are because all he knows are stories and legends. He's left there to ponder if the spear Longinus has a special ability to cut through magic shields, or if it might be the sheer power of the weapon itself. While he's immersed in the thought, he thinks of buying another weapon to compare when a melody pounces in his ears. Our guy notices the boy who's been running around singing without a care in the world and peeks at his weapons. Our fella remembers who this guy is when suddenly that weirdo comes running to Seojin, calling him the superstar of the mock exam. That guy delightedly introduces himself as Minhyul Lee, who scored second place. While Minhyul gets a bit extra, he apologizes for coming off weird. Kim presumes that Minhyul is friendly and a bit overeager since that's how he seems. After that, the dungeon raid begins, and our guy finally gets to see what an augmented reality dungeon is like. It's the Hunter's Mill mock exam, fourth subject, the dungeon raid, and the score of this test will be determined by the time it takes to complete the raid. Meanwhile, our guy is admiring how real the place looks when he's ambushed by a monster. It appears that they need to deal with 10 Nerkuras to clear the dungeon. Just like that, the one-sided massacre begins as Seojin slashes through the giant monsters with his Longinus spear like it's nothing. Being virtual, these monsters are 1 or 2 stats lower than real Mercuras, and our guy wonders if they're trying to kill them. After he deals with some of them, another one attacks from behind. Well, things have changed after the dungeon anomaly incident. Seojin's power is on another level now, and he can feel it even though he's not fighting real Nerkuras. He recalls that just 3 months ago, he was nothing. A nobody living day to day and just trying to survive. But now his dreams are coming to reality. He enrolled in Transcendent Academy, met Seoyun, and his life changed for the better. While the monsters get struck down one by one, our hero doesn't mean to brag, but a thought crosses his mind. Just maybe, even though the journey to becoming a Transcendent will be long and hard, he might just end up the world's greatest hunter. Well, indubitably, our main character is going to live under that title pretty soon. After our guy gets a perfect score, he leaves the dungeon and finds everyone staring at him. Well, it's probably because Seojin ranked first throughout all the tests. What's weird is that two best hunters, Dongmin Jin who ranked 4th and Dun Lee who ranked 5th, scowl at Seojin out of jealousy as they can't digest that he's the winner. Our guy senses the evil eye as the way they're glaring, but he understands that it feels rigged to them since he knows he'll win the whole thing. Seojin decides to ignore their displeased faces, but then he meets Minhyul Lee, whose reaction is even weirder. Ungrateful brat Minhyul got 2nd place, and he still thinks he could have done better. What a bastard he is. Minhyul Lee is amazed at how Seojin destroyed him in the dungeon raid, while our guy is busy noticing Kim Kang-cheol, who looked cocky but is strangely quiet. As excited Minhyul already thinks they're best of friends, our guy curiously asks him about the weapons he's carrying, wondering if he uses all of them. Minhyul Lee then reveals that he never received formal training from anyone, so he just got used to every weapon. Seojin lets out a gasp of disbelief because it's shocking to hear that Minhyul is a self-taught hunter. Minhyul admits that he's a self-taught hunter, and just like it sounds, he trained alone. It is known that a self-taught student is someone who's never attended an academy and learned on their own. Usually they have no money and no talent either. But Minhyul turns out to be an exceptional case because every once in a while someone amazing appears. He's skilled enough from the training by himself to defeat the best prospects from the best academies. Our guy eccentrically asks him why any academy would not take him. But it seems to be Minhyul's choice since he doesn't want to be tied down and says a very weird thing. He confesses that he does have a teacher, but they don't know he's their student. Abruptly, the staff barges in and alerts everyone of an unexpected problem that has arisen that leaves everyone unsettled. It turns out that the exam judges are unable to come due to unforeseen circumstances. The staff member elaborates that instructors from Hunter's Mill were originally supposed to judge the individual combat ability exam, but on the way here, a dungeon rift appeared. On top of that, it was a 10-star dungeon, so the instructors had no choice but to intervene. The test takers panic and express their concern about what's going to happen to the test. But they are informed that they'll have to wait since they are holding an emergency meeting regarding this matter. Kim Kang-cheol, on the other hand, speculates that the Order of Truth is involved in creating the 10-star dungeon rift. He's uncertain about how they were able to pull this off, but one thing's clear, and that is it's well within their abilities. With the mock exam suspended, Kang-cheol suspects that in this case, Kim Seojin will win with the current standings, convinced that's what the Order of Truth is after. He's kinda pissed off, and to intervene in this cunning scheming, he suggests changing up the exam. Since the last subject is the individual combat, Kang-cheol thinks they should settle it with a tournament. The idea is liked by the other contestants, but the staff member declares that it'll be difficult to pull off, given that there are too many participants in the mock exam. A tournament to accommodate all of them would take too much time, plus it would create issues with the scores and rankings, so it is decided that they should wait for replacement judges to be found. But this doesn't settle with Kim Kang-cheol as he desperately yells that they can't wait like this forever, and finding A-class hunters on such short notice is nearly impossible. Everyone agrees to that, and Kang implies that they can hold it like an invitation and proceed with the tournament with the ones who want to take part in it. Kang-cheol pressurizes everyone since the Hunter's Mill is a top 3 academy, and its reputation is on the line. The extended delay is already getting people talking, and Kang-cheol blames Seojin for everything. But from the audience's point of view, it looks like bad preparation by the Hunter's Mill. Since things look bad, now's the time to put on a show to distract the audience. Kang-cheol, in his Delulu world, dreams of stealing all Seojin's glory after beating him. This bastard evilly schemes to steal all the spotlight from Seojin, who's already clinched the victory in the mock exam. In the meantime, Doan Lee and Dongmin Jin agree to the tournament. While everyone catches on, Minhyul gets exhilarated and asks Seojin for his opinion. All the eyes are fixated on our guy whose thoughts revolve only around money, as he questions if there will be additional prize money if he wins. Moments later, an emergency invitational tournament is announced with 15 total contestants, who are all of the most promising students of the Hunter Academies. The crowd is thrilled since the 3 best Hunter Academies, Hunter Mills, Gaon, and Ale, are going to face each other. With addition to Seojin Kim and Minhyul Lee, they have put the big academies to shame and the people are going crazy over the reactions. Nonetheless, the tournament begins, and in the first match, Dongmin of the Gaon Hunter Academy takes the win. Just like that, the top hunters, Doan Lee with her incredible fire magic and Kang-cheol with no opponents of his rank, take the lead. The 3 top hunters all have one motive, to take down Seojin Kim because he has hurt their pride. On the other hand, our guy is surprised that the prize money for the tournament has doubled. Kim already won the mock exam, and if he wins the tournament, he'll hit the jackpot since the total prize money will be 2 billion won. He looks upon courses at the Transcendent Academy. He reckons that if he gets 2 billion, and even after buying the free pass, he'll be left with 1.5 billion. The point being is that mentors' recommended courses cost 2 billion and 2.5 billion won, so he plans to be on his way to get those. Seojin already assumes himself a winner, and he's not worried about the elite trio who are on his ass. But one person does get our fellow worried who could be a real challenge, and that is Minhyul Lee. In the tournament ring, Minhyul Lee makes use of his weapons while Seojun grasps his trick and guesses that most contestants will top out at 3 weapons total. In fact, most people could only focus on one. It's hard enough as it is. Minhyul jaw-droppingly tosses out all of his weapons, and our guy counts that he has at least 8 weapons by his count or more, wondering if this cunning bastard knows how to use them. Just like that, Minhyul iconically baffles his opponent who thought that sword was his main weapon, but actually, it was bow and arrow. The opponent doesn't fall for Minhyul's puny trick and leaps at him with the sword, but the smirk tells it all. At that moment, Minhyul yanks out the double swords, thrashing his opponent away with brute force. Our guy, who's been witnessing the fight, deduces that Lee's fighting style is crude, without the refinement of the top 3 hunters. This weapon guy isn't constrained by any form or framework, but completely free. With Minhyul's dangerous aura and style, it's more than a street fight than a match. To be exact, it's a style that comes from zero formal hunter education, just like our guy Seojun. That's when our guy hazards a guess that maybe this dude Minhyul is a student of Transcendent Academy. We then get to know that the mentor mentions to Kim that of the many realities that encompass the Transcendent Academy, the most students in any given reality is 4. Seojun suspects that Lee could be talking about the academy and recalls how he mentioned that his teacher doesn't know he's their student. All the puzzles fit perfectly, and it's possible that Minhyul could be learning through lecture videos since instructors don't know who watches their videos. With that, Minhyul Lee wins the tournament, and our guy settles on his possibility. The host announces the winner and thinks it'll be a high-octane match. The next contestant is the one they all have been waiting for, Kim Seojun, the winner of the mock exam. Kim's opponent turns out to be the brightest wizard who has also been noticed by the Demon Star disciple, Doan Lee from Ale Academy. The crowd goes berserk at his name. Doan Lee, one of the top hunters, is known to be a genius. It's not an exaggeration. In fact, genius might not be enough to describe her. And at Ale, already one of the top 3 hunter academies, she's one of the top students. Even Jimin Jong, the genius wizard scholar and next in line to the Demon Star, has remarked on her formidable talent. It's safe to say that nothing is impossible for Doan Lee. Unfortunately, she got only behind in the rankings because wizards are at a disadvantage in the Hunter Mills mock exam. If it were Ale's mock exam, it would have been a totally different story, or so she thought. Doyeon's cocky ass gets humbled real quick when she's up against our guy. As soon as our dude enters the tournament, he dodges the fire attack directed at him. Poor Doan is left in utter disbelief to see someone of her caliber. Even our guy is baffled how the fuck he was able to do that while Doan screams in disbelief, gasping at the impossible. Since our guy parried the spell, this leaves Doan deeply unsettled because this could mean 2 things. She speculates that either Kim Seojun summoned an overwhelming amount of magic to simply overpower it, or he fully knew what form of magic she summoned and dispelled it with the exact counter. But she finds it impossible for an untrained wizard like him to understand high-level magic, and even if he did, there's no way in hell he could dispel it this fast. On the contrary, our guy is amazed by the spear's power, as all he did was give it a whirl, and it dispelled the opponent's magic like a breeze. While Seojun acknowledges unique powers the spear possesses and thinks of buying something in the 1.5 range to experiment, Doan looks hella pissed. She furiously launches relentless fire arrows, but our guy nonchalantly disperses all of them with the Longinus spear. Seojun sleeps through those attacks, and eventually, poor Doan goes through an emotional breakdown, losing all hope. She loses her wits and realizes that she can't win. In the meantime, our guy keeps the spear at her neck while Doan tries to process what's happening, asking if she won. But then she's hit by the reality and calls our guy a monster. Just then the judges announce Seojun Kim as the winner. Later on, the match between Minhyul Lee and Dongmin Jin continues, and the fight is beyond everyone's expectations. They seem to be going neck to neck while Dongmin's cocky ass presumes that he's definitely taking the lead. But the reality was contrary to his expectations when Dongmin gets shoved back by Minhyul, who flaunts his hidden weapon, the Wolverine claws. Dongmin loses his shit at his cheap tricks, but deep down, the dude is scared as fuck because he's unaware of what's to come. Meanwhile, Minhyul continues his circus of weapons and pulls out another one. And the best part is this dude knows how to use every single one of them. Dongmin begins freaking out and wonders when Bastard Lee is going to run out of weapons since he can't keep up with his frantic pace. Just like that, while that cocky bastard is busy thinking, Minhyul takes the win after hitting a single blow straight onto Dongmin's gut. Dongmin starts whining like a crybaby and claims that Minhyul's dirty tricks are clearly cheating. He refuses to concede, crying that it's unfair. The distinct murmuring in the crowd initiates as they feel like Minhyul did cross the line, while some claim that a winner is a winner. Dongmin's pride is deeply hurt after he's entitled as a loser, and he screams like a maniac. Our guy, who's been watching this whiny bastard through the screen, infers that the results would have been the same, even if Minhyul didn't switch his weapons. That's when it occurs to Kim Kangchul that the Order of Truth is doing this, since they were not only keeping an eye on Seojun, but also Minhyul Lee. Kang Cheol now gets it that the Order of Truth really didn't want him since their ultimate goal was to see Seojin and Minhyul go head-to-head. It looks like the finals would have come to this eventually, even without Kang Cheol intervening. Just then, a thought crosses his mind and he suspects that Minhyul is with the Order of Truth. Kang Cheol is convinced that it's the case. It has to be, because there's no way a self-taught nobody could take down the top students from top academies. Now the tournament comes down to the last match, which is a can't miss. It's between the Man of Steel and Iron versus the Pride of Hunter's Mill. The match is a fiery one because it's Seojin who's tossing everything thrown his way against Kim Kang Cheol, who's burning with rage after realizing the Order of Truth has been using him from the beginning. This thought fuels Kang's anger, and he desires to beat Seojin more than ever. He refuses to play the Order of Truth's little game. With that, the match begins, and their weapons clank against each other. The ground bears a crack due to the brute force they're fighting with. As Kang Cheol is shoved away, he notices Seojin's spear and reckons that he hasn't infused it with an Aura Sword's power, yet it's casually blocking all of his Aura Sword attacks. More like his Aura Sword attacks don't even register. They're nothing against that spear. That's when smartass Kang Cheol grasps the hidden special powers of the spear but goes beyond that. He's certain that our guy was able to score high all thanks to that weapon. The boy then plans to avoid that weapon to be evenly matched, having a strong desire to win. Kang relentlessly attacks him, not giving Seojin a moment to recover. His speed is admirable, that he can move such an immense sword at such speed and sheer power. The judges seem to be more focused on a dazzling display of Kang's skill. Even our guy admits that his opponent is definitely a step above the other students he's faced. While Kim struggles to halt the attacks, Kang Cheol releases a great amount of aura that dismantles the ground into pieces. Our guy manages to dodge that, but he can't deny the fact that Kang Cheol is one of the Hunter's Mill best, which is not even an exaggeration. After getting challenged, Seojin braces himself because he decides to give it his all. The spear emits a powerful blue aura that even makes Kang Cheol freak out while our guy zooms at his opponent. But Kang's sword evades the attack smoothly, though it does leave an impact. Kang Cheol immediately realizes that something has changed. The energy up to now was more like gentle waves, and now it's like a volcanic explosion. Suddenly, the Hunter's Mill dude who was just aggressive a minute ago is now being thrown back. Our guy takes the lead, forcing his opponent to retreat. It's like the spear's powers multiply tenfold. Kang Cheol struggles to stand firm, sensing that the attacks are now crude and desperate. In other words, Kim Seojin is landing an obvious attack. Compared to the elegant sword technique and magic skill of Hunter's Mill, this is just hack and slash. Our guy simply comes forward with an obvious attack. However, that one destructive blow was enough to make Kang Cheol retreat. Panting heavily, Kang is carried away by how Seojin's attacks were so simple yet so strong. He deduces that this isn't just the spear. Seojin is not even using the power of the Aura Sword to begin with. That's when it dawns on him. He dwells on the possibility our hero might be capable of wielding a sword aura. The sight of Seojin triggers a memory, and Kang Cheol remembers that it's just like before. We are then brought to Kang Cheol's flashback, where he's manipulated by a woman who provokes him to give his all to be the top 3. His hands tremble with fear and his sword breaks into half. This was the nightmare of his first meeting with Hyun Lee, who belittles him and calls him the worst. The pathetic sense of helplessness ran through him when he met her. Yanking out of it, a surge of anger rises and Kang Cheol gets insanely infuriated after thinking how the Order of Truth and Hyun Lee had mocked him and crushed his pride. Right at that moment, a sudden power jolts through Kang and he frantically leaps towards Seojin. However, in that split second, our guy counterattacks and breaks his sword into pieces, making Kang bend to his knees. But it turns out the poor guy collapses, and with that, Seojin advances to the final. Minhyul smirks because he'll get to spar with Kim. The people are obsessed with Seojin's weapon and eagerly look forward to the final match, the one between Kim Seojin and Minhyul Lee, this long-awaited match that nobody could have predicted. The dramatic collision between the two superstars who've blazed their way to the top past the best hunters from Ale, Gaeon, and Hunter's Mill Academy. Minhyul expresses that he'd been waiting for this, and assumes that Kim has a lot going on in his mind. On the tournament stage, our boy corroborates with Minhyul that he has never been formally trained. Minhyul nods while Seojin reminds him that he said he had a teacher. Pretending to be a dumbass, Lee reasons that the teachers don't know that he's their student. Kim expresses curiosity and bluntly asks who's the teacher, but Minhyul doesn't like him being so curious. Well, Seojin thinks there's a possibility he might know the teacher, making Lee freak out. While Minhyul calls him a liar, our guy presumes that he could straightforwardly ask him about the Transcendent Academy. Not to mention that there's a risk. If Minhyul doesn't turn out to be a Transcendent Academy student, then it'll end up in a misunderstanding. However, if this dude really enrolled in the Transcendent Academy like him, it changes everything. If it were true, it wouldn't make them colleagues like right now. They're put in direct competition. Seojin isn't certain how Minhyul will respond, so he decides not to show his cards too soon. He tries to think of another way to find the truth, and so he asks Minhyul if his teacher is who he's thinking. He could just mention their strength, like transcends imagination. This leaves Minhyul unsettled, and he hysterically asks Seojin who the hell he is. While the inevitable matchup is just about to begin, our hero confesses that he seems to have the same question, but he makes it clear their answers won't be so straightforward. Therefore, Seojin makes a deal. He suggests that the loser today has to answer any question the winner asks. But Minhyul gets concerned since it would be hard to know if the other person is telling the truth, to which Kim responds that they'll just have to go with their gut feeling. With that, the long-awaited championship final commences. Strangely, after a few seconds, none of them move from their places except for staring at each other. While it may seem that both of them are just standing, the thing is that Minhyul couldn't find a single opening to strike. Manifesting it'll be a real challenge, Minhyul pulls out his swords while Seojin braces himself because, having seen his fighting style, he knows it won't be that simple. Our guy starts with everything he's got. Just as Lee comes at him, our guy swings his spear and manages to break his swords. Seojin makes his opponent tumble like a rolling pin. Our guy doesn't give him a chance to breathe since Lee abandons his weapon and pulls back. If Kim had waited a moment longer, he might have finished it here. But Minhyul is a tough dude to deal with because he immediately yanks out his bow and arrow. The relentless arrows are flung at Seojin, but with the Longinus spear, every arrow is swished away. Minhyul expresses great curiosity about that weapon of his, and implores Kim to tell him everything about it if he wins. Our guy agrees, but first he'll have to beat him. Minhyul continues shifting his weapons and appears to be the happiest boy on earth. As the fight goes on, our guy senses this weird feeling. He notices that even though Lee is trying everything and striking by the rules, he doesn't exude that killer instinct about winning. This dude is not bothered by the jeering as the people call him a coward or say that none of his tricks are working. Still, Minhyul looks like he doesn't have a care in this world. Abruptly, our guy questions Minhyul if he's trying to win, and he agrees since he has a lot of questions to ask. Seojin states that he doesn't seem like he cares either way, while Minhyul appears confused and claims he wants to beat him more than ever. But he also lets out that he's fine losing too. Our guy wonders why this prickly bastard is pulling so many desperate tricks. Lee, with a smug smile on his face, simply answers that he's trying his best to win. But our guy doesn't understand that while Minhyul might think he's doing his best, in other people's eyes, he's a simpleton. That's when Lee smiles and confesses that people putting him down doesn't make him less of a person. This leaves Seojin speechless. He keeps his spear down and tells Minhyul not to mistake what he's doing as a sign he's not taking him seriously. The scene then shifts back to earlier, where Seojin is taking instructor Siddhartha's weapon. The Buddhist monk illustrates that in reality, the world is not as beautiful as they'd like to think. The law of the jungle is survival of the fittest. The very laws of nature select the strong and eliminate the weak. That's how the system works. And this is why people are hard on themselves. Because if one doesn't want to be eliminated, doesn't want to fall behind everyone else, then every day they must be more. During the tournament, when Minhyul said those words, it reminded Seojin of Siddhartha's lecture. In the lecture, the young monk asks himself if he has ever escaped this way of thinking and looked upon the world with a different point of view. The monk then narrates a story from when he walked the earth as a young monk. The following story comes from when the Buddha was a young monk known as Gautama Siddhartha, before he became the Buddha and was still in the midst of his search for enlightenment. One day, the monk saw young children racing each other, and for whatever reason, they raced repeatedly. And every time the same child came in last place. But for some reason, he kept laughing no matter what. Watching this, Siddhartha got curious and approached that boy, asking him why he runs. The child responds that he likes running. The monk then questions him if running isn't hard, and the kid lets out some words of wisdom, saying then he just walks a bit. But if he walks, the monk infers that the other kids will beat him. But the kid calls it nonsense and reveals that his finish line is different from others, so there's no way they could beat him. Siddhartha points at the finishing line and asks the child if that isn't the finish line. But the kid states that it might be everyone's finishing line, but for him it's just a checkpoint. This leaves the monk in deep confusion while that child continues coming in last. Then, many years later, a race was held, the biggest ever. And the story goes, that small child set a magnificent record. Until then, the monk had thought of life as a sort of tower that is built through hard work and stacking accomplishments one by one. So the young monk starts working on the tower of hard work. However, reflecting on that boy's words made him realize that there was no need to finish the tower. In fact, it's fine to let it all go. The monk thinks to himself why he never realized that before. And that's how a small child helped a young monk make a deep realization. The point being is that they live in a competitive society. If they don't improve every day, they'll be eliminated. If they fall behind, they disappear. It's all about survival of the fittest. And that's the very reason why Kim Seojin worked so hard. He wanted to grow quickly and tell himself that he wasn't falling behind. But the more our boy followed the rules of society, the more he got anxious. And eventually he found himself obsessed with the transcendent society since he wanted to be strong. He was obsessed with the idea of working hard so that he wouldn't be eliminated in the rat race, feel left out, or be overtaken. He only focused on surviving the competition without a meaningful purpose in life. When Minhyul smiled and said that he didn't care about those people who put him down since it doesn't make him less of a person, these words resonated with Seojin quite deeply. and reminded him about Siddhartha's lesson. At that point, our guy finally understands the meaning of this lesson and wonders why it never occurred to him. That's when he decides to lose the spear of Longinus and pulls out a mere spear, making Mignol wonder why he did that. Our guy warns Mignol not to mistake what he's doing as a sign that he's not taking him seriously. Mignol Lee gets confused and asks why he put aside the shiny spear when he easily could have won with that. Without a doubt, if Seojin used the spear of Longinus, he could have just destroyed everything Mignol threw at him and won effortlessly. Our guy still longs to win and knows using the right weapon is its own skill. But for some reason in this match, Kim wants to do this on his own and desires to find his own value. Just how Mignol said that he doesn't mind people's words, Seojin states people talking him up doesn't make him any better either. Mignol is rendered speechless, as if he's in awe, and compliments Seojin that he's even more decent than he'd thought. That's when Mignol throws all of his weapons away, keeping just a dagger with him. He confesses that this is the one thing he's learned from his teacher, and he's best at it. Our guy is happy that they're on the same page, and with that, they leap towards each other, screaming to let the best person win. With Seojin giving up on his Longinus spear, it appears too easy at first, but shortly, Mignol Lee bombards him with relentless strikes that slightly slash his arm. Our guy feels like it's too much, and knows that if he had the spear of Longinus, this would be child's play. But Lee's blows are a real threat. On top of that, Seojin has a hard time keeping up with Mignol's shifting fighting style since it's confusing. The fight gets intense when Kim attempts to stop the dagger from jabbing him with his hand. Just then, his hand bleeds and he forcefully shoves Mignol away. Nonetheless, our hero makes peace with the idea of losing. It's as if the weight has been lifted. He no longer needs to worry about winning this fight since losing doesn't matter to him anymore. Seojin's main motive is to give his all. Smiling, a realization hits our boy, and he discovers that there can be joy in fighting. As the sparring continues, Mignol sees it clearly that Seojin has been trained in this weapon, and he warns him that he hasn't seen anything yet. Mignol does a backflip to pull an ambush, but our guy ducks down at the right moment. Soon after, dust settles in and Mignol disappears right before Kim's eyes. Our guy learns it's a vanishing technique, and this makes him wonder where Mignol learned such advanced techniques. He hasn't fully grasped this technique and our guy gets alerted. He plans to follow carefully, or else Mignol will disappear from his field of vision. This makes Kim assume this might be Lee's finishing move, and now that things are getting challenging, he decides to use Merlin's magic. As he's about to use it, a flashback unfolds when Seojin used Merlin's magic to defeat Dongmin Jin earlier. He pauses for a moment and questions his own move. Kim ponders that he does believe in himself, but seeing Mignol's free-spirited fighting style, he suddenly realizes how rigid his fighting style had been. Our fella then gets reminded of Merlin's lesson, where he taught him that learning indeed is an amazing thing. But when learning becomes like a habit, it can be a hurdle to one's self-expression. Because, to a certain extent, learning is just absorbing what someone else has expressed. The instructor rhetorically questions how long he will passively take someone else's expression and call it his own. Right at that moment, Seojin finally fathoms that he doesn't need to use Merlin's technique, but to summon his own magic. Because the real essence is in originality. At some point, one can't be just satisfied with learning. And that's what inspires Seojin to find his own way since learning must become a method. The creativity flows in and Seojin starts all over again. He blends Merlin's knowledge, Chiron's senses, Xiangyu's strength, and Buddha's unwavering mind. A radiating aura bursts forth that exudes from Seojin himself as if he's been enlightened. He finally makes his own expression. To everyone's surprise, Kim Seojin manages to create an aura blade. The people witnessing this are left slack-jawed since it's nearly impossible to pull off what our hero did. The crowd is beyond astonished since hunters with decades of training struggle to form them, wondering how a student could do it. Seojin does something iconic, and his spear is enfolded in the golden aura. With that, our guy strikes Mignol, who's wonderstruck. That final attack breaks Lee's dagger, and Seojin's spear ends up pointing at Mignol's neck. And so Mignol loses the competition. The scene then switches to the Apostle of Purity, Dame Kalia, who gets to know that Kim Seojin ultimately won the championship. She asks her associate if he noticed any anomalies, and he answers that he saw something similar, but it wouldn't be called an anomaly. Calcus elaborates that Seojin switched weapons mid-fight, and according to people, he summoned an aura blade in the middle of the match. Dame gets startled after hearing this, presuming that this wasn't part of her plan. She commands Calcus to keep an eye on Seojin while she gets up to report this to the Apostle. The hooded guy nervously asks Dame if this is all necessary. He lets out that Seojin is someone they need to monitor. However, with this 10-star dungeon rift, the association is launching a full investigation. To be blunt, it's starting to disrupt everything they've planned thus far. The associate questions if they need to do all this since Seojin is just one student. He cuts to the chase and suspiciously questions Kalia about what exactly the Apostle of Temperance said to her. That's when the Apostle of Purity loses her patience and shouts at her associate, Calcus. Calcus realizes he said too much before the apostle and apologizes. We are then taken to Kalia's flashback, when she met with the Apostle of Temperance who takes a confirmation from her about the dungeon anomaly that appeared in Korea. Knowing that it was resolved too, the Apostle questions Dame about the person who dealt with it, and she reveals that it was Kim Seojin. However, a sense of oddity lingers in the air. Dame finds it suspicious that they already know that the dungeon anomaly was resolved, yet they still summoned her here because of it. She curiously wonders why they are asking about the one who dealt with it. At that moment, the Apostle of Temperance commands Kalia to keep an eye on Seojin. Shocked, she questions his order, and in response, the Apostle glares at her deadly and exudes a terrorizing energy that scares her. The Apostle of Temperance reminds Kalia that she has indeed secured her position as Apostle of Purity, but she seems to forget that she's not the Apostle yet. Kalia kneels before the Apostle and apologizes for her heedlessness. That's when the Apostle of Temperance reveals that it's not his will, throwing Dame into disbelief. She contemplates that the Apostle of Temperance is not only the most important member of the Order of Truth, but one of the 7 apostles the world looks up to with deep reverence. Shortly, the apostle states that Kalia has been doing things on her own without the approval of elders, and it's understandable in her position as a successor. However, he clearly warns her to report anything regarding Kim Seojin to him directly. One thing becomes certain. Someone is using the Apostle of Temperance as a messenger. In the present scene, Kalia bites her nails anxiously and comes to the conclusion that there's only one person capable of doing this. The scene then takes us to Seo-yoon, who's being a bit dramatic after Seojin wins the championship. She thinks that even if it's her last day on Earth, she'd have no regrets. While our guy asks her when the Pro Hunter exam is, she is busy flattering him and hyperbolically states that she has created a monster. Even our guy thinks it's a bit harsh to call him a monster, but Seo-yoon admits that it's pretty accurate, given that Kim even summoned a blade aura. She wonders where he even learned that, and Seojin can't help but confess that it's pure luck. But she catches him lying again, making her pissed. Nonetheless, Seo-yoon assumes that Kim is heading home, but our guy lets her know that he wants to talk with someone. As Seo-yoon asks who that is, suddenly Min-yul Lee seems to be running away from someone. It appears that a recruiter desperately chases him to take Lee into their academy while the poor guy freaks out and runs for his life. While Seo-yoon and Seojin are baffled by the chaotic sight, Min-yul screams at the recruiter and refuses to go to the academy straight to their faces. Our guy notices that they're forcing Min-yul, and even though Lee lost in the final, this gets Kim thinking that he got everyone's attention despite being self-taught and having no affiliation. Therefore, there's no doubt the academies are drooling to get a piece of him. Poor Min-yul is tangled up in the chaos, and the recruiters seem to be really dying to get him. Meanwhile, our guy doesn't understand why these people are smothering the poor fella. Lee escapes from the clingy recruiters and hides behind Kim Seojin, claiming that he wishes to join Dream Academy. This renders everyone speechless as all the recruiters get alerted while Seo-yoon, Min-yul, and Seojin make a break for it, hiding from the clingy bastards. While Min-yul takes a sigh of relief, our guy lashes out at him for saying such a thing. Min-yul justifies that he panicked with everyone in his face and uttered mindlessly, but he expresses that he wants to join Dream Academy. Our guy had thought that Lee didn't want to join an academy to begin with, but Min-yul clarifies that he wants to go to the same academy as Seojin. Silence falls over the room and our guy doesn't know what to think. He presumes that if Min-yul really wants to join, he doesn't have a say in this since he's also a student at Dream Academy. If he protested, Seo-yoon would surely listen to him. But Kim decides not to force Seo-yoon like her grandfather did. Nonetheless, Seo-yoon mutters that they'll talk about this later while Seojin reminds Min-yul of the promise they made. Seojin gets straight to the point to clear things up and asks Lee who his teacher is. This dude makes a pretty serious face and answers that he doesn't know. This makes our boy hella pissed, and he threatens Min-yul not to lie about this, or else he'll beat the shit out of him to make him speak the truth. Poor Min-yul freaks out and tries to make him believe that he's telling the truth. He accentuates that his teacher doesn't know that he's their student. But Seojin doesn't believe and recalls that Lee said he learned dagger arts from his teacher. Min-yul, losing his composure, clears up that he learned indirectly from them. Sounding pretty honest, he says that it's true that he's never been taught by anyone. Hence, it's confirmed that Min-yul Lee is a self-taught student. Generally, people who want to be hunters have no skills or money, but this dude is different since he lacked neither money nor skill. As simple as it sounds, he just didn't want to be tied up, so he taught himself. Min-yul confesses that he trained in the mountains. He didn't have anyone's instruction, but he liked it because he didn't have to stick to a rigid academy curriculum. He then narrates that one day, he was training as usual when he felt a presence. He saw someone lying in the grass, unconscious. And that was the first time Lee met his teacher. Min-yul finds the guy in a bad state, and it seems that he's hurt severely. He helps the guy up in order to take him to the hospital, but the guy refuses, letting out that he must stay on the mountain. Lee tries to convince the man by telling him that he's going to die if they don't go to the hospital right away. But the injured man stays persistent in his decision. His conviction was so strong that Minyul had no choice but to give up on the hospital. He decided to treat him in an abandoned house he found, and at first it was touch and go. He could have died at that moment. But as time passed, it seems his strength was returning. Lee watched over the old man for a month now, and that day he thought that he might wake up today. Later, he returned to the abandoned house, only to be welcomed by the sight of that old man surrounded by armed men. A guy questions the old man, asking him if someone helped him, and he refuses to admit that someone helped him, as far as they're concerned. One of the men asks him if he's sure it's not the boy hiding behind a tree, referring to Minyul. This makes the old man go all out, as he slices that guy's head off, and this catches everyone by shock. They pounce towards him all together in order to kill him. Lee's hands tremble as he recalls the fight. He'd never seen anyone fight like that before in his life. Only one guy remains and declares this wasn't the plan. The old man calls them fools and orders them to leave and never return here, and with that, he disappears too. Minyul had no idea what was going on, but he figured he should listen to the old man, and so he packed his stuff to take off. That's when he found a book and thought the guy must have left it behind in a hurry. Lee figured he would return it someday, but he never saw him again. Seojin summarizes if what he's trying to say is that the old man was his teacher, but it sounds like he never taught him a thing. Minyul reveals that the book turned out to be a secret manual and was all about dagger technique and vanishing arts. He embarrassingly admits that he kinda took a peek at it. Our guy highlights when Lee said he doesn't know he's his student, and he clarifies that having seen the old man's fighting style, he realized it was clearly a secret manual of his techniques. But the old guy doesn't know he has it, or that he saw him. Minyul knows it's hard to believe, but he claims it's the truth. Seojin kinda had an idea it wasn't the case and guesses he isn't a Transcendent Academy student after all. Kim wonders if he really has no idea who the old man is, and it seems he doesn't. The reason he took part in the mock exam was because it's so big, Lee thought maybe he'd find him. Seoyun, who's been listening to the whole conversation, has a feeling that his teacher could be the Dark Star. The Dark Star, along with the Sword Star, one of the 5 great heroes of Korea, and the one most shrouded in mystery. He's known as a master assassin and so well cloaked, there's very little public information about him except his name. But our guy believes that Seo-yun, being the Sword Star's granddaughter, might know a thing or two. Seojin is curious if by any chance she ever met the Dark Star, and she admits that she had, a few times. She reveals when she was young, the Dark Star would come visit her grandfather sometimes, though all they did was argue. Kim suggests that she ask the Sword Star about Minyul's secret manual, as he must know if it's Dark Stars or not. Seoyun supposes he can if she asks him, but asks him if he's sure it's okay. The next day we find Seojin sobbing over the price of an equipment, 500 million won. Our guy wonders what kind of academy this is because no matter how much money he makes, there's no end to it. He drops the idea of buying it, convincing himself that he doesn't need other weapons for now anyway. The 1 billion won prize money for the mock exam was deposited within a day. As for Minyul, he was beyond shocked that this beautiful woman, aka Seo-yun, is the Sword Star's granddaughter. He begs her to help him find his teacher, while she assures him that she will ask her grandfather. Our guy did hesitate to somewhat share someone else's secret manual, but the Sword Star agreed to come to the academy today and share his own techniques. Kim wonders why Minyul is so proper with Seoyun, and with him, he's a bit too familiar. Nonetheless, he decides to renew his free pass while they're waiting. Just then, the progress of his courses is notified to be increased. It seems our dude didn't know he could make progress even without a free pass. Kyron's course, which was almost finished, is now fully completed as a result of the increased progress. Seojin is now certified with transformation, and there are no limits to his happiness after he received the completion notification. However, our Awakened doesn't feel anything. When he finished Xiangyu's course, he could feel the strength to pluck mountains flowing through him. But this time, nothing. In the martial arts magazine, they say transformation lets you reset dislocated bones or flush your body of toxins, and basically become a new person. Kim thinks that's a shame, but at least it's finished. Just then, he feels a presence near him, and a chill goes down his spine. He felt like someone had a sword at his throat. Our dude hears a voice asking him how he's able to sense him. Though Seojin doesn't seem to be able to see him, the unknown voice tells him not to be on his guard, as he's not here to hurt him. Seojin wonders who he is, while the guy believes he must have been a fearsome opponent for the kid. The dots connect in our guy's head, and he asks him if he's by any chance the Dark Star. Dark Star, a master assassin skilled in the vanishing arts. Turns out it's actually the Dark Star who finds Seojin very perceptive. However, one thing he doesn't get is how the hell he was able to sense his presence, and it seems that our guy doesn't know either. He wonders if this is because he finished Karen's course and got certified in transformation. But this isn't transformation. It's more like extrasensory perception, which makes Kim ponder if he has other abilities. Deciding to check it in the course epilogue, he asks the Dark Star if he's here for Minyul, The Dark Star admits in a way he is, and realization hits Kim that he did leave the secret manual on purpose. The Master Assassin looks kinda disappointed, as he believes nothing good will come from people finding that out. Our man assures him that Minhyul actually knows nothing about him, or that he left the manual on purpose. This pisses the Dark Star off as he calls him a fool. Seojin lets him know that Minhyul is on his way over here, and he will be here any moment now if he wanted to say hi. Knowing that he's coming here, the Dark Star reveals that they don't have much time left. And as Kim wonders what he means and why he's short on time, he discloses that he can't meet Lee, and that's why he came to see him in the first place. Since there's no time, he gets to the point and questions our fella about his relationship with the Order of Truth. Seojin lets him know that he has no connection with the Order of Truth, though he did meet Dame Kalia once. The Dark Star mutters about Kalia, the next in line for the Apostle of Purity, and unravels that he's been tracking the Order of Truth's activities because he doesn't trust them. He knows most of the world sees them as a heroic group that ended the Great Cataclysm, but that's not the whole story. He mentions Berserk the Terrible, who was apparently killed by the Order of Truth, and when Kim wonders why'd he bring that up, the Dark Star declares that Berserk did not die. Berserk, a monster so terrifying it was like a second Great Cataclysm. The Great Cataclysm that only came to an end with Berserk's defeat by the Exalted Voice and the 7 Apostles. Our guy is baffled as to what he's saying, and the old man breaks it to him that Berserk could not be killed. He makes Seojin rethink, asking him if he doesn't find it odd that a monster like that was defeated, yet no corpse was left behind, no photos or videos or recordings at all. However chaotic the Great Cataclysm was, it doesn't make any sense to him. The Dark Star claims that Berserk disappeared, and Kim is curious why'd everyone think the Order of Truth saved humanity if Berserk wasn't killed. It is revealed that they did something, especially the Exalted Voice, but they didn't kill Berserk. At first, the Master Assassin only had a hunch, but an incident a few years ago confirmed it. He asks if Kim ever wonders why the Apostle of Purity post remains vacant. The Order of Truth claimed he passed away from natural causes. Our Awakened tries to interpret what he's saying when he cuts him off, claiming the Apostle of Purity disappeared, just like Berserk the Terrible. He calls his natural death a joke. The 7 Apostles have been around since before the Great Cataclysm, but only the Apostle of Purity died of natural causes. Darkstar wonders if this makes sense to him and reveals how he's always thought there was a connection between the two. Hence, he started looking into the Order of Truth to find out, and he managed to find out 2 things. One is that the Order of Truth tried to kill him, and the second is that the recent 10-star dungeon rift is their handiwork, and it has something to do with Seojun. Kim asks him why the Order of Truth is behind him, but it seems he doesn't know the exact reason, but is aware that they're watching him carefully. Our guy wonders why he's telling all this to him, and that's when the Dark Star announces that he has a favor to ask him. He instructs Seojun to take care of Minhyul for him, although he would prefer to do it himself, but with the Order of Truth watching so carefully, it's impossible. It seems the Order of Truth has their own method of keeping an eye on someone. He's not certain, but when they watch someone, it's like they can see the effects of whatever actions the person takes. They call it the sight, and since Darkstar is one of those being watched, everyone he interacts with, it leaves traces. That's why he wants Kim to act as his intermediary. Our dude gets worried and contemplates if it means he's leaving a trace on him. However, the old man reveals that he's an exception. He lets him know the Order of Truth is watching him, but unlike him, apparently the sight doesn't work on our man. Even as they interact, they won't notice anything off. Anything he does through Kim will just seem like his own actions. Our fella is confused why the sight doesn't work on him, but the Dark Star doesn't know the answer to it. He's able to use his state of nothingness technique to escape the sight, but he has no idea how he's doing it. This raises so many questions in Seojin's head as he wonders if this has anything to do with the Transcendent Academy not having info on him. The old man supposes they're out of time and pulls out a manual. Handing it to our guy, he tells him to give it to the kid. He confides that he scribbled out in such a hurry, he could only include dagger skills and vanishing arts in that book. But this manual is a more detailed record of his techniques. Kim is taken aback as he asks him how he can just trust him with this, while the old man threatens him that the sight may not work on him, but his blade will. The Dark Star knows that it's a burden, but requests him to take it. Handing him the manual, he reveals that those are his personal secret techniques in this manual, and believes it will be useful to him as well. Seojin lets him know that he doesn't want it and infers that there's something else he could maybe give him. The old man is left stunned, wondering what's with this guy. Even S-class hunters would be banging down the door to get his secret techniques. Nonetheless, he asks him what he means by something else, and Kim suggests a babysitting fee is in order. This causes the Dark Star to doubt his own hearing, convinced that the request couldn't possibly have been for money. From one of the 5 great heroes, instead of the secret manual, Kim lets out that he won't do it if he doesn't pay him, and that's when he realizes he's serious. He asks him how much he's thinking, and our man cheerfully implies that if he acts now, he will be able to get it done for just 3 billion won. One of the 5 great heroes loses his mind and lividly asks him if he's out of his damn mind. Seojin tells him to hold his horses and proposes a deal. Knowing he's the only one who can do this, he reminds the old man that he said himself it has to be someone the sight can't be used on, and he needs someone close to Minhyul. Hence he tells him to think. If a random stranger offers him his master's super-secret manual, he asks him if he thinks he's going to believe that and not be suspicious. Seojin keeps adding stuff that supports his bargain. And lastly, he confesses that he's the one taking a risk here. He's aware that the Order of Truth will still see the results of actions and be suspicious of him. Therefore, he believes 3 billion is more than a fair price. At last, the Dark Star agrees and asks him if 3 billion will be enough. Kim approves, while he low-key regrets not asking for 10 billion if he'd known this would be this easy. The old man claims he'll get him his money, and just to be sure, he asks him if they're not saying 3 billion a month. Seojin refuses as he argues that he has a conscience, but then he remembers that there are taxes too, and makes sure that he's dealing with all that on his end. The Dark Star believes his conscience has already mastered his state of nothingness technique. Before leaving, he lets him know that the money will be deposited through the association. Kim asks him if he should tell Minhyul about him, and it doesn't matter to him because, as he said, the Order of Truth sight doesn't work on him. However, he tells him to just let Lee know to be careful who he mentions him to. As soon as he leaves, Minhyul arrives there. Our fella briefs him about his master and what he knew about the Order of Truth, but he guesses discovering his master's identity was still a shock for him. He didn't mention the babysitting fees or other things, though. He lets Minhyul know that the Dark Star had to leave suddenly and hands him the manual. Seojun is relieved now that he has taken care of that and decides to buy the weapons he needs and sign up for more courses once he gets the money. Lee asks him why he's giving this to him, and Kim tells him that's because the Dark Star asked him to. Minhyul suggests that he could have just kept it, and this makes our dude realize that he's wondering why he didn't steal it. He doesn't know how to answer that because if he admits he's uninterested, it will look weird, and he can't exactly tell him about the Transcendent Academy. Thus, he confesses that it's not right, and it seems that was enough for Lee to make up his mind, as he announces, starry-eyed, that he wants to attend Dream Academy with him starting today. It seems that Kim's words touched him deeply, because he finds him an even better dude than he imagined. Our man, on the other hand, is confused about what's wrong with him. Minhyul asks him if he's going to let him join while he realizes that he's got it wrong. It seems that Minhyul is now a part of the Dream Academy, starting today, and Seoyun is happy to have him, while Seojin, who already figured she wouldn't reject his application, is done with life. At first, he was a bit taken aback, but he eventually realized it will actually be good for him as well. For example, for training, Minhyul just goes through the Dark Star's secret manual, and in future, whenever the Dark Star asks Kim for a favor, he won't have to run around looking for Lee. In fact, our guy realizes if he keeps him around, he will get more chances to hit up the old man for money. Hence, he sees Minhyul as his golden goose. Seoyun declares that they will now be able to take part in team competitions. It appears that there are competitions for students from the same academy, and since more people participate, the prize money is bigger too. Kim's ears perk up as he hears the word bigger prize money, while the B-rank hunter believes if those two work together, they could sweep up the competition. Our fella looks at his golden goose with sparkly eyes, welcoming him into the academy ever so warmly. 3 days after Minhyul joined the Dream Academy, Seojun got 1 billion in prize money from the tournament, as well as the 3 billion from the Dark Star. Though, with 2 taps of his fingers, 4.5 billion disappeared from his bank account. He purchased the courses of Hercules and Zhang Sanfeng. In Hercules' first lesson, we see him working out and lifting a thick-as-heck pillar. He finds intros boring, but since it's the first lecture, he announces to make a brief one. Hercules, also known as the greatest hero of Greek and Roman mythology. He assumes his students are coming fresh out of Chiron's course, and if not, he advises them to go and do that one first. Turns out he's one of Chiron's students. The bulky fella lets his students know the body is the most important and essential thing for combat-focused transcendence. Strength, agility, reflexes, and everything else are intertwined. Flexing his body, he explains that he'll be teaching them strength training, specifically how to develop explosive muscular power. He seems to be aware that they might hear or think, what's the point of getting big and strong when you'll just wear yourself down? The bigger they are, the slower. The stronger they get, the slower. But that's a mistake. According to Hercules, the opposite is true. He declares that strength, agility, reflexes, all of that comes from muscles. Seeing his built muscle bulge with power, Seojin is amazed, and it looks like he's barely flexing, but his muscles are twice as big. The bulky instructor shows his students the lightning-fast speed that comes from the explosive lower body, and the terrifying thunder force that comes from the rough and tumble upper body, plus the reflexes that react to thought and instinct in lockstep, and endless stamina. All come from the perfect, chiseled muscles that make up the entire body. With that, he flexes his entire body, leaving our boy astonished. At last, Hercules expresses that strength is the foundation of the transcendent, while Kim guesses this is what happens when a bodybuilder becomes a transcendent. Just then, his new daily assignment is notified to him, and it turns out Seojin was afraid of Hercules' course being way harder, but its assignment is no different from Chiron's. It's the same 30-kilometer walk, 1,000 squats, 300 push-ups and sit-ups, and 150 pull-ups. However, it states that the assignment only counts at weight greater than 1 ton. Our guy looks at the 1 ton, rubs his eyes, then looks again, contemplating if they're kidding. Kim is in utter disbelief, convinced that they can't have meant to hit 500 tons in the big 3 lifts literally. Tapping the phone aggressively, he checks Jang Sun-feng's course to see if it's like this too. Jang declares as they engage in the art of the sword and other techniques, how they move their feet becomes its own technique. Generally, this is referred to as footwork, but it's actually a technique that encompasses how one moves their entire body, not just the feet. Sun-feng is a Taoist master with no clan, known as the founder of Tai Chi. Seojin realizes that Hercules is like a gym bro, but this guy seems more like those hermits that go up a mountain and never come down. Jang shows his students a demonstration of what they will learn, which is the way beyond emptiness technique, or simply how to move through the air. He advises them to channel their inner chi energy through a single point at the very center of their soul, and with that, they will be able to step on the air itself. That's the concept they will pick up as they move through the course, but for now they just need to keep that in mind. Kim is amazed to realize that if he can move through the air like that, the sky is no longer a limit for him. With that, his daily assignments arrived, and he was hoping for it not to be something impossible like Hercules. Turns out, he needs to maintain a speed of 30 kilometers for 30 seconds and fall 30 meters in the air 20 times. Our fella examines the assignment and feels it's doable. He can't believe he doesn't find it that bad and guesses he's no longer in touch with reality. Just then, someone comes looking for him, and it happens to be Suyeon Seok, Manchul's daughter. Kim wonders what brings her here all of a sudden, and how she'd know he'd be here. She reveals that back when he did the contest with her dad, she asked him about him, and is wondering if he had talked to Manchul lately. Seojin lets her know that he did talk to him a bit before he took the Hunter's Mill exam and is curious about what's up. Suyeon confesses that she hasn't been able to get a hold of her father, and was hoping he might know where he is. He is taken aback as he inquires how long she has been unable to contact him. Seok informs him that it's been since yesterday after he went to work. Kim suggests he was probably drinking and decided to sleep it off near work, and Suyeon deeply hopes that's the case. At last, she admits that they fought yesterday because she told him she wanted to become a pro hunter. Seojin reminds her that she's not awakened, and wonders if she's thinking of doing artificial awakening. That's when Suyeon reveals that she got awakened about a month ago. She told Manchul she wanted to go to Hunter Academy instead of college, but he was dead set against it. Nonetheless, she shrugs it off and guesses that her father is probably just sleeping off a night out. Our dude low-key understands her logic, knowing that she wants to help her father out financially, and these days even if they went to a good school and got a decent job, there's still more money in pro hunting. But he also understands that no parent would want their children to go do something so dangerous, especially Manchul, who knows firsthand just how dangerous it can be. Hence, he tells her to get home safe and get in touch if she needs anything. Suyeon wishes him good luck and lets him know that she's rooting for him. After she leaves, Kim tries calling Manchul, but he doesn't seem to pick up. He gets concerned, but then guesses a day or two isn't the end of the world, and decides to give it another day before he really worries. On the other hand, Calcus reports to Dame Kalia that the Demon Star has taken notice. The dame asks him about Kim Seojin's situation, and it's revealed that the site is still not working on him. She warns Calcus the truth about the 10-star dungeon rift can't be disclosed under any circumstances, and orders him to execute the plan. Seojin didn't know this daily assignment was coming. He could have kept some monster carcasses around, as he can't go on a raid right now either. He adds the weight in the kibisis, though this wasn't what he had in mind, and when he tries to carry it, he judges that its weight is about a ton. The bag falls with a thud, and even with the strength to pluck a mountain technique, this is too much for Kim. He believes he will have to draw on magic too if this is going to be possible. Nonetheless, our man decides to give it a real go and draws the magic. After a while, we see Seoyun looking down at Kim, who lays face flat on the ground with the kibisis on his back. He asks Seoyun to help him and take this bag off him as he's dying here. The B-rank hunter sighs as she bends to pick the kibisis up, wondering how much he put in. However, the bag doesn't budge even when she uses full strength. Thus, she draws magic to remove the bag, and succeeds. She notices her hand throbbing while Seojin snaps up, guessing he was going to die like that, and thanks her. He asks Seoyun about how tall this building is, and it's revealed to be 5 stories, hence 15 meters. Our dude thinks it's way too short, and when she wonders why he'd ask, he confesses that he's going to jump off. He's busy mumbling to himself, calculating if 15 meters off the roof will be enough, though he's not sure he can make it in this state, and lets her know that he's going to do a quick experiment and be right back. Seoyun, who didn't get the chance to say or object, just stands there dumbfounded as she listens to Kim falling down again and again with thuds and screams. The B-rank hunter is convinced that he's lost it and is worried about what her new students will think when they see him. She's busy wondering if she could even get new students like this when she hears a thud again and pretends not to know what that is anymore. Minyul, upon witnessing Seojin working out with the kibisis, remarks that he just made it out to class after getting settled in, and seeing our guy not functioning, he wonders what's going on. Meanwhile, Seoyun wishes not to be asked about it because she never understood why he gets like this. Lee wonders if she means he's always like this, and this isn't a reaction to bad medicines, and she lets him know, whispering to him. That was her first reaction too. Kim, on the other hand, is starting to get worried about Manchul, as it's been 4 days now. In the 10 years he's known him, he's never been out of touch for this long. Our guy believes that something's definitely wrong and decides to look into it. He notifies that he's going to step out for a bit, and Seo-yoon gets alarmed, assuming that he's jumping again. She reveals that they've been getting complaints because of that, as someone reported zombies were jumping off the roof. They thought it was a dungeon rift. Seojin feels kinda embarrassed and assures her that he's just gonna go look out for Mancheol. Park is concerned about what happened to him, and our fella lets her know that he's not sure what's going on, but affirms to be back when he knows more. Our guy visits the construction site where everyone treats him like a celebrity. One of them says he looked great at the Hunter's Mill exam, while the other thinks 9 years of grinding is finally paying off. They wonder what brings him here and ask him if he's here to give them a contract transporting his monster corpses. Seojin lets them know that he just came to say hi and to check up on them. They reveal that nothing's changed here, although they feel it's been much better since he got rid of that supervisor. It seems that Mancheol told them that Kim got him fired, and he realizes it's the first thing he asked Seo-yoon to help with, finding it funny. He asks if any of them have seen Mancheol, and they start discussing among themselves when one of them declares that no one has seen him since he left with that guy. Kim wonders who's the guy, and it's unraveled that 3 or 4 days ago, a guy came and asked for help with a monster transport gig, and Mancheol went with him somewhere. The others catch up and recall that he made a big offer, and it seems Seok was the only one who went. Everyone thought it was suspicious because there was no affiliation or a personal request, hence something seemed fishy. They believe that kind of thing is always dangerous or shady, no matter how good the money is. It's not worth their life. Seojin is skeptical about why the bulky fellow would do it then, and his fellow workers mention his daughter going to Hunter Academy, revealing that he was hard up for cash. Realization hits our guy, and he asks them if they know which dungeon he went to, but it seems he never told them. However, they assume the association will know, as they require everything be reported. Raids, transport, whatever. Kim thanks them and runs off to the association, where the manager tells him that they can't share private information with outside parties. Our man tries to make him understand that someone's gone missing, but it seems that unless they get a confirmed missing report, they can't share the info. Plus, they can't share it with just anybody. The guy apologizes, and Seojin frustratedly bangs the table, not knowing what to do now. He knows that Mancheol's disappearance 4 days ago after being seen with someone suspicious can't be good. But like the guy at the association said, he can't confirm anything. He feels sick thinking about it. Seojun thinks back to his darkest moment, when an accident wiped out 9 years of savings. In that bleak time, it was Mancheol who came to him, checked in, and made sure he was okay. And even though he was struggling, he gave him 3 million won without hesitation. That 3 million got our boy into the Transcendent Academy, and it's what made him who he is now. He grits his teeth, knowing he can't just let it go, and calls Seo-yoon, asking her for a favor to set up a meeting with the Sword Star right now. The next thing we know is our dude standing face to face with the Sword Star, who seems to know about the situation, and turns to Seojin to confirm whether he needs his assistance. However, our Awakened refuses, implying that he wants him to fight him, leaving everyone stunned at the suggestion. Kim insists that if he wins, he wants not just help, but the others' full involvement. On the contrary, if he loses, he claims he will quit the Dream Academy. Seoyun, completely stunned, calls him out, but he calmly presses on, clarifying that he's not claiming he could actually defeat him. He's just making a point. And he declares that if he can land just one scratch, they'll consider it a victory. He's aware that something's up. Mancheol has gone missing after being seen with someone suspicious, and the association won't give him any details for privacy reasons. But he believes that if the Sword Star, one of the greatest 5 heroes, got involved, the situation would be totally different. Seojin is mindful that it's a big risk, but for him it's the only way to save his friend. Mancheol finds it bold of him and instructs him on the way. Seoyun tries to stop her grandfather, but while he walks into a room, slamming its door open, he grabs the Blue Dragon Sword. The Blue Dragon Sword. The legendary Silla General Yushin Kim was training on Mount Waryung. There, he met his master Nansung, who gave him a book of military strategy and the mythical sword. This is merely a replica of the real Blue Dragon Sword, but still, it's a masterpiece made by the most famed blacksmith in Korea. The The staffer gasps as he sees his master picking up the sword he has only ever drawn once before. It only comes out when facing an enemy that must be killed. The sword star hasn't unsheathed it since the end of the Great Cataclysm. Therefore, he couldn't help but ask his master what he's thinking of doing to the boy. Before he could say anything else, Minchil stops him, saying no matter how well our dude can jump, crawl, and flit around, he's still a student. And for him to challenge him, he's convinced the boy must have something up his sleeve. Hence, he believes if he wants to play, he should give him a proper go at least once. Meanwhile, Seoyun tries to convince Seojin to back down, telling him that it's unnecessary. She assures him that she will just ask her grandfather to help and is sure he will agree. But Kim refuses, and even though he appreciates what she's trying to do, he needs to do it this way, for the future. Our fella supposes there's no guarantee this won't happen again. He has no idea why Manchil disappeared, but it may have to do with him. And if that's the case, he believes it will happen again. Knowing he's still not strong enough to protect those around him, he thinks of it as more of a reason to show everyone that if they mess with him, they mess with the Sword Star. He proclaims his return after winning, while Seoyun fails to hold him back. In a room, we see the Sword Star and Seojun standing against each other at a distance. When Minchil suggests he stop this now if he thinks he will go easy on him because of his granddaughter, our dude, feeling kinda nervous, assures him that's not the case and just hopes he keeps his promise. The Sword Star pulls out his sword as he admits that he's got spirit and points the sword at him, indicating that it's his move. Seojin assumes he should be able to withstand a few moves at his current level, even against the Sword Star, and he leaps toward him, knowing that he's got to give his all from the start. His attack is blocked by Minchil's sword, who glares at him and strikes his sword. Kim is violently shoved backward, and before he can catch his breath, the Sword Star swings his blade at him. They have a fierce battle between them, and our dude realizes that his opponent is serious. Every attack, every move, everything is meant as a death blow. And that's when Minchil unleashes his signature move, the Sword Dance, whose power ripples even through Seoyun and the assistant standing nearby. The B-class hunter is concerned for her student as she calls him out. It dawns on Seojin that the opponent before him is none other than the hero of the Great Cataclysm, the S-class of the S-classes. Sky beyond the sky, no matter how high one goes, there's always someone who is always higher. And that's what our guy witnesses at that very moment. While the fight frantically progresses, the Sword Star remembers how Kim was a shriveled nothing a few months ago. He already knew Seojin had vast potential, but never passed what one might find in a talented student. But now that the old man sees Seojin, he notices that as they battle, his power grows with each passing moment. Nonetheless, the grandfather is way above his league, and with a single strike, he shoves our guy with brute force. But he's low-key thrown into shock to see that Kim didn't get hurt a bit. Just then, his eyes land on the Longinus spear, and the old man speculates that his weapon is somehow neutralizing his sword's energy. He gets the gist that if it weren't for Seojin's weapon, this would have been long over. The old man tried his best not to go full force, but he's triggered by Kim's strength, which makes him even more determined to crush him. The Sword Star mutters that they should get serious now, when abruptly the old man's dragon sword bursts forth a destructive energy that shakes Seojin to the core. Our fella is hurt badly and realizes that he was being cocky. He trembles but still manages to get back on his feet. Meanwhile, the Sword Star is convinced that Seojin is no different from other students. Even the strongest of them were no match for him. Thinking that challenging him was a damn foolish thought, he reckons that at the end of the day, students have yet to face the real world. The old man approaches Seojin while our guy is on his knees, unaware how far this is going to stretch. What's worse is that this isn't even the old man's full power. Suddenly, the Sword Star strikes his sword, but in that split second, Seojin evades and leaps away. It was a close call, or else our guy would have been severely wounded. Their weapons clang against each other, and while our guy clearly struggles to keep up with his strength, he has to admit that the Sword Star's confidence is admirable, something no one around him can even touch. And what our guy really wants from the Sword Star is to become him. He deeply desires to be like him since his respect for the old man's strength is not just the power itself, but the process he went through to attain it. Seojin reflects on his actions, knowing that he was arrogant and fooling himself that he was transcendent, that he was somehow above him. He realizes at the right time that he's infinitely weaker than the Sword Star. Our hero clearly sees where he stands now, and as he soars, he eagerly covets not only to become like the Sword Star, but to surpass him. Just as Seojin is dashing towards him, suddenly he senses that he can't feel his hand clutching his spear at all. His hand goes numb and a strike of terror runs through him. The unfamiliar feeling runs deep in his vein, yet he continues taking the steps, too awkwardly. And just like that, our guy manages to scratch his opponent regardless of how partial it is. With that, the fight comes to an end, while Seoyun comes rushing toward Kim. Everyone is amazed that Seojin got this far against the Master Sword Star. Our guy reminds the old man to keep his promise when shortly he faints, collapsing to the floor. The scene then switches to the dungeon where we see Manchil running and panting heavily while carrying the demon star on his back. The demon star regrets coming to the dungeon since he didn't know a rift would appear. If only he'd known, he wouldn't have brought Manchiol again. But the masculine dude tries to relax the old man and assures him that help will be on its way. But the demon star is pretty certain that it won't happen, revealing that on the way here, he specifically asked the president of the association not to disclose this. They were meant to deal with it in secret, not knowing that now they've shot themselves in the foot. The old man gets doubtful that they'll live through this horror. However, Manchiol smiles and assumes that punk will come to save them. He's damn sure that there's one real fool who would come to their help. Later, Seojun jerks awake and is thrown into panic when he asks Seoyun how long he's been unconscious. Our boy freaks out since there's no point in resting right now. In the meantime, the Sword Star arrives in his room, scowling at him. But what happens next leaves everyone in utter disbelief. The Sword Star hands the blue dragon sword to Seojun, making our guy question why the hell he would give him that. The Sword Star tells our guy not to make a big deal out of it since he's just fulfilling the promise. He elaborates that this dragon sword has his insignia on it, so if Kim shows it to everyone, they will know that he's acting in his name. The old man assumes that it's better for him to move freely, rather than have him running around guessing his needs. He permits our guy to use the sword as he pleases, and to give it back when he's done. It is then revealed to us that the Professional Hunters Association is a government agency that oversees hunters that's also a for-profit organization established by pro-hunters to protect their interests. The first person Seojun shows the sword to is Taebyum Lee, president of the Korea Professional Hunters Association. Even the president is left to wonder what the hell the Sword Star's blue dragon sword is doing here. Meanwhile, our guy is overwhelmed since he didn't expect the president of the association to meet him. He introduces himself and informs the president that there's several things he needs to find out. Taebyum Lee gets reminded that it wasn't long ago the Dark Star himself came and requested 3 billion won deposited into Kim's account. First the Dark Star, and now the Sword Star is helping Seojun, making the president curious about our guy and who the hell he really is. Shortly, our fella mentions that 4 days ago, a man named Manchil Seok followed someone into a dungeon and then disappeared. The point being that entering any dungeon must be reported to the association. Therefore, our guy hopes to know who Manchil followed and which dungeon it was. At that moment, the president freezes at the sudden revelation as if he's been caught in the act. While he hates that it has to be this case of all, the president has no choice but to spill the beans. Before he answers the questions, Taebyum states that he'll need to verify if the blue dragon sword is real. Our guy tells him to do whatever he wants because he wants a quick answer. Taebyum informs Seojun that authenticity questions take precedence, but Kim can't risk any more delays since he's worried something might go wrong in the dungeon. Just then, the president checks the dragon sword and learns that it's real. He can't avoid Seojun's question now since the Sword Star is in between. Soon after, our hero gets to know that the Dark Star was the one who took Manchil into the dungeon, and Taebyum elucidates that the Dark Star had been investigating the 10-star dungeon rift at his request. And to keep this whole thing quiet, the dungeon investigation was done secretly. While it may look like this guy is telling the truth, Seojun gets suspicious, given the Dark Star mentioned that the 10-star dungeon rift was the Order of Truth's doing. Our guy snaps since he's convinced that something is definitely off. He gets up and asks the president if he can use the blue sword as collateral for the loan. Later, Kim receives a call from Suyeon who asks him if he's heard from Manchil. Our guy lets her know that he knows where he went. While poor Suyeon is worried sick about her father, Seojun presumes that in the dungeon Manchil went into, something must have gone wrong. There's uncertainty if he'll come back alive. After that, it is revealed that Suyeon's mother died in a dungeon rift incident 11 years ago, and it happened because she sacrificed herself to save Suyeon. Poor girl shatters into sobs, and our guy finally understands why Suyeon wanted to become a pro hunter. She didn't want to lose anyone she cared about to monsters ever again. Kim promises her that he'll bring Manchil back no matter what. Our hero has no time to wait, and he recalls that the president stated that the Demon Star and Manchiol went into the 6-star Dryad dungeon. While it may appear that the Demon Star is an old and sick fella, he's actually one of the 5 great heroes. Kim supposes that there would be a reason he hasn't managed to escape a 6-star dungeon, or in the worst-case scenario, it could be a trap set by the Order of Truth to get rid of the Demon Star. He clearly knows that if anyone intervened in this case, the Order of Truth would know using the sight and stop them. Possibly no one can step in or do anything except our guy. At that moment, Kim receives 500 million won. We get to know that Kim tried to use the blue dragon sword as collateral for a loan, but the president refused and told him to stop messing around. After our guy affirmed that he's damn serious about this and wrote a quick contract, the president got embarrassed and insisted that he take the sword back. Our guy refuses to take the loan and switches it up by giving up on the dragon sword instead for karmic reasons. He's a literal rascal when it comes to money and insists the president buy the sword for 500 million won. Even the president freaks out and wonders why the Sword Star would give his sword to a lunatic like him. Even though it's a fraction of the value of the blue dragon sword he got from Taebyum, For Seojun, it's enough to buy something from the transcendent marketplace. He believes that whatever the demon star is facing might be tough, so he better be prepared. In the meantime, Kim purchases an iconic Gungnir from the marketplace for 500 million. With that, he arrives at the dungeon and is overwhelmed by the number of trees there, sensing trouble already. The Dryad dungeon is a 6-star monster indistinguishable from a tree and thus difficult to detect. Our guy gets more cautious since it's dangerous to walk carelessly, plus, he can't just get stabbed by a tree. Seojun thinks of sensing the 6-star tree monster and gets hit by a subtle but distinct sense of dizziness. He knows it'll be difficult to spot it since it looks like any other tree. Our guy decides to test how the new gear feels and tosses the spear at the monster tree. Just as it hits the tree, it shrieks frantically and dodges the weapon. The Gungnir takes a 360 turn to hit the monster again, and this time it shreds it into pieces, leaving our guy astonished. The weapon Gungnir is the spear used by Odin to tear apart the body of the first giant, Ymir, to form the 9 realms. Knowing that it'd be powerful, our guy figures out that this replica has limits. He's convinced that this spear was definitely made by a transcendent, that even the spear of Longinus looks ordinary. Gungnir completely destroys the monster tree. According to myth, Gungnir could not only find its target on its own, but would return to its wielder. Our guy gets curious if he can pull back the weapon, and after applying all his energy, the spear frantically flies straight into his hands. Kim's energy is drained out, and he discovers that he can summon the weapon back, but the magic involved is no joke. He reckons that he'll be able to use it only once in the heat of battle. The myth even says that the spear returns on its own, but that's the limit of the replica. While Kim is certain that he'll be able to use this weapon like it's nothing and become a one-man army, suddenly, a branch creeps up from behind. Just as he's muttering about selling the blue and claims that it's his best decision, he even plans to throw Gungnir at the sword star if he tries to kill him. Abruptly, Seojun is attacked by some monster trees and immediately scampers away before getting engulfed by the monsters. On the contrary, Manchil is fighting for his dear life as he carries the demon star on his back and gets chased by frantic monsters who nearly catch up to them. Suddenly, Manchil tumbles and topples over while the demon star casts a magic shield to save them. However, that shield doesn't last long, but he still gathers strength to hold off the monsters and commands Manchil to run away, justifying that his days are numbered anyway. Shortly, the demon star coughs up blood and the shield breaks off, making him shoved away. Manchil decides to stay with the old man and apologizes to his daughter Suyeon for not making it. He shuts his eyes because death flashes before them. That's when Kim Seojun comes to the rescue with his lustrous spear and tells Manchil that his daughter is worried sick about him. Manchil cries out of joy while our guy draws the monster's attention and commands him to take the demon star and run away. Kim focuses on attacking the monster's trunk. However, no matter how many times he slashes them, they keep growing. Seojun dashes away since it'll be hard to get close this way and plans to use Gungnir to target the trunks one by one. While the monsters chase him relentlessly, our guy realizes that his spear is gone and looks back only to find it on the ground. As he feels the urgent need to get it back this instant, Seojun notices that Manchil and the old man are still in danger. As the monsters are about to get Manchil, our guy halts the monsters with the Longinus spear, but he feels like he's going to be torn apart at any moment. The pressure is way too much for Kim to handle, and he keeps up with it until Manchil and the Demon Star are out of the danger zone. Shortly after that, our guy leaps at the monsters as they gang up on him like clingy bastards. That's when he iconically summons the Gungnir. While the tree monsters appear terrified by the overwhelming power of Gungnir, a few hits in and now they've learned that the weapon is dangerous, trying to sneak away. Our hero smirks and the tree monsters surround Seojun so that he can't summon Gungnir. The branches were the hard part to deal with, and now it's time that he shreds these trees into pieces. Since Gungnir isn't the only legendary weapon at his disposal. With that, he summons the Spear of Longinus to end this once and for all. Later, our guy reunites with Manchil and the Demon Star. Manchil calls him a slowpoke, and Seojun has to say the same to him since he disappeared like that, exposing Manchil that he came here so he could send off Suyeon to a hunter academy. Our boy scolds him and makes poor Manchil turn red with embarrassment, telling him to mind his own business. Seojun then asks about the Demon Star's condition, and Manchil lets out that the old man is not in a good condition, since he was already in a bad state, and overdid it trying to protect him back there. Our fella perceives that the old man is worse than bad, and uses the emergency potion he carries around. Though it's only a temporary measure, it'll help the old man speak at least. After the Demon Star gulps down the potion, he looks at Seojun and asks Manchil if this is the jerk from the Hunter Academy he was talking about. The old man bombards him with questions and asks Kim how he even found them and came to save them. The Demon Star then asks him what happened to the Dryads. Our guy then questions the Demon Star why he brought Manchil to a place like this. The old man reasons that they needed someone to transport the monster corpses for study. He needed to do it alone, but with his age and diminishing strength, it was impossible to do by himself. Seojin wonders why the old man didn't use a company, and the old man thought calling a company would draw too much attention. Since they had to move in secret, he needed the minimum number of people so no one would notice. That's when our fella speculates that the demon star had been moving discreetly, because he was afraid of being found out by the Order of Truth. As the old man freezes, since this is the info he kept from the president, suddenly, the place begins to tremble vigorously as if it's been hit by an earthquake. A strike of terror runs through Manchul because he realizes it's the monster that put the demon star in his condition. The shriek instills fear into them, and they conjecture that even if the Order of Truth set a trap, they wonder what would be able to keep the demon star in this dungeon. The question lingers that what really lurks in this dungeon that even the demon star can't handle. At that moment, they witness a beast even bigger than the mountains approaching them. While Seojin guesses it's a monster from an anomaly, he wonders if that's even a monster. The old man confesses that he's never seen something like that, and it's even mutated somehow. Our guy does agree that it's mutated, but just in size. Otherwise, it doesn't seem any different from other dryads. Fortunately, the good news is that the humongous motherfucker didn't see them. Seojin immediately commands the demon star to stay out of sight and get out of the dungeon. But the old man lets him know of his attempted failure to escape the dungeon. And the reason behind it is even crazier. Every time they tried to get out, it could sense them and come running toward them. That's how the demon star ended up like this. The old man evaluates that it isn't a simple mutation, and the outer shell is so strong that his magic won't penetrate. Even if it does succeed, it just regenerates. Simply put, the demon star couldn't handle it with his magic. It's as if it's evolved specifically to get rid of a dryad's weaknesses and magnify the strengths. He admits that he's not what he used to be. He's old and sick, waiting to die. He thinks it's embarrassing to be even called the demon star. Although he's capable of using magic to weaken the outer shell and suppress the regeneration. If only he were 5 years younger, it might have been possible to defeat it. Upon hearing this, Seojin is rather exhilarated since the old man just needs one strong blow, and if he can weaken the monster, Kim can deliver the finishing blow. Our guy delightfully flaunts his Gungnir, but old man Min Cheol gives him a reality check, saying that he can make the monster weaker and not powerless. And if they fail, they won't get another chance. Deep down, Min Cheol is aware that he's able to talk thanks to the potion, but he's as good as dead. The old man suggests that it's better he distract the monster while the two of them escape. The old man gets curious about the weapon, while Seojin reveals that it's what he'll use to deliver the finishing blow. Seojin warns the demon star to be careful because if the weapon thinks he's trying to take him, it'll reject him. Just as the old man touches the Gungnir, he's thrown into a frenzy after feeling the intense magnetic field coexisting without getting twisted. He screams and questions what on earth this kind of magic field is. Mancheol is amused to see the old man talk too much while our guy gets reminded of Jimin Jung, who's also a maniac like the old man. He notices the uncanny resemblance and how their otaku mode is on when they see unique items. The demon star is totally obsessed with the spear and reveals that with Gungnir, they don't even need his magic. Min's eyes sparkle, and he asks Seojin where the hell he bought it. Our guy responds that the sword star bought it for him, and the old man is left in disbelief since he's surprised since that arrogant old man isn't so generous. Seojin, freaking inside, thinks it'll be okay if the sword star finds out he saved the demon star by selling the blue dragon sword. After that, they all head to face the level boss. Later, they settle down for a strategy meeting. Our guy plans that the demon star will weaken the monster and he will use the spear to deliver the finishing blow. Seojin then asks Min Cheol to show him the spell he'll be using, but even if it wears away his life force, he'll do what's needed. But our guy thinks it won't be necessary, and tells the old man to make sure he's prepared to cast the spell. So the final plan is, Kim Seojin will buy time distracting the monster. In the meantime, Min Cheol will prepare the strongest spell he can muster. When the demon star unleashes the spell to weaken the monster, our guy will throw Gungnir to destroy its core. However, our guy reckons that there are two main things that could go wrong. The first risk is him getting killed while trying to lure the monster, and the second risk is when the demon star unleashes the spell, the monster might notice and attack him instead of Seojin. While our boy could control the first variable, the second could be trouble since the demon star will be helpless while casting the spell. Kim assures Mancheol that he'll do his best to keep the monster distracted, but they can't know for certain how things will play out. If worst comes to worst, it'll be up to Mancheol, who assures Kim that he's not planning on dying and leaving Suyeon behind. Mancheol jokes with Min and tells the old man that he'll have to stick with him if he wants to live. Min humbly leaves himself in his hands, saying he would never forget this. After that, they move on to carry out the plan and find the big oaf. Seojin instructs Min and Mancheol not to come any closer since the monster could spot the demon star as he's still preparing the spell. Min gets worried about Seojin since it will be most dangerous for him. But our guy believes that if it's riskier for him, this is the only way because he's the only one who'll be able to move around easily to dodge the monster's attack. The old man agrees to follow Seojin, and our boy smiles, muttering that they'll proceed as planned and thinks it's time to get out. Mancheol tells him to be careful while our guy zooms at the speed of light and confronts the giant tree monster. With a clear picture in sight, Kim realizes that this big oaf is even bigger, and what's more dangerous is the terrifying energy emanating from the beast. Kim understands why even the demon star struggled against it. Seojin distracts the beast as it follows him, and fortunately, it destroys everything it stepped on, so there are no other dryads to get in his way. Kim gets focused, since one false step could get him killed. With that, our fella courageously shows himself in front of the beast, catching its attention. While our guy Loki gets terrified since this could be a mistake, suddenly, endless branches begin emerging and entrap Seojun, leaving no room for escape. He runs for his life since he didn't expect the attack to be this fierce, and he accidentally veers off toward Manchol and the demon star. As the branches frantically chase him, Kim wonders if Min's spell is ready yet. He gets intimidated and starts slashing the branches with the spear. However, he is overwhelmed by the relentless pressure, as even the air around him is rattling. At this rate, our guy was hoping to keep avoiding him, but he seems to have no choice now. Suddenly, a bright light radiates and Seojin gets the signal that the spell is ready. The demon star, along with Manchiol, arrives at the perfect time, and Kim grabs the attention of that big lump. Kim distracts the monster by keeping him on his tail and dodges its attack as he sprints away. The massive monster lets out a piercing shriek as it lunges ferociously at him, while Seojin guides him toward the spot they had planned. As it reaches the spot, the demon star's spell traps it in chains, preventing him from moving any further. Our guy witnesses his plan working and notices how it has slowed down while its energy's dropping. It seems that the demon star's spell hit the mark, and now all that Kim has to do is destroy its core. The monster groans in pain, and our fella is concerned if it sensed where the spell was coming from. He knows the demon star's magic will be drained and Manchol is just a regular guy, not even an awakened. And with the old man on his back, he assumes he will barely be able to dodge a couple of times max. Seojin aims the Gungnir at its core, supposing it's now or never. He focuses all his strength into it. Being calm and sure, our man flings the Gungnir with full strength, shattering the monster's core brutally, while it collapses on the ground with a loud thud. Kim flops to the ground, exhausted. Feeling dizzy, as he guesses he must have put everything into the Gungnir, that's why he's got nothing left. Even so, he considers himself lucky to have brought it down, but he isn't sure he has the strength to summon the Gungnir back. He runs towards Manchol and the demon star to check if they're okay, and it seems that the bulky fella got grazed by its attack. Our guy worriedly checks up on him, realizing that even with the monster weakened, it was too much for a normal person to avoid completely. He's relieved that it doesn't look serious, and believes they will be okay with some treatment, but they need to get it checked right away. Manchiol assures him that it's just a flesh wound and laughs it off, claiming that if he were 5 years younger, he could have carried both of them and kept running away from that thing for days. The demon star objects on that, and it seems that being stuck here brought them both close. They decide to head out, and Seojin goes back to grab his lance, when the monster abruptly evokes again. Kim is certain the Gungnir definitely hit its core, baffled if the core wasn't destroyed. Shocked, he finds it impossible for it to arise again, and that's when it hits our guy as he realizes that its core, it must be two of them. The monster outrageously roars as it attacks them, while Seojin and the others are clueless as to what to do now. The demon star steps in and casts a spell on the monster even though he's in a bad condition. Kim knows he's completely spent and can't hold on much longer, so he has no choice but to destroy the second core. He looks around for the Gungnir, but the tangled roots in the way make it impossible to find. He can't help but wonder if it understands the significance of Gungnir and is purposely hiding it. Although he still has the Spear of Longinus and believes if he can just land a direct strike, it will still be possible to destroy the core. Seojin asks the demon star if he can perform the weakening spell again, and it seems that he's ready to do whatever he can. Our guy decides to distract it, despite the old man's worried protests, and since there's no time to argue, he just pushes ahead with whatever they can do. With that, he dashes towards the beast, avoiding its attack carefully, being mindful that one hit, and he's dead. Kim can't help but think about the demon star, who's held up against all this at his age, and even he's hit his limit. He's convinced everything depends on him now, and he cuts through the branches blocking his path as he closes in on the core. To get the core with the Spear of Longinus, he will need to get right up to him, but it seems he can't get any closer. Our awakened realizes that it's totally different from just luring it somewhere. Just then, his leg is caught up in a branch, and as he's about to get attacked, the demon star's spell stops it. Seeing this as his chance, Seojin springs towards its core. Glancing at the chains of the demon star's spell, he notices them being way smaller and much thinner than before, and realizes his magic is too weak after last time, hence he understands the spell won't be the same. Kim catches an opening as he pounces towards it, and that's when the demon star's spell chains snap broken, which causes our guy to take a good hit from the tree monster, and he is smashed to the ground. He believes it would have been possible to destroy the core with the Spear of Longinus, hence the reason why he was trying to get close to it. However, realization hits him that it was a big mistake. The monster mercilessly shrieks and is about to attack Seojin, whose body gives up on him, unable to move. That's when the demon star steps in and protects him, standing in front of him like a shield. The old man knows that he's just a student, not even 30 years old, and for him to reach this level is unbelievable. It's been ages since he's been so shaken by someone's power, and is convinced that in 1 year's time, everyone's gonna know his name. And a year after that, he can't even imagine where our boy will be. He's convinced this young man will not just be this nation's, but humanity's greatest hero. But he hasn't made it yet, and that's why the Demon Star feels Kim deserves to live, even at the cost of his own life. He yells at Seojin to run right now, but Seojin refuses to leave. The old man tries to convince him to leave, telling him that he has to survive since he doesn't have much time left anyway, and advises him not to be naive and just accept this. Kim can't help but question why he didn't flee at the time, or why he didn't leave them behind. He could have if he wanted to. That's why our guy is curious why, even in this moment, the old man tries to sacrifice himself. Seojin manages to stand up while his body throbs with pain but flops back to the ground, having no energy left. He knows the Demon Star is right, and that it'd be better for him to run, leaving him behind, grabbing Manchiol, and getting out of here. And it's a terrible idea to stay and fight like this, but he's already made up his mind. He doesn't know what to do and doesn't want to run away either. That's when he suddenly remembers what Hercules said in his first lecture. Hercules, the greatest hero of Greek and Roman myth, asked his students in the first lesson about what they think strength is. He emphasized the importance of muscle strength, but that's not the strength he was talking about. Hercules was so legendary across the world, his name has become synonymous with the very word hero. He mentioned that strength is thought of as merely physical, but if that's not the strength he's talking about, he believes that his students must be thinking about which strength he's referring to. After that, he got silent, and Seojin was confused if the lecture was over or something. That's when the greatest hero confessed that he committed an unforgivable sin. Cursed with madness by Hera, he killed his own beloved wife and child in his delirium. Overcome with guilt, he considered taking his own life. But his great friend Theseus convinced him to seek atonement by taking on the 12 labors. 12 labors are the 12 impossible tasks known as the 12 labors. The labor consists of slaying the Nemean lion, slaying the Lernaean hydra, capturing the Cyrenian hind, capturing the Erymanthian boar, cleaning the Augean stables, slaying the Stymphian birds, capturing the Cretan bull, capturing the mares of Diomedes, stealing Hippolyta's girdle, obtaining the giant Gerion's cattle, stealing the golden apples of the Hesperides, and lastly, capturing Cerberus, the guardian of Hades. As Hercules completed each task, his fame spread far and wide, and yet some began to mock him. What a joke, they said. They wondered how someone who killed his wife and child could ever be considered a hero. They piled thousands of reasons he could never be a hero onto him. Facing barbs, he again questioned if he'd be better off dead, but he persisted in dedicating his life to others, sacrificing himself to almost a foolish degree, hoping that maybe, someday far in the future, it would matter. Perhaps he believed a day would finally come when he could forgive the person he was. And thus, Hercules finished the 12 labors and became widely hailed as a true hero. He would go on to miraculously save Olympus in the Battle of Gigantomachy, the twilight era of Greek and Roman mythology. Hercules, cursed by Hera into killing his wife and child, after a long journey of atonement, became the greatest hero of all time. He believed it was because of the atonement he found the strength to come this far. Hence, he advised his students, if they want to become something, want to do something, people will say it's not possible. They'll shake their heads no. They'll tell countless reasons that they cannot and will not make it, but he lets them know that none of that matters. The countless reasons they say they can't become something, the countless reasons they say they can't do something, those countless reasons, they don't need to overcome them. Instead, they need to focus that if they want to become something, they have to find their reason to do it. That's what makes someone a hero. Hercules' words are recalled in Seojin's mind as he pulls himself together, while the Demon Star warns him to stop and lets out that he can't win, and he knows it. Not at his level, because he can't handle that monster, and he's aware of it better than anyone else. And Kim doesn't deny it. He can't. He knows better than anyone that he can't win. He feels the fear clinging onto him and hesitation whispering in his ear, while in the background, he hears the Demon Star protest, and yet Hercules' voice cuts through them all. There are countless reasons he can't win, countless reasons to run away. The Demon Star's lived so many lifetimes, while our guy is just 28, and believes what he's doing will seem like foolish bravado. But what may only be 28 years for the Demon Star is a lifetime for our awakened. Everything he's lived for, he decides he won't abandon it in a moment of hesitation. An immense power flows through his body as he walks towards the beast, an overwhelming strength that crushes everything. Kim cuts off the branches as he moves forward, and the tremendous power affects the surroundings. The Demon Star witnesses the scene with pure shock on his face when he notices our guy suddenly falling unconscious. Using his magic spell, he manages to bring them away from the place, where they meet Manchiol. The bulky fella gets worried as he sees Seojin unconscious, and the old man indicates that his wounds are serious, but doesn't think they're life-threatening. He reveals that our dude tapped into such an overwhelming amount of power it knocked him out. It makes sense to Manchiol from what they just saw, while the demon star confesses he was afraid. The bulky fella is confused as to what he's talking about, and assuming it's because of fighting that big tree, he expresses surprise, not knowing the demon star was capable of that. The old man laughs and believes it's natural for anyone to be afraid, as he himself has been threatening to die for so long. Although that's not what he meant, as he reveals that he was actually afraid of what would happen to the world after he was gone. He lets Manchiol know the world is not as safe as people would like to think, so as he approached death, he started to worry, because the world needed him. The bulky dude now gets why he named a disciple, and the demon star admits that Jimin did beyond what he'd hoped and is better than anyone. Yet still, he couldn't shake that shadow of worry in his heart, and only today he realized that his fear was unnecessary, because he realizes that after he's gone, someone will continue to protect them. Seeing Kim Seojin refuse to give up, the demon star saw a new generation of heroes, and admits that it has been a long time indeed. Seojin wakes up with a jolt, only to be welcomed by Mancheol and the demon star. He finds himself in a hospital and realizes that they've made it out of the dungeon. Our guy asks them about how they're feeling, and it seems the bulky fella is doing okay. Even though the wound was pretty deep, they said it wouldn't be a problem with treatment. While the demon star also seems to be doing well, thanks to Kim's emergency potion. All he needs is some rest. Our dude is concerned for the old man when Mancheol asks him if he's okay, since he's been out for half a day. He's left shocked to find that out and wonders if he's called Suyeon. The bulky man, feeling kinda shy, admits that he did, and Kim couldn't be more relieved to find out that's resolved at least. Mancheol reveals that he's called Seoyun as well because she was really worried about him. Now that Seojin thinks about it, he told her he was off to look for Mancheol and then disappeared, with her grandfather's sword to boot. The demon star remembers Seok mentioning his daughter, and now he knows her name is Suyeon. Mancheol confesses that he was trying to make money to send her to Hunter Academy, and then all this happened. Hence, he reminds the old man that he promised 4 times the going rate, and makes sure that he's not thinking of reneging. The demon star assures him to pay but suggests if it's okay that he teaches his daughter. Both men are left utterly stunned, while Mancheol can't help but question whether he's going senile. The old man believes that he may be close to death, but he's still got his wits about him. The bulky fellow wonders if he had a head injury perhaps, but he refuses to admit that as well. He's confused by this sudden offer, asking the demon star if he's not busy with things, like he said. Admitting that he did, the old fella doesn't think it'll be necessary anymore, as he believes it's time to give the young ones a chance out there. He might have 1 year left to live but won't have much to do. That's why he supposes it'd be nice to teach his daughter in the remaining time he has as thanks for saving his life. If she's interested in magic, of course, as he can't force her. The old man then calls out Seojun because he saved his life too and offers to teach him if he wishes as well. Our awakened refuses almost immediately and declares if he wants to give him anything, he can give him money. The demon star laughs when he hears that and agrees to it. Since he owes him his life, he asks him how much he thinks his life is worth. Believing his market value should be a fair amount, he asks Kim to name a price. Our dude gets all excited and is about to announce the price when the door bursts open, revealing a worried Seoyun trying to calm her grandfather down, assuming there's some kind of misunderstanding. Realization hits Seojin, as he almost forgot that if he contacted Seoyun, that meant the Sword Star was on his way too. A furious Mancheol is ready to kill the young lad, not listening to a word, while Seoyun alerts him to run away. Kim tries to explain that it's not what he thinks while he wonders what he should do, jump out of the window, but then realizes that he would jump too and chase him. He thinks of chucking Gungnir at him and running away, but then realizes that he left it in the dungeon as he freaks out. Just then, the demon star calls the Sword Star out, grabbing his attention, while the Sword Star is shocked about what he's doing there. The old man wonders about how many years it has been, and yet it feels like yesterday, when the 5 of them were young and inseparable. Minchel agrees and is curious how he ended up here in this state. That's when he confesses that he tried to play hero and almost died. Hence, he's here haunting the hospital staff now. Shocked, the Sword Star knows they all will die eventually, but guesses it's really true. The old man admits that he's envious of him for being still so active and asks him what's his secret, urging him to share it with them. Meanwhile, Seojin whispers, asking where Suyeon is, and Seoyun reveals that she's on her way, and she had to come first to try and stop her grandfather. The Sword Star assumes his buddy is just exaggerating, while he tries to make him believe that he was really almost killed. The demon star mentions Kim, saying if it weren't for him, he would have died for certain. Thus, Minchel turns his attention back to him, as he waves his arms frantically, trying to explain that he had no choice. But he cuts him off, snapping that he didn't give up his sword for it to be sold, and adds that while he's let things slide in the past because of Seojin, now he feels he's gone too far. The demon star steps in, claiming that he doesn't know what's going on, but he appeals for the young man to be forgiven. Mincheol tells him not to get involved in this, but he insists, saying that he's sure it wasn't without reason that Kim has done wrong by him. There must have been no choice. The Sword Star finds it odd for him to be so forgiving, and he refers to a quote, saying as much as time takes away from them, it gives them as well. Seeing that this wasn't enough to convince the short-tempered man, the demon star is curious what the hell the young man did to make him so upset. That's when it's revealed that Seojun sold his blue dragon sword. As much as this shocks the demon star, he still asks our guy what he said about Mincheol buying him a weapon, and wonders if that's not true. That was the moment Kim realized that he's doomed, and when he witnesses the sword star blowing up, he lets him know that he didn't sell it but left it as collateral. He assures him that they can get it back as it wasn't even that much, and believes if they go to the association right now, they'll get it. Mincheol, suppressing his anger, asks the demon star if he would still forgive him after this, and he tells him just not to kill him. Since he didn't sell the blue sword and the old man is vouching for him, the sword star declares to let him live, but that's it. He's still gonna smack him. He warns him to just dodge, block, or die for all he cares, and even though it's one hit, it looks like he's gonna finish our boy in one blow. Seojun tries to stop him, as he declares to go and get it right now, but is told that he can go after he's hit. With that, the sword star punches him, and to his surprise, Kim blocks his punch with his fist. However, a loud scream escapes his mouth as he cries in pain. The sword star is taken aback by him blocking that attack, and believes his arm should be fine, except his bones being shattered. Our dude snaps up as he reminds him that he only said one hit whether he dodges it or dies. And he leaps out of the room, saying that he's gonna go for a walk. Mancheol and Seoyun both run after him, and it's just the sword and demon star in the room now. The old man remarks that he must be getting sentimental in his old age, as he can't believe his eyes that the sword star is holding back like that. Mincheol thinks it'd be a hassle if our guy died, but he still can't believe he was able to block it, and it seems that the demon star is shocked too. He knows he doesn't really hate that boy, and even though the sword star refuses to admit, that's true. The demon star is aware that he's just being like that because Seoyun likes him, while he just pouts. Nonetheless, he changes the topic and asks him what the hell happened there. The sword star can't believe that traces of the Apostle of Temperance's involvement were found at the 10-star dungeon anomaly. And on top of that, the demon star was investigating the Order of Truth and found a mutated monster in the dungeon. And that worthless bum, aka Seojun, saved the day. The demon star lets out that he should have seen it himself, while Mincheol is convinced that the boy he faced just a few days ago wasn't at that level. It's true that he refuses to acknowledge what our guy is capable of, but no matter what the old man says, he finds it hard to believe. The demon star thinks it's because he just doesn't trust pro-hunters. In Mincheol's perspective, they're all worthless, even the ones running around claiming to be S-class hunters, and the old man agrees with him. In fact, any of the heroes from the Great Cataclysm would agree with them. The times changed, and so did the very idea of pro-hunters. Now it's just a job. A lucrative one at that. Everyone's happy that it's been peaceful, but the sword star believes the world is not as safe as everyone thinks. When all the heroes are gone and the real threats manifest, he wonders if the world will be able to fight back. He guesses maybe that's the true purpose of the Order of Truth. However, the demon star calls him out and lets him know that those they expect nothing from turn out to do what no one expected. Their time is passing, or it may be already over. Mincheol wonders what he means, while he just laughs, realizing it has been a long time. Meanwhile, Seoyun is busy scolding Seojun when Suyeon arrives there and dashes towards her father, hugging him ever so tightly as she sobs. Mancheol gets emotional as well and thanks Kim for saving his life. Someone once said, the most beautiful sight was seeing the world return to normal. Time passed, and the three of them were discharged, and everyone was able to get back to their lives. However, some things changed. Firstly, Suyeon became the demon star's disciple, and second, the old man gave Kim 10 billion won for saving his life. Our dude just threw out a number and he just agreed to it, stating that his life is not cheap. He used 500 million to get the blue dragon sword back to the sword star, even though he almost died in the process. It wasn't planned, but because of everything that happened, Kim ended up with Gungnir and the huge sum of 9.5 billion won. And on top of that, he reached 47.3% progress in Hercules' course. Mincheol beams with happiness to see our guy back finally. While he asks him if he weren't worried about him because he never visited, Lee lets him know that he was super worried, but Seoyun assured him that he was fine, so it was like, cool, and claims that he had faith in our man, figured he would shake it off like it was nothing. Seoyun is glad to see Kim back and asks him how he's feeling, and he ensures her that he's fine. Mincheol shows something to her, telling her that he needs this and requests if she could look into it. She assumes it would be easy and declares to get it right away. Seojun, who's busy working out, sees them and realizes so many things have changed, but the Dream Academy manages to stay the same. Now it feels like home. Later, we see our awakened listening to Hercules' lecture, who talked about the strength of the gods in his last lecture. He assumes some of them may have realized what that truly is, difficult as it may be. Every once in a while, a few students are able to get there. And referring to those of them who did, he believes they're probably surprised by the spike in the course progress. He tells them not to be surprised, as this is the strength of the gods' course after all. Simply put, they're understanding what he's trying to teach them, thus the progress. But he warns them not to assume that this means they're through with this class. Rather, it's the complete opposite. He declares that the strength of the gods is the source of all strength, and to tap into that infinite strength, they need a strong vessel to contain it. Hence, if they haven't trained to the ultimate limit, they won't be able to withstand it. That's why he emphasizes muscles so much in this course, to help turn their body into a vessel that can hold the strength of the gods. To summarize it, Seojin supposes that he can tap into the strength of the gods, but his body can't handle it. Now that his course progress has increased, he's able to get through the daily assignments faster, leaving him more time. Therefore, he thinks of taking another course now that he has more money, or he contemplates if he should buy an elixir. That'd replenish his mana so that he'd have enough magic power to summon Gungnir. He supposes he could really become a one-man army. And the Transcendent Marketplace is full of mana-replenishing items, like the Milk of Emptiness, Peaches of Immortality, Elixir, and Nectar. At last, Seojin drops the idea of buying a weapon and thinks a course would still be better. Since he's not at a level he can fully absorb an elixir right now. And even though he started Merlin's course, it's more about understanding magic than teaching magic forms. If he's to fully get use out of an elixir, it's time he learned magic forms. Our guy thinks it's better to do it now, as he has to learn it eventually. Therefore, he messages Mentor, asking his recommendations on any courses of magic forms. Knowing that Mentor usually takes a week to reply, he decides to wait. But to his surprise, he responds right away, telling him that there are two types of magic courses, Inner Focus and Magic Forms. If Kim wants to develop control and stability, he should learn Inner Focus. If he wants to develop efficacy and power, he should learn Magic Forms. For Inner Focus, Mentor recommends Zhang Sangfeng or Lu Dongbin, while for the Magic Forms, he'd suggest Arthur or Siegfried. Kim realizes it all changes depending on whether he's going for control or efficacy. He decides to check out their cost, sure that he'll be able to afford something. Afterwards, we see Seoyun coldly asking our dude if he needs money yet again, and if he wants her to look into competitions that are coming up. Seojun, totally defeated, agrees, and that's when the B-rank hunter loses it. She lashes out at him, questioning where he's spending all his money because money is all he talks about. She wonders if he's some sort of goblin that feeds on money, curious where it even goes. Our poor fella sighs, recalling that every course is 10 billion won, but he's 500 million won short no matter what. He admits that he doesn't want to live like this either. At that moment, Seoyun informs him about a competition coming up. On top of that, the winner gets to win 3 billion won. Kim couldn't get happier, but the joy is short-lived when he learns that it's a team competition. The disappointment is apparent on Kim's face, and he's convinced that he's always meant to grind for money. There must be 3 kids from each academy, and the problem is that the Dream Academy only has 2 students at the moment, Kim Seojun and Minyul Lee. Minyul can pull his own weight, but since they require 3 students, it's not possible for them to enter the competition. Our guy hopefully asks Seoyun if anyone is willing to join the academy, but her face tells it all. Seojun is aware that even if they try to persuade anyone to join them, no one is going to trust them. He thinks hard to find someone they could depend on in competition that isn't already registered with another hunter academy. Unfortunately, he couldn't even come up with a single person who'd join them, but then Minchul's daughter Suyeon comes to his mind. But Seoyun freaks out and asks Kim if he wants her to join of all people. Just as our guy is about to make a call, Seoyun stops him and states that Minchul's daughter has already decided to study under the Demon Star. She admits that she'd love to take her in, but in reality, Suyeon doesn't need an academy to begin with. While Minyul wonders who's this new person, our guy promises the instructor that Suyeon wouldn't be just for the competition. The scene then switches to the Demon Star's residence. Our guy arrives there to meet Min Cheol, and still can't believe that it's so easy to call him and set up a meeting. Shortly, Min walks out with a cane while our guy wonders if he's doing alright as he looks at him. The Demon Star sarcastically asks Kim if he started missing him already since it's been a few days. Our guy thanks him for meeting again so soon and asks Min how Suyeon is doing. The old man proudly reveals that he's already been teaching her elemental magic, though it's hectic, muttering about how determined she is to learn. Hearing this, Kim is left in disbelief as it's just been 2 days since she started. The reason why it shocks our guy is because in a hunter academy, the first magic is the basics of how to use magic and magic forms. And just the basic use of magic takes 2 to 3 weeks minimum. Even the old man admits that he was shocked too, and almost fell over when he saw Suyeon figuring out how to use magic in less than a day. While Seojin is left slack-jawed, Min brags about how even Jimin took an entire day to get the hang of elemental magic. He wonders where Suyeon was hiding all this time and never knew it would be this fun to teach her. Meanwhile, our fellow looks totally done. The Demon Star finally asked him the reason he's here. Kim freaks out as he couldn't bring himself to broach the subject. Our boy mentions to Min Cheol that the Dark Star has a disciple, Minyul Lee, and he's a student at Seoyun's academy. The old man finds it hard to believe, and Seojin reveals that the Dark Star is avoiding contact with his disciple to keep the Order of Truth from using the sight on him. Seojin also warns the Demon Star that the Order of Truth is already using the sight on him, which also makes Suyeon a target. Plus, it's not just her. it's still not certain when the Order of Truth will go after the old man again. Therefore, our guy implies that since they can't use the sight on him, they can take advantage of that so that it won't be easy for the Order of Truth to target them. Old Man Min sighs and concludes that Kim wants Suyeon to join the same academy and make moves together. Seojin nods and states that the time he'll get to teach Suyeon will be reduced, but for Demon Star and Suyeon's safety, they'll have to consider it. The old man thinks about it while Kim thinks of Suyeon as his little sister, plus he'd been thinking about making her join the academy anyway. Momentarily, the Demon Star responds that if the Dark Star is doing it, there's no need to rush things on account of his timeline, and therefore, he agrees to Seojin's idea. The old man feels bad about not keeping Suyeon all to himself, but also thinks it'll be good for her to get out for training and experience everything. Later, at the Hunter Academy, everyone warmly welcomes Suyeon. Minhyul Lee gets a bit eccentric and is introduced as a disciple of a Dark Star. Just as that simpleton is about to complete the sentence, Seojin slams his hand to shut Lee's mouth and tells Suyeon himself that this wide-eyed kid is the Dark Star disciple. Poor Minhyul wonders why he can't say it, and our guy teases him, reasoning that it's fine when he does it. Our guy then introduces Suyeon Seok as the Demon Star's disciple, and strictly states that there should be no funny business just because she's pretty since she's still in high school. Poor Suyeon gets red as she can't handle the embarrassment, and asks Kim to stop treating her like a kid as she's about to graduate. Nonetheless, they come to the main subject since the three of them will be competing in a competition. Minhyul seems excited as always, and while Suyeon stresses if she'll be good enough, our guy assures her that they still have time to train before the competition. Plus he and Lee will do the heavy lifting for her. Lee nods and tells Suyeon that Seojin is the real deal, and he's not even sure if they're even necessary. Before heading in, Seoyun reminds them that they need a team name, and strangely, everyone starts staring at our guy. It appears that everyone wants Seojin to choose a team name since he's the leader. Our guy seems a bit overwhelmed since all he wanted was just a team. He just peeks at the academy and decides to pick Dream Team. And surprisingly, Minhyul and Suyeon are totally obsessed while Seoyun loves how it rhymes with the academy. The four of them become the source of motivation for each other, and their goal is to win the competition. This moment of the unknown Dream Team was the formation of what would later be known as the world-famous Dream Team. It is then revealed to us that Raid Battle is a competition held by private organizations instead of the government or Hunters Association. Simply put, they're held by large guilds. And the reason why large guilds would spend so much money on these competitions is simple, either for early recruitments or hunting exceptional students. While some pro hunters work alone, for the most part, they join guilds and work as teams. Therefore, during the competition, they look not just for strong individuals, but see how they work as a team. That is when they can see who has real potential and scout out talent while they're still students. That's the agenda behind the raid battles. With this in mind, the large guilds lobbied the government and hunter government, and as the money grew, more broadcasters and other organizations came running, and thus, the modern raid battle came into being. For this reason, the participation was limited to hunter academies in Division 1 and 2. To conclude, with all the money and focus, the raid battle became an elite competition. In the present scene, some hunters are gossiping about a guy Siwoo Jong and his team members, Yoonjong Park and Minjun. They can't believe that Gaeon Academy's top 3 students are taking part in the raid battle, making it sound like an intense fight already. The hunters begin to freak out as they speculate since Gaeon has leveled up their game, then there's no doubt that Ale and Hunter Mills Academy are going to bring their best players too. The people even anticipate that Hunter Mills might bring out Haeun Lee, not to mention she's rumored to be the most talented student in the history of pro hunters. They believe that it's about time that Haeun made an appearance. While the rumor has it that she's a disciple under one of the 5 great heroes, some find it ridiculous since there's no way a disciple would be in a raid battle. In the meantime, ironically, the Dream Team makes their entry into the competition. Minhyul Lee and Suyeon Seok, who are disciples under the Dark and Demon Star, overhear some bullshit from those guys saying that people of that status don't take on mere students as disciples. According to them, there are a lot of S-class hunters waiting for a slot. Minhyul gets pissed and lets out that their team leader is just as famous. Seojin looks confused because even he doesn't know he's famous. With that, the first round of the raid battle begins, and every team has to defeat the 7-star monster Arachne. Doohyun Lee, B-class hunter from Ares Guild, is very much disappointed to see how many teams have failed only during the first round. His team member guesses that the dungeon they set up is way too high level, and mentions the research that came out by Jimin Jong. The research was about mutations, and it's been included in the Magic Studies dungeon. Doohyun understands this must be why most of the student teams are failing, but he's scared at the thought of his guildmaster who asked him to recruit a lot of newcomers, but it looks like he's going to chew them out. While the guy decides to focus on teams that win, Gaeon Academy's team clears round 1. As others wait for Ale and Hunter Mills' teams, another team comes out in the meantime, and that is the Dream Academy. What grasps everyone's attention is that Gaeon completed the round in 30 minutes. The Dream Team jaw-droppingly cleared the round in 9 minutes. Do-yeon Lee and his recruiter partner are left in disbelief and try to tell the staff that there's an error in the display time. While Do-yeon finds it impossible for the team to complete in less than 10 minutes, the guy admits that there was a mistake in the display and lets them know that the timer was malfunctioning. The time was 30 seconds too slow. The recruiters are rendered speechless, and Seojin along with his team members come out of the dungeon. It is then revealed to us that in the dungeon, they were tasked to fight against the 7-star monster, Arachne. Our guy is weirded out by the monster's name since the real Arachne is an instructor of sewing skills at the Transcendent Academy. The big spiders surround them while Kim saves Gungnir for later, but he still has the Longinus spear to kick their ass. He sees the infamously strong and elastic Arachne webbing, and assumes that for his spear, they might as well be cheap thread. Suddenly, the spiders befuddlingly stop when they see Minhyul dashing towards them. With that, Kim and Lee begin slashing the spiders, making it look like their everyday job, and Suyeon is amazed to see them both. It's as if the monsters are falling with barely any effort. She decides not to just stand there and watch them fight, but use whatever she's learned to lend her members a little help. She uses elemental magic and blue tentacles emerge from the magic circle that squeeze the spiders to death. In the present scene, Minhyul is obsessed with his leader's work and asks Seojin how he learned all those moves. Our guy is embarrassed by Lee's remarks, who wonders how strong the captain is going to get. Kim then asks Minhyul where all his weapons went, to which he responds that he got rid of them since Master Darkstar said it wasn't good to use too many weapons, but he kept the arrows and daggers. As Suyeon tries to say something, Seojin recalls that Minhyul did not use any arrows but only the daggers. Minhyul then reveals that he was trying to protect Suyeon, so if he were to use arrows, he'd have to fight from a distance and Seojin would have been on his own. In the meantime, Suyeon calls them out, and that's when they notice that all the teams have been staring at them. They're discussing the Dream Team's unbelievable finish time, and people start recognizing Seojun and Minhyul, boys who were in the Hunter Mills mock exam. Abruptly, the tension rises when Seojin looks at Gaeon's academy team, whose leader Siwoo's eyes are burning holes in the back of Kim's head. Siwoo then turns back and leaves while Minhyul keeps bragging about how cool their captain is, making our guy pissed off. Even Suyeon finds them embarrassing now. The noise is cut down when the Hunter Mills Academy team completes the round in 30 minutes, claiming they're the best, and that's how a true elite looks like. But reality slaps when they're ignored miserably, since no one gives a shit about them, and the students from Ale Academy face the same treatment. Later, round 2 of the raid battles begins, and this time they need to collect the magic power crystals in the allotted time. The Dream Team completes round 2 in 4 minutes and proceeds to round 3, which is to eliminate the Link Bell artificial monsters. As round 3 completes in 19 seconds, they reach round 4, Magic Crystal Defense. In this round, Minhyul runs out of arrows as they fight against stubborn tree branches. Lee decides to stay and defend while he tells Seojin to get rid of as many enemies as possible in the meantime. Our guy leaps outward to deal with the enemy, and he conjectures that since these monsters respawn, it's impossible to completely clear them. Just as Seojin is done slashing as many dryads as he could, he witnesses a luminous orb in the air like a full moon. He couldn't see it, but he could definitely feel it through Kiran's magic. Since he senses a tremendous amount of magic force, Seojin assumes that this orb could be the core of the entire dungeon, or the thing that's respawning the monsters. Our guy slashes the monster behind him and summons Gungnir. To see if his assumptions are correct, he aims Gungnir right at the core, and surprisingly, the weapon goes right through it. This makes him deduce that there's no core. Our guy freaks out and wonders if he was mistaken that there was anything to begin with. While our guy is hell-bent that he did feel something, he thinks of the Spear of Longinus and its unknown powers. He's convinced that the spear could have powers as impressive as Gungnir, but he just hasn't figured it out. Smirking, Seojin decides to find it now and dashes to make a leap where the core is to strike the spear. The scene then switches to Gaeon's team, who are struggling to fight the giant tree monsters. Siwoo asks Minjin to take the lead, and eventually, they complete the round in 44 minutes. While the members are happy with the outcome, Siwoo ponders that they made the right calls and 0 mistakes, and since Hunter Mills and Ale both lasted 20 minutes, they went twice as long. So in his point of view, they did as well as anyone possibly could. The Dream Team also makes it before Gaeon did, and Minhyul intimidatingly says that he's not even going to try guessing the captain's power anymore. Gaon team members look at Seojin's team as they went in at the same time but came out first. Just then, they're distracted by the noise, and when they look up to the scoreboard, they're left wide-eyed. Even the crowd is thrown into a frenzy when they witness Dream Team's score to be immeasurable, which is ridiculously impossible. They assume that their team somehow was able to get to the core of the dungeon. The recruiters in the crowd go absolutely crazy. Do-yeon Lee stares shockingly at the scoreboard, recalling that the Hunter Mills exam was just a month ago. He wonders how Seojin got so powerful in such a short time span. Lee reckons that their entire world will change completely, so they have to recruit the Dream Team no matter what. On the other hand, the recruiters hysterically start calling their guild masters. The scene then flips to Kim Seojin, who's on the moon after discovering the powers of the Spear of Longinus. He assumed that the spear was immune to magic shields, but Gungnir can do that too. He figured that there was something else to the spear. In the dungeon, where Gungnir just passed through the core, the spear of Longinus detected the core and destroyed it. Kim wonders if the spear affects existence itself, and thinks that he'll have to compare them again. During that time, Minhyul is narrating the Dryad dungeon story to Suyeon. Suddenly, someone calls out Seojun's team and suspiciously questions what kind of trick they pulled. It turns out to be angry Siwoo Jong, who accuses them while his own team members appear shocked. Our guy realizes that Siwoo must be acting alone and asks the matter. Siwoo asks Kim if this is how he's going to play it, which makes Minhyul pissed off. Kim assumes that Jong is accusing him of cheating. Deep down, Siwoo admits that Seojun is indubitably an incredible guy, given how he did in the Hunter Mills exam, but he believes that what Seojun did in round 4 is simply not possible, making him speculate if it was Haeun Lee. Siwoo shakes that thought and walks away without saying a word. Minhyul lashes out at him for accusing them while Jong ponders that he might not be thinking straight. He thinks he's dumb for comparing Haeun and Seojun since she's on a totally different level from them. Meanwhile, Minhyul keeps grumbling, and Suyeon tells him to stop since round 5 is about to begin. Suyeon thinks that they're guaranteed to win now, and our boy agrees because they took first place in every round. While he finds it disappointing that it was this easy, someone calls out the Dream Team. A guy approaches them and proposes to make an offer. The guy from the organization states that if they accept it, the entire pool of 6.5 billion won will go to them. The team gasps with disbelief, but the guy proceeds to elaborate that there's a condition. As it's known there will be a 9-star monster in the 5th round, they're artificially created by magic, so they won't quite be 9-star threats. But the monster will be strong enough that no student could ever hope to defeat them. The guy reveals the purpose of round 5 isn't to see if students can defeat the boss, but it's to see how they deal with such a formidable enemy, and how clever their solutions are. All of that will play into the final score. While Minhyul and Suyeon Seok nod, the guy dwells on the possibility that if they were somehow able to defeat the boss, they'd get the highest score. But no team in the history of the raid battle has ever accomplished that. So the condition is to defeat the boss, and if the Dream Team fails, they'll have to give up their prize money. While it's a do-or-die situation, our guy asks him what happens if they refuse. The staff guy answers there won't be any penalty since it's just a proposal and they can simply go ahead, play round 5, and take the top prize. Even the staff guy shrugs and lets out that these proposals don't come from the organization himself. This makes our guy suspect that the 3 big academies are behind this, which makes sense since they shoved them out of the top ranking. And seeing how Siwoo reacted, it's apparent that they think the Dream Team is cheating. Seojun is convinced that this proposal is intended to take them down and preserve the pride of the big 3 academies. While our fella is giving it a thought, Minhyul and Suyeon tell him to do as he wants. The staff member informs Seojun that the organization is hoping their team would accept the offer. The guy coughs and enunciates that the winner of the battle is already obvious, referring to them. Our guy then delves deep into thought and measures the risk. Because if they win, they take 6.5 billion won, but if they lose the guaranteed 3 billion as well. Our hero makes a shocking offer instead, like a counter-proposal, and suggests sweetening the prize money and making it an even 10 billion. Seojun does not even hesitate while Minhyul and Suyeon are left astounded with their jaws dropped. As the staff member lets out a dreadful gasp, our guy bluntly says that the current proposal isn't worth it if they consider the risk they're taking. It's like they'll make 3 billion won doing nothing. Seojun reckons that he needs 500 million urgently, but it will be divided into the 3 of them. He'll only be left with 1.5 billion won, which won't keep up with the rising karma calculation rates. But with a cunning smirk on his face, Kim increases the prize offer to 10 billion so that he'll be able to pay for the magic course and the elixir. And that's definitely worth the risk. The guy who made the offer appears rather traumatized, probably regretting his life decisions. Later, the gossip about the Dream Team's proposal spreads faster than light. The people realize that they understood what exactly was happening and think they have more than just good battle sense. Do-yeon Lee's partner wonders if the Dream Team will be able to pull this off, but Lee thinks that it's possible. The bald recruiter gasps since he hasn't seen Do-yeon this optimistic before and asks what kind of monster they created this time. He thinks it might be a revenant, a 9-star undead monster. The baldy asks Lee's opinion on the final boss monster, but he states that he believes the Dream Team can do it. Just as the bald guy thinks it seems like a stretch, the Dream Team enters the dungeon. Inside the 9-star monster dungeon, Minhyul asks the captain if he's being too greedy, and asks Suyeon if he has always been this crazy. While Suyeon agrees that bro Seojun has always been obsessed with money but not like this, our guy tells them to stop the drama. Our guy reminds them that their 10 billion is on the line so they need to grind. As they walk deeper into the dungeon in high spirits, it gets creepy and ominous. Suddenly the 3 of them witness something unexpected and horrific. On the contrary, the crowd who's watching the whole thing are thrown into absolute frenzy as they witness a Draugr, a monster who's at least a 10-star or even worse than that. Panicked, Do-yeon Lee drops his tea since that monster is even gonna kill them. What's more ironic is that draugrs are monsters that have the ability to affect the psyche and are actually banned. Do-yeon thinks this must be a mistake and runs as fast as he can. A 10-star monster itself isn't a huge problem. Lee is stressed out because no student has ever died by physical injury from artificially created monsters. However, he remembers the one instance when someone was killed by an artificially created monster, and it was when a psyche monster attacked the mind. So even if the attack is an illusion, the damage to the mind is real. And the current situation is no different, not to mention that this draugr is a 10-star psyche monster, so there's no freaking way a student could handle it. In the dungeon, Min-yul and Soo-yeon could barely bear the crushing pressure on their minds. Our guy, who's also numb, ponders that at this rate, their team will be slaughtered. In the meantime, Do-yeon Lee bangs open the door of the control room and screams at the operators to do something. They justify that they have already sent someone, but no one is able to get inside the dungeon. Do-yeon tells them to destroy the magic core and turn off the mana supply, but the operators hesitate, thinking about the money they've spent on it. Lee quivers with anger and calls them greedy bastards for letting kids die over a few billions. Lee literally goes on a rampage and wonders what bullshit research Jim and Jong is doing. Shortly, they notice something on the screen and a spooky bastard ghost appears in the dungeon. And while Soo-yeon and Min-yul are collapsed to the ground, our guy appears perfectly fine and wonders what's going on. Seojin is baffled as to what a draugr is doing here. It seems that it tries to attack their psyche, and it works on Soo-yeon and Min-yul. Somehow it doesn't work on our guy, as he tries to snap them out of it. Kim dashes towards the draugr while it uses his subconscious thoughts against him, whispering them into his ear. They're all doubts and worries hidden deep inside. Seojin hears Siddhartha's words reminding him not to get tied up inside himself. He told him that chance becomes fate, fate becomes destiny, while festering is merely chance strung together. As our awakened dashes towards the monster, Siddhartha's course progress boosts. The draugr continues to use his thoughts against him, whispering that he's not changed and he has accomplished nothing on his own. This gets to Kim, and he stops with a thud when it's recalled to him that those in despair speak of the past. Those in uncertainty speak of the future. Those at peace can speak to the present. He remembers Siddhartha's example of a painter who gets overly ambitious and adds color upon color to a painting. The result is a black canvas. Thus, he believes that they must clear their mind. If their mind is troubled, he suggests they look at what is present around them, and be as the mountains, the waters, and the ground. Since they're a child of the same universe, they deserve their place among them, even when they can't feel it. Seojin closes the gap between him and the monster, while it continues to play with his mind, telling him that he doesn't deserve peace of mind or whatsoever. As Siddhartha reminds him that one is not defined by the great moments that people remember, one learns to be by accepting each and every moment of life. The greatness that people remember is simply giving back from all that they have taken in. If they do not accept those moments in life, he believes they will have nothing to give. If they'd held nothing inside them, there is nothing to share. Each breath they take and each moment between them makes them who they are, and gives them strength in times of need. Kim's eyes gleam as he pounces at the draugr, and he feels like all his nerves are shorting out, but the seeds of doubt and anxiety in his mind are dissolving. He's convinced nothing can shake his conviction. This is it, the unwavering mind. Siddhartha's course progress shoots up while Kim, using mental fortitude, pierces the Longinus through the draugr, thanking him for the lesson. The after effect makes all the screens go blank. Everyone is left shaken while the association head is in disbelief, wondering how the heck Kim was able to defeat draugr. Draugr, a 10-star psyche monster. Not a single one of these scouts could handle its psyche attack. And physical attacks don't work against them since draugrs have no form. It took spirit techniques to clear the 8 draugr dungeons in the past, but our awakened managed to clear it in one blow. Realization hits the association head as he laughs out loud, proclaiming that he doesn't think their guild could handle him. Meanwhile, in the contest waiting room, all the contestants are in disbelief, including Siwoo Jong. He's aware that a 10-star monster, and that too artificially created, tops out at 8 or 9 stars, or max can only be handled by A-class hunters. And past that, they'd have to be S-class. He contemplates maybe if it were Hae-yoon Lee it would have been possible, but he realizes soon enough that no one in the world could do this. On the other hand, Seojin's body trembles, but he's glad that at least he didn't faint like with the Dryad. He guesses that is maybe because of Siddhartha's course progress. Our guy barely managed 17.5% during the initial 90-day free pass, but now he's at 31.7%. He made this progress in such a short time and acknowledges that draugr was the best teacher. Just then, Min-yul and Soo-yeon snap out of their trance, wondering where they are. When they see their captain all worn out, they are in utter shock as they realize that he beat the draugr by himself. They get out of there, helping Seojin walk, and stepping out of the dungeon, they witness many guild managers out there offering them to join their guilds. They all hover over the dream team when the contestant supervisor rushes towards them, wondering what in the blazes are they all doing. He reminds them that the dream team just suffered a psyche attack and they need to get them checked out right away. Shoving them aside, he makes it through the crowd while they persist in making offers. In the hospital, we see a worried Seo-yoon arriving there, concerned if they all are okay. Kim ensures her that they're okay while those two are just napping, informing her that they were checked out and cleared. Seo-yoon wonders what about him, and he lets her know that he's fine, just a bit tired though. She takes a sigh of relief as she hears that. It seems that she was so scared he'd really been hurt this time. The B-rank hunter is well aware that Seo-jun may not have taken the pro hunter exam yet, but he's clearly not a student anymore. Probably only a few months left till then. Seo-yun knew this day would come. She got what she needed out of it, and that should be the end of it. She supposes she should be happy for him, but it seems like she's not, wondering why she's feeling this way. Our guy asks her if something's wrong, and she assures him that it's nothing. At that moment, the president of the association walks in, leaving both of them taken aback as they ponder what brings him here. The president confesses that he heard about the accident and was worried. Our dude asks him if he came all the way here for the Draugr, while he's only focused on him, remembering how he got hold of the Blue Dragon's sword, the Sword Star's prized weapon that he never let anyone touch. When the Draugr report came in, he thought there was a good chance Seo-jun was dead, but he defeated it alone, and the president now sees why the Sword Star cherishes the boy. On the contrary, we see the Sword Star getting goosebumps, seeing how our guy is with the Sword Star's granddaughter, whom he believes he also holds dear. The president is glad he came in person. Seo-yun wonders if Kim knows the president of the association, and he fretfully reveals that he lent the Blue Dragon sword to him. The association prez asks him how he's doing, and he believes he is fine but is curious about what the heck happened, wondering where the Draugr came from, and why wasn't a revenant used. It is revealed that the dungeon's magic core was overloaded, as Jim and Jong's mutation research was applied to this competition for the first time. This makes our guy ponder if the anomalies are created in the same way, by overloading the dungeon's magic cores to research mutations. And supposing if the anomalies can be created artificially, he contemplates if that has been the cause of the Great Cataclysm. The president bows apologetically, declaring that he won't ever let this happen again. And assuming that words aren't enough, he asks our fella, who thought they were enough coming from the president, if there's anything he wants, or anything he can do. Seo-yun already knows what's going to happen next, and Seo-jun pulls out 3 fingers, indicating that he wants 3 billion won, and even though the president thinks that seems very reasonable, he verifies that he's really focused on money. That's when our dude breaks it to him that they're talking about 3 billion per person. This catches the prez, who processes what he just heard, as he agrees to it at last. A raid battle for the ages came to an end, and the results turned out to be a display of skills easily surpassing the elite from the big 3 academies. The dramatic defeat of a 9-star monster, Draugr created by overloading a magic core, left everyone shook. Everyone from the guilds to the general public was clamoring to find out more about the Dream Team, the Dream Academy, and Kim Seo-jun. The guilds are willing to do anything to get a hold of the Dream Team, offering them whatever they can. And those at the center of all that attention are busy splitting and arguing over the prize money. Soo-yeon, after a lot of convincing, is ready to accept 3 million, and Min-yul as well. She objects that our guy and Lee did everything in the raid battle while she was just there to fill the head count, as she feels bad even taking this much. And Min-yul adds that he didn't do much while he took care of the last round alone, and if it weren't for him, they'd be dead. Seo-jun thinks of them as little angels hugging them. They weren't paying any attention to what was going on outside. Later, we see Kim calculating the original first prize of 3 billion, plus winning the proposal that gave them second, third, and fourth prizes, which is 3.5 billion, plus the 3.5 billion from the organizers and guilds, and finally the 9 billion promised by the president of the association. That's 9 billion minus 3 billion each for Soo-yeon and Min-yul, with the 9.5 billion he already had. That makes 22.5 billion won. Our dude is delighted as he now needs 4.5 billion more to take the Monkey King's course. He peeks inside Seo-yeon's office, asking her if the Dream Academy moved up to Division 1. Seo-yeon lets him know that they are in Division 1 now, wondering why he'd ask. He realizes that means they can do 6-star dungeons now, but the B-rank hunter informs him that that'd be possible only if they had a registered A-class hunter. Seo-jun realizes that she's a B-class hunter, hence they can't go on those raids. Seo-yeon quickly apologizes when he stops her and reassures her that they only managed to join the last raid because of her, as he tells her not to worry about it. He steps out, feeling bad that he asked, and contemplates about what he should do now. With 6-star dungeons out of reach, there's no way to make big money. Kim ponders if he should just wait and save the 4.5 billion he needs, even if it takes a while, or if he should just sign up for magic courses now. Deciding on asking Mentor about it, he messages him, and just then, Mentor pops out of the phone, scaring the living crap out of him. Our guy holds his chest while Mentor is confused as to why he's so surprised. Kim wonders if he always has to pop out like that, and he thinks it's more fun this way. Nonetheless, the little assistant asks him why he'd contact him, and it is brought to light that he's not sure what to take next. Mentor thinks hard and wonders if he's good enough yet, and when Seojin asks him what he means, he reveals that if he gets a karmic discount, he could get both courses. It seems that a karmic discount is a discount on his karma. It's a special deal that allows him to get a discount on the karma calculation assigned to him. Our guy is in utter disbelief to discover that the Transcendent had sales all this time. Mentor lets him know that the sales are rare though, and it turns out that he can get up to 100% off. Kim gets all worked up as he learns that he could take the Monkey King's 27 billion won course for free and decides to claim the discount right away. But the little dude flicks his fingers on his forehead, breaking it to him that they don't just give the discounts away. Seojin is confused as to how he gets the discount then, and it's announced that the Transcendent Academy does have a special promotion right now. It's a promotion for outstanding students. Our dude guesses it's like a scholarship for good students, and Mentor lets him know that it's based on the student's score in the mock exam. Getting to know that, all the energy in him deflates as he realizes that his discount is based on the mock Transcendent exam, like the one he failed miserably last time. Though he's learned footwork from Zhang Sanfeng and the strength of the gods from Hercules since then, and he made huge progress in Siddhartha's unwavering mind technique, hence he's sure he'd score higher this time. However, he whimpers as he concedes that there's no way he would score high enough to rank among the outstanding students. Noticing him sulking, Mentor elaborates that outstanding students aren't judged by how high the scores are, but by how much they improve. It seems that the students are judged on how much their score improved from the previous mock exam. The discount is calculated on the percentage of improvement. Hence, if their score is 50% higher than the previous score, they get a 50% discount. That means it doesn't matter if he gets a high score, as long as he improves compared to the previous mock exam. That's the standard. Seojin learns that all he has to do is be better than before, and Mentor thinks it will be possible on his level, suggesting he give it a try. Our dude calculates that he needs 14.5 points more, and it would be 50%, while 17.5 points would be 60%. There's no way he'd pass this opportunity up, and he announces that he's absolutely in. Kim got his gold bars ready as Mentor set him up for the mock exam. Thanks to last time, he now knows Fafnir goes wild for gold and finds the sample questions so handy. The karma is calculated for application of the exam, and it's 1 billion won. Seojin realizes that he has to pay a fee this time, as only the first mock exam is free. Thinking hard, he calculates that if he does this, he's left with 21.5 billion won. He needs at least a 60% discount to take both courses for 10.8 billion. And if he wants the 2 billion won elixir, he'll need at least a 70% discount. In short, he'd only have to improve on each subject by 3 points. Hence, he registers for the exam, and the first subject is combat ability, which has 15 problems ahead. Our man awaits Fafnir, the Dragon of Ruin, with the gold bar ready in his hands. The monster appears, and Seojin throws the gold bar at it, dashing towards it as he plans on attacking it while it's distracted by the gold. However, he witnesses a hydra in front of him, when it was supposed to be Fafnir. He refuses to admit that it's a hydra, and assumes that Fafnir must have gotten fat and grown 9 heads. But then he glimpses at his phone, stating the problem is to defeat the 9-headed hydra within the 30 minutes allotted time. Realization hits Kim, and Mentor cheers for him, as he cries out that he didn't tell him the problems would be different. Mentor thought it was obvious that the problems would change. Otherwise, everyone would just memorize the answers, and wonders if that's why Seojin brought gold bars. Our dude complains that he should have said something when the hydra directs its attack towards him. He fortunately dodges it and decides not to be greedy, as he just needs exactly 3 points more. Using the Stairway to Heaven and the Way Beyond Emptiness technique, he manages to dodge its attack pretty smoothly. And Mentor is delighted to see the footwork, amazed because he only recommended the course a little while ago. So far, all Kim is able to do is dodge, and as he tries to avoid the hydra's flames, it grazes him a little. But the pain that is caused is beyond what he can ever imagine. His body throbs with pain as a painful scream escapes his mouth, making him wonder what's going on. The pain is too much to handle for Seojin that he prefers to die, and with that, level 1 fails. Our boy lies on the floor, bawling his eyes out, when Mentor reveals to him that the hydra has one of the strongest magical poisons. He says it must be pretty painful, but Seojin corrects him, saying it goes far beyond pain. And now that he thinks about it, when Kiran was poisoned by the hydra, the pain was so bad he begged to be killed, saying he had no need for immortality. Kim mutters that death really would be better, and seeing Jang Sung-gang's course progress, he guesses that he's still a beginner if that was enough to make course progress. He believes if he keeps doing this, he can get the karma discount and build his training progress at the same time. Deciding to give it a try, his fingers freeze when he guesses he can't just quit now. Mentor clarifies that he can quit if he wants to, but doubts that he's hit the score he wanted. Seojin sobs and attempts the second try, and since the subject is combat ability, ultimately he'll have to land damage on the hydra to get a decent score. Hence, if that's the case, he pulls out Gungnir and uses the Aura Blade. It ends up cutting one of its necks, and Kim believes if he gets the other heads one by one, he will have a chance. However, the hydra grows its neck back, and our man is in utter disbelief. Thus, Level 1 fails again, with him gasping for his life, wondering how the hell he deals with that. He realizes that he's doomed because he managed to get his previous score of 4.2 by stabbing Fafnir. Our fella doesn't know how the scoring works, but assumes if they only measure power blows, the standard could be anything. Seeing him having a breakdown, Mentor reminds him about the tutorial courses. And as Seojin sees a beam of hope, the little dude breaks it to him that taking the tutorial course deducts from their final score. However, he believes if the tutorial courses allow him to get a high score, it would offset the penalty. Our awakened sobs again. With that, he attempts it again and again and again. Mentor hoots, cheering for him while he cries, saying he hates him. The last attempt fails again, and Subject 1 of the combat ability is complete. The score being calculated turns out to be 8.8 points. That is 4.6 points more than the last. Kim couldn't be any happier about it while Mentor finds it amazing, as he remarks that he's a different person every time he sees him. He wonders if he learned the footwork and the strength of God techniques and compliments him, saying that his rate of progress is the best he's ever seen in a student. Seojin is on cloud 9 when Mentor comments that he's still by far the lowest skill level he's seen. He lets him know that he didn't have to say that last part, and the little fella admits that it's true. So true. Our dude wonders what the hell kind of backhanded compliment that was. Nonetheless, he believes he can do this and decides to keep this up. A few days later, we see him flop to the ground, defeated, as he admits he can't do this. 9 days ago, Seojin moved to Subject 2, Physical Strength. In Level 1, he had to hold up the sky on behalf of the incarnation of Atlas for the allotted time of 1 hour. Atlas told him to keep it up until he comes back with an apple, while our guy heaves a big as hell rock. His body trembles as he tries to stop Atlas and declares that it's time out, finding it impossible. Kim's words are cut off when he's squeezed under the rock. His physical strength score is 5.9 points, 2.2 points more than the last one. 6 days ago, Seojin attempted Subject 3, Adaptability. In Level 1, he had to win a staring contest against the incarnation of Argos. Argos reveals that he closed his first and opened his second eye, while our dude, whose eyes are wide open with water running out of them, is curious about how many he has. Turns out it has 100 eyes, and with that, Kim fails the test. His adaptability score is 4.2 points. That is 1.9 more than the last one. 3 days ago, our awakened moves to Subject 4, Magic Skill. In Level 1, he has to endure the mana drain of the Archlich for the allotted time of 10 minutes. The Archlich slurps onto his magic, and it seems that he ran out of it almost immediately. Our fella confesses that he hasn't taken a lot of magic courses yet. His magic skill score is 1.6 points. That is 0.4 better than the last one. And now, Seojin realizes that he's screwed, as he's only managed to improve by 9.1 points, 11.2 points shy of his goal of 20.3. He reconfirms with Mentor that if his score doesn't get at least 50% better, does that mean he won't get any discount at all? And the little fella lets him know that he has to be more than 50%, or he doesn't get the discount. Kim realizes that he's screwed for real, and he's gonna lose his 1 billion for nothing. Mentor suggests that he start with today's exam, that is, Subject 5, Mental Fortitude. For Level 1, he has to listen to the Archlich's Requiem for 30 minutes. The Archlich hopes he won't be as disappointing as before, as last time, and Seojun knows that he has to make points here. Hence, he tells himself to keep it together. It seems that he fortunately passed Level 1, but he did that last time too. That's why he focuses on the prize. In Level 2, he has to shake free from the control of the demon of the 9 hells in an hour's time. The demon calls our dude his puppet, while he wonders what he's blabbering, cleaning his ears. With that, he passes Level 2 as well, and moving on to Level 3, he has to resist the temptation of Aphrodite. Aphrodite tries to seduce him, wearing revealing clothes, when Kim asks her if she's not cold, hence passing Level 3 as well. Meanwhile, Mentor is in utter shock to witness what's happening. In Level 4, Seojin has to endure the scream of infinite hell for the allotted time of 30 minutes. The infinite hell cries out, screaming that it's all his fault, when our dude asks him if he knows him. At last, Level 4 is cleared too, and in Level 5, he has to resist the pleasures offered by the incarnation of the Demon King Mephistopheles for an hour. Kim is welcomed to the parade of 7 desires, and the first one is lust, the hell of lust, a paradise that rejects no desire. Our guy makes it through the lust, and next is greed, the hell of greed, where anything can be his, a paradise where nothing is lacking. Succeeding in controlling himself, he's moved to gluttony, the hell of gluttony. No matter how much he eats, the food never runs out, a heaven of endless plenty. Next is sloth, the hell of sloths, where the angels smile their brightest, a paradise of endless rest and lazing. Making it through, Seojin is moved to rage, the hell of rage, where he can torture his enemies forever, a paradise where those who seek vengeance are set free. Clearing that, he's moved to envy, the hell of envy, where all the things he was denied are his forever, a paradise where all his dreams come true. Our awakened has impressively held out till now and decides to do it a bit longer when the last desire is unraveled to be pride. And that hits him, as he fails level 5 and admits the last one was way harder than the rest. Seojin tries again and again and again, and when he's sure he's gonna win for sure, he fails again. With that, Subject 5 is completed, and in the end, he couldn't resist the hell of Pride's pleasures. Mentor is shocked as to how the heck he even got to level 5, and our boy realizes that his unwavering mind has really improved. The little assistant, with boredom, wonders how much progress he could have possibly made in that time period. As Kim reveals that it's at 31.7% now, he's left in utter disbelief, finding it impossible. He remembers it was at 15.5% last time and refuses to believe what Seojin is saying is true. Snatching the phone out of his hands, Mentor decides to see for himself. Witnessing it's real, he's taken aback, clueless as to how he did that. He glimpses at the Hercules course progress that is 53.7 and doesn't know what's happening anymore. Our guy believes he got a little lucky there, while Mentor goes through an emotional breakdown. He can accept all the courses, but the course progress for Siddhartha is unbelievable because even the other transcendent students would struggle to make this progress. Just then, Seojin's mental fortitude score is calculated to be 22.8, which is literally 13 points more than the last. And a few days later, his final score turns out to be 52.2 points in total. Our guy is delighted as he realizes that he did it. He beat his target of 70% and got to 80%. And now he gets an 8% voucher discount, which means he can finally take the long-awaited Monkey King's course. Seojin takes a sigh of relief as he realizes that the unwavering mind saved him. Mentor is still in incredulity when he calls him and asks him what score he needs to get to pass the exam. The little attendant reveals that at least 60 points in every subject is required. Hence, even if his total score is high enough, if any one subject is below 60 points, he fails. While the total score for passing changes depending, usually they have to hit 90 to transcend. Hence, the total score usually has to be more than 63 points. Glancing at his score, which is 52.2 points, Kim perceives that he's not even close. Nonetheless, he searches up the Monkey King's course while Mentor is curious if he's signing up right away. And since our guy still doesn't know what magic course to take, he's going for Monkey King's course. He wonders how much the Shooting Star Staff Technique course is, and is convinced that he can afford it with an 80% discount. Deciding to check it out, he opens it, only to be notified that in order to take this course, he needs to be certified in Monkey King's spin, pull, and pierce. Seojin is curious if he will ever learn the shooting staff technique and decides to take the course he can, which is the basics of staff and spear. The karma of the course is calculated to be 5.4 billion won, and this makes his hands tremble. He guesses it's better than 27 billion and registers for the course. Playing the first lesson, Kim sees no one and gets worried if there's an error. Just then, the Monkey King makes an epic entrance and apologizes for being late, revealing that the Sanjiang monk reached out and he had to go see what it was about. He looks pissed, saying that he can't do anything by himself and is such a child. Meanwhile, Seojin is still in shock to see it's the Monkey King for real and that he's finally taking his course. The instructor claims to teach the fundamentals of staff and spear, what they call spin, pull, and pierce in this course. He believes he explained spin, pull, and pierce in the orientation, and clarifies that they're the three forms used in staff and spear arts. Hence, they're the foundation of every staff and spear technique. Assuming that some of them have forgotten about it, he decides to give them a quick demonstration since he was late anyway. Advising his students to watch carefully, he first demonstrates spin, the movement spinning away from the body. As he spins his spear, the surroundings are annihilated in a single spin, indicating how powerful it is. Next, there's pull, where they twist the staff back close to the body. And finally, there's pierce, focusing everything into a single point and piercing it. That is the very essence of staff and spear: spin, pull, and pierce. The Monkey King declares that only once they truly absorb these will they be able to learn the Shooting Star Staff Technique later. And not just the Shooting Star Staff Technique. These three concepts are essential for all staff and spear arts. Hence, keeping that in mind, he instructs them to practice spin, just as he showed them, until the next lecture. With that, Seojin's daily assignment arrives, in which he has to practice the Monkey King's spin 1,000 times. He wonders how to do it as he did, and that's when Mentor mentions that the beginner courses were all basics. Intermediate courses are where proper transcendent training begins. That's why the karma calculation gets so expensive. It's claimed to be a whole other level, and Mentor urges him to give it a try. Kim recalls how he did it and spins the spear the way it was demonstrated. And as he does that, the area around him turns completely devastated. Seojin is traumatized to see that while Mentor is happy his claim was proved true. On the other hand, we see the director of Ale Academy, Hien Cha, the director of Gaon Academy, Jin Song Lee, and the director of Hunter's Mill Academy, Jin Hyun So, gathered at a spot as Jin Hyun expresses that their status as the Big Three Academies is in an ominous strait. He reveals that they're being called the Mid-3 on the internet now, and Jin Song wonders what he expects them to do about it. So clarifies that it's time they did something, while Lee is curious what they can do when Kim Seojin has got the Sword Star on his side. He warns him that one false move and he will not only lose his life, but the entire hunter's mill could go down. With that, he stands up in order to leave and claims to pretend he didn't hear any of this, and Hien decides to leave too. That's when Jinhyun suggests an inter-academy friendly. He believes it's time they had a friendly battle between the academies, and Hyen wonders if he's finally sending out Haeun Lee, while he just smirks and asks her how about it. Seojin is stunned to witness the destruction caused by a single swing. He feels as if he tapped into the strength of the gods itself. Although it's pretty draining, and Mentor reminds him that's because it's an intermediate level course. This course assumes that he's no longer a beginner, and that he has finished the courses for the strength of the gods or similar techniques. He believes that at his current level, he is going to have a tough time. Kim acknowledges the fact that higher level courses are no joke, and wonders how he's supposed to finish the daily assignment, as he could barely do 10 of these, let alone 1,000. The little fella assures him not to worry too much and implies that if it were really impossible, he wouldn't have let him sign up. Seojin is curious if there's another way of getting through this, and that's when Mentor mentions the magic courses that he was planning to take. Since his progress on the strength of gods is going well, he suggests that if he took a magic course to supplement it, it would make things easier. Our Awakened cleans up the mess he made and determines that for stability and control, he should take inner focus courses, and for efficacy and power, he should take magic forms where he learns aura. Mentor proposes he give a try to the sample lectures, as they might help him choose what works for him. Kim tries a sample lecture of instructor Swordmaster Lu Dongbin's course. He educates his students that building inner focus is like increasing the size of a vessel. The vessel is the human body, which contains what are known as flow points. The flow points are said to be the center of focus in the body and are generally split into 3. The high flow point, the middle flow point, and the lower flow point. The high flow point, in immediate practice, is considered the path to a higher state of consciousness. Ultimately, it's the gateway to the transcendent world. It's the point where spirit returns to nothingness, and is sometimes also called the third eye, the palace of nirvana, or the brain. Of the flow points, it's often considered the most important, but unfortunately, the high flow point is beyond the scope of this course. Seojin is confused about what that means, but he thinks he gets the general feeling, guessing that Merlin's course helped after all. Assuming the high flow point is controlled by the brain, he believes it falls within the realm of the mind. The high flow point is the brain, the middle flow point is the heart, and the lower flow point is the stomach. Hence, if Lu's lecture is summarized about inner focus, the high flow point can't use inner focus as well as the middle flow point, but it's easier to build it up there. Therefore, inner focus is to be learned for control or magic forms for power. Kim feels that something's off, and seeing a sample video of Siegfried's course, The Raging Strength of a Dragon, he finds it weird. Mentor wonders what's the problem, and he reveals that he's curious about why he can't take both of these courses. Because according to Master Lu, the high flow point is within the realm of the mind, so it means it plays a role in Siddhartha's unwavering mind. And if the unwavering mind is an essential course for the transcendent process, that means all the transcendent students are training the high flow point through Siddhartha's unwavering mind. Hence, whether it's the middle flow point or lower flow point, any magic course is training 2 flow points at the same time. That's why our dude wonders what's stopping them from training all 3. It does make sense to Mentor, but he doesn't seem sure, as the deeper into a course, the fewer details he knows. Just then, Seojin's progress is notified to rise up in Merlin's course, which indicates that he's right. He's curious if none of Mentor's other students said anything, and it seems they all just took the courses they felt were right for them. But since no one has said anything before, he believes it shouldn't be a problem. Kim implies that he should ask the instructors about it, as he can't post something on the message board since he can't sign in. He feels he can get a clearer answer from the instructors themselves, and is curious if it's not possible. The little attendant supposes it is possible, but seeing him hesitating, our guy reminds him that it's normal for students to ask questions about the course. Mentor decides to go and ask about it, while Seojin thinks it'd be nice if he could take both courses. But his problem is money. It always comes down to money. Nonetheless, he decides to worry about it when Mentor gets back and enters the building of the Dream Academy. It seems that Seoyun had been waiting for him, and it turns out the heads of Hunter's Mill, Ailei and Gaeon are present there too. They express their pleasure to meet him and introduce themselves. While Seojun is confused as to why the directors of the big 3 academies are here, they reveal the inter-academy friendly, and Jinhyun lets out that it's normally an unofficial battle exclusively between the big 3, but he believes the Dream Academy is more than qualified to join now. Hien hopes that he will join them to represent the Dream Academy, and Kim glances at Seoyun, who lets him know that she's fine with whatever he wants. He gets all excited about what kind of prize money they are talking about, but it's revealed that there's no prize money. Lee interrupts, emphasizing that it's a friendly, and their goal is to encourage competitive drive and growth among the most gifted students. Our pal asks Seoyun if the Dream Academy gets anything out of it, and she refuses. Since it's an unofficial competition, it doesn't matter either way. Seojin announces that he's not interested, and the directors of the big 3 academies are in utter disbelief. They try to convince him by telling him that it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and that only the most gifted students are invited. He wonders what's the point when there's nothing to win, while they persistently try to convince him. Just then, Kim spots Minhyul and asks him if he wants to do this friendly, and he is confused about why he's not doing it. Our fella declares that he doesn't really have time for it, and Minhyul guesses that he's free. He contemplates if he should take part, and thinks he could test out the new skills he's been practicing. The directors are dumbfounded as they witness the sight in front of them, while Seojin bids them by, showing zero interest in it. They all are left calling him out and trying to stop him as he continues to walk away. The directors debate what to do because a moment ago, they asked Seojin his demand in order to get him to participate. He announced a 6 billion won prize, and that's what made them have a discussion in private. Hyun highlights the 6 billion on the line, while Jinsung finds no point in holding the friendly if Kim doesn't participate. Since they're only doing it to take him down, Cha argues that prize money for a friendly is unheard of. Minhyul is baffled as to what his captain needs so much money for, while he just sheds tears, admitting that it's killing him too. After a while, Jinyeon grabs their attention, and Seojin wonders if everything's settled, as it looked like it was getting heated. The director of Hunter's Mill admits that they wanted Kim specifically to participate in the friendly, because they think it's important their students go up against him to check their pride and drive them to improve. And since he won't participate without the prize money, they are ready to offer a prize. But he reveals that there are some conditions. Later, we see Suyeon and Minhyul having an intense training session when Seojin walks in on them, seeing how hard they're working. It seems that the prize money was initially set at 6 billion won, then second and third place prizes were added at 4 billion and 2 billion, bringing the total prize money to 12 billion won. It's individual, not a team competition, hence the winner gets the entire prize money. Our dude doesn't find this out of the ordinary, except for the condition Jinhyun mentioned. He declares to set the format and rules for the friendly since the prize money will come from them. It seems fair to Seojin since they're putting up the money, after all, hence he agrees. It is revealed that they want all the members of the Dream Academy to participate, and both Minhyul and Suyeon agree, having no problem with that. Our guy wonders if there are other conditions, and Jinyeon lets him know that there are not, but they need one more person to agree. Wondering what they are talking about, since it's just the three of them, it suddenly hits him that there's Seoyun too. He's baffled as to why they drag her into this if it's an individual competition. As he calls her out and lets her know that she doesn't have to go out of her way if she's doing this for him. The B-rank hunter assures him that he's been helping her so much and she's getting nothing in return, therefore she feels happy to take part. Kim wonders what she's talking about because she helps him all the time. Seoyun shoves him away, saying that she's fine and ensures him not to worry about her and to focus on himself. While our guy didn't get the chance to protest, he guesses he should also prepare for the friendly. He's busy pondering about Mentor, and just then, his phone rings. It seems to be a message from him, telling him to hold off on the magic courses for now, as he finds it too complicated to explain here, and informs Seojin that he has asked the director for clarity and will get back to him as soon as he hears from him. Our Awakened decides to focus on his other courses for the time being. A few days later, the morning of the Inter-Academy friendly arrives. Kim thought it was unofficial, but seeing the luxury building, it looks like a raid battle to him. Seoyun remarks that this isn't any friendly, and admits that they're called the Big Three for a reason. They spot some reporters gathered at a spot, and believe they are just looking to get an official story out. It's revealed that the first event of the friendly will be a one-on-one tournament, and this catches both Minhyul and Suyeon by surprise. Lee prays that he doesn't have to face the captain, aka Seojin, until the end and hopes to be set up with Suyeon instead. Words slip out of Suyeon's mouth too, as she states that she doesn't want to face either of them, but then stops midway. Minhyul goes on about witnessing our fella training yesterday and couldn't believe what he did with just a single swing. Kim realizes that he got caught practicing spin, pull, and pierce, while the other two continue to argue. Just then they hear a commotion from where the reporters are, and it seems that it's Haeun Lee who just walked out. The reporters throw questions at Haeun, desperate to interview her and curious about what is different in this friendly, since they're not usually shared with the public. They wonder if she will be participating or is just here to observe and publicize the rumors about her not participating in the events because of Kim Seojin. This makes her freeze in her spot as she turns around and claims that she doesn't know him. With that, she walks away while the dream team witnesses the scene from afar. Minhyul mumbles about her being pretty, and Suyeon is baffled as to what that's got to do with anything. Lee admits she's pretty, wondering what's wrong with that, and Park clarifies that she just meant that it doesn't matter, and is curious as to how come he's never said that about her. Minhyul points out that she's still in high school, while she gets kissed, wondering what being in high school has got to do with being pretty. They both continue to argue when things get a bit heated, and Suyeon ends up lashing out at him, asking what's wrong with him. Her loud roar catches the attention of people nearby, and they recognize Seojin and the dream team, confused as to what they are doing here. The reporters realize that they must be the reason why they made a press release, and surround them, bombarding them with questions while Suyeon and Minhyul persist in bickering. They decide to go inside, and in the Dream Academy waiting room, they are reminded that no personal equipment will be permitted in the friendly. The staffer lets them know that Kim will be issued a spear, Seo-yun a sword and twin daggers, and archery equipment will be given to Minyul. He asks Soo-yeon if she will be needing any equipment, and she believes she's good. Lee finds the gear nice, but it's not what he's used to, and it seems that Seo-yun feels the same. The Demon Star's disciple proudly remarks that only a poor craftsman blames their tool, but Minyul doesn't think it's true and asks her if she's ever seen a master of their craft using shabby tools. He's curious if she thinks she's better than them because she doesn't use equipment, and she admits that she does feel that way. Seeing Seo-jun, Lee speculates if he's going to be okay and is curious if he's not worried about using these. With that, they both start arguing again while Kim is concerned if his gear will be okay. Later, we see our guy up against a student from Hunter's Mill, who doesn't see him much and is confused why they'd go so far as to ban personal equipment. And on top of that, Siwoo refused to take part in the friendly, and his friend thought he was scared of Haeun Lee, but it turns out he was actually afraid to face Seo-jun. Seeing him standing in front of him, the guy thinks of his friend as a coward, wondering why he was scared of a guy like this. Nonetheless, he sees this as a chance to show everyone who the real rookie is. The fight begins with Kim instantly leaping at his opponent, who didn't even see him move. He's taken aback when he's attacked, as his body trembles because of the tremendous power he's facing. Seo-jun forces him backward with relentless pressure, giving him no chance to recover, and in an instant, he's already in front of him, spear tip hovering dangerously close to his face. The tension causes his opponent's weapon to slip out of his hands and his spear to crack, leaving everyone stunned. It's no surprise that our dude is the winner, and it seems that he already knew his spear wasn't strong enough. It felt weak to him. He calls out to the faculty, requesting any sturdier spears while his foe flops to the ground, defeated. Seo-jun observes the new spear provided to him, and comes to the conclusion that these things really can't handle much. He was worried the moment they handed it to him, and sure enough, 3 swirls later, it broke. He's busy wondering if he's going to have to replace his spear every match when he finds Soo-yeon and Minyul gazing at him, starry-eyed. They're absolutely impressed by their captain, and reveal that everyone is going wild about him right now. Seo-yeon shows that they're already posting articles, and Kim discovers that they really are writing about him versus Haeun. He admits he wasn't expecting this response, and she lets him know that it's even trending, and that the big guilds are now asking to sponsor the entire friendly in exchange for access to the event. Seo-jun guesses it's all because of Haeun Lee and assumes that she must really be something, but he's informed that it's him. This all is for him, and this catches him by surprise. Seo-yeon tells him that Haeun Lee is considered untouchable, both physically and mentally, but thanks to him, cracks are forming in that reputation as people are obviously responding. Meanwhile, Soo-yeon conveys that they're saying our dude is the new standard for untouchable. Minyul confesses that if he had to face him or Haeun, he'd choose her in a blink of an eye, and Park proudly admits that she would choose him, and their quarrel starts yet again. Meanwhile, Jin-young is curious about Haeun's remarks upon witnessing Kim's match. It seems that she catches what the fuss is all about. The director asks her if she thinks she can beat him, and before her response, he adds that she doesn't have to worry even if she loses. Lee cuts him off, and even though she acknowledges the fact that Kim may be good, even exceptional, she states that he's still just a student. So, the director agrees with her, clarifying that he was only expressing his concern. After she leaves, he glances at the screen, and seeing Seo-jun with a cracked spear in his hands, it seems that he's concerned indeed. The tournament continues, and Dream Academy records win after win. Minyul defeats his opponent handily, as expected, and Soo-yeon surprises everyone by advancing. Our guy, being the winner of course, keeps asking for new spears and admits that he's trying to be careful, but since the opponents are strong, it's hard for him to hold back. The staff debate on how many spears he has broken so far, and it seems that he's broken 9 spears in total. These are tens of millions of won each, and that is already more than 100 million won in weapons. They realize that at this rate, they will be spending more on weapons than prize money, and it's not like they can just refuse to replace them. Seo-jun nervously suggests that he use his own spear, and they discuss it among themselves. One of them whispers that this wouldn't mean special treatment, thinking this is logical, while the other believes the heads will allow a change of rules. Meanwhile, our fellows just stand there awkwardly. They declare that they will have to ask their superiors and leave. Just then, Soo-yeon enters the room, looking scared and nervous. Kim wonders if she's up next and notices her body shaking with her face all white. He asks her, with concern in his voice, "What's wrong?" And that's when she tells him she's facing Haeun Lee. There's no wonder she's scared. She's only just started training with the Demon Star, which makes her a huge, unlikely winner. She asks him if he thinks it'll be okay, and Seo-jun assures her that it's not a dungeon raid or anything. He tells her if she wins, and if she loses, and she shouldn't make a big deal out of it. But Soo-yeon is still unsure, as she remembers that she barely did anything in that raid battle. It felt good to her to do something together. They got recognition, and it felt good using the abilities she'd been working on. She loved all of that. but she realizes that both her team members are so far beyond her level. Thus, Park sees this as an opportunity to show them that she can do it too, that she can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And just then, her name is announced, instructing her to proceed to the tournament area. Our dude wishes her luck while she's determined to prove that she deserves her place on the team. Suyeon enters the arena where Hyun already awaits her and feels intimidated by her presence. The combat begins with Lee standing unbothered while she instructs her to come at her with everything she's got. Suyeon doesn't understand what she's saying, and Hyun clarifies that she finds this the fastest way for people to learn their place against her. Hence, she suggests that Suyeon take her best shots. Seeing her weapons not being prepared and her not being on her guard, Park gets pissed off. She claims to make her eat those words, while Lee remarks that everyone's so unoriginal. Suyeon activates her magic, and using Nullify Senses, she pounces at her opponent with lightning speed. Hyein, who's watching the fight through a screen, seems doubtful about a magic user going in close against Hyun. Out of all people, Park attacks her multiple times while she dodges all of them. Cha observes her moving like that while casting spells, even though she's just a student, and as much as she hates to admit it, she's seeing why their students are losing. A magic user's main role is to cast buff effects for party members from a safe distance, but real fights never go to plan. She witnesses a magic user who focuses on adaptability over theory, and Seojun is reminded of the Demon Star, whose approach disappeared. Demon Star, considered the greatest magic user of the Great Cataclysm. This was exactly his fighting style. At the height of the Great Cataclysm, he brought down a reign of terror on the monsters, and thus, the Demon Star was often called the War Mage. Suyeon delivers a powerful hit that Hyun still manages to dodge, prompting her to question if this is truly Suyeon's best. With that, Lee strikes her, forcing a cough of blood from her as she clutches her body for support. As Hyun assumes she is done, Park casts a spell on her, and this seems to have pissed her off. Her clothes are barely disturbed, and Lee, convinced they're not even in the same league, slaps her across the face, sending her flying backward until she crashes into the ground with a heavy thud. This shocks everyone, including Seoyun, Minhyul, and Seojun. But Hyun doesn't stop there. She grabs Suyeon by her shirt and smacks her on the face again and again. That was it for Kim, as he clenches his spear, storming into the room. He stops in his tracks when Suyeon tells him to, assuring him she's fine, even as another slap strikes her across the face. The referee orders Hyun to let her go, and she tosses her to the ground. Seojun rushes towards her, checking if she's okay, when he hears Lee calling them nobody. Our guy couldn't hold back anymore, but Park grabs his arm, telling him not to, since it's her fault for not being enough.